So the thing is, I nearly didn't take the Peckham Rota at all. That's what I keep coming back to. It wasn't even my area. I was covering Lewisham mostly, had been for about 2 years, knew the routes and the clients and which corner shops would let me use the toilet on a long shift without buying anything. Taking on extra work in Peckham meant longer travel, meant reorganizing my whole week, and I'd been trying to cut back if anything, not expand. My supervisor Denise asked me as a favor, said they were short-staffed after 2 people left in the same month, said it would only be temporary. I said yes because I always say yes, which is something I've been told is both my best quality and my worst, depending on who's doing the telling. That's how I ended up with Dennis. I should say something about the work first, because I think people outside it have a particular idea of what care work looks like that isn't quite right. I'm 28. I've been doing domiciliary care in southeast London for 5 years, since I finished the health and social care course at Goldsmiths that I started because I didn't know what else to do and stayed for because it turned out I was actually good at it. Not good in a sentimental way. I'm not the type who talks about giving back or calling. I'm good at it because I'm practical and patient, and I don't get flustered when things go wrong. And in this job, things go wrong constantly, and what matters is what you do about it, rather than how you feel about it in the moment. My clients are mostly elderly, some with physical care needs, some with dementia, a few with both. I do, on average, 6 or 7 visits a day, mornings mostly, starting at 7 and finishing early afternoon. Personal care, medication prompts, breakfast, a bit of light domestic help if the visit is long enough. Each person gets between 30 minutes and an hour, depending on their package. It's not enough time mostly. It's never enough time. That's a structural problem with the whole system and not something I'm going to solve. So I do what I can with what I have and try not to think too hard about what I don't have. Dennis was 79. He lived in a first-floor flat on a side street off Rye Lane, above a nail bar, in a block that had probably been social housing originally, and had that specific quality of having been maintained to the minimum required to avoid being condemned and nothing beyond. Lift that worked maybe 60% of the time. Stairwell that smelled of something I never identified. His flat, though, was his own. Clean, ordered, the kind of space that had been arranged by someone who cared about it and had been maintaining that arrangement for decades. Books everywhere, a good rug that had been expensive once, family photographs on every available surface, and I mean every surface, the walls and the shelves and the top of the television and the windowsill. He'd been married for 41 years to a woman called Gloria, who died 3 years before I met him, and the photographs were mostly of her or of both of them together. He had mild COPD and some mobility problems following a fall the previous winter that had left him unsteady on his feet and not confident about the stairs. His daughter lived in Croydon and visited on weekends. His son was in Canada and rang on Sundays. He was sharp, completely. Good memory, quick sense of humor. Read the newspaper every day front to back and had opinions about all of it. He just needed help with some personal care in the mornings, medication management, and someone to check that everything was as it should be. I liked him almost immediately. He had the quality that some of the older clients have, especially the ones who've been through a lot, of being genuinely interested in other people without making it feel like an interrogation. He'd ask about my week and actually listen to the answer. He'd remember things I'd told him the previous visit and ask follow-up questions. After a few weeks, I found that his was one of the visits I didn't mentally count down, which is rarer than it should be. The first thing I noticed was in my 3rd week on the Peckham Rota, a Monday morning, Dennis's first visit of the week, and when I came in, he was at his kitchen table with a mug of tea he'd managed to make himself, which he did on the mornings he woke early enough, and he looked tired in a specific way I hadn't seen on him before. Not unwell, just depleted, like he'd been up in the night. I asked if he'd slept all right, and he said fine, not quite meeting my eyes, which was unlike him. I noted it on his care record. Client appeared fatigued, sleep possibly disrupted, and moved on, because one bad night is not a story. The second thing was a fortnight later. I arrived at my usual time, and he answered the door looking flustered, which was also unlike him. Dennis was usually settled in his chair by the time I arrived, the morning routine something he'd adapted to without difficulty. He'd been at the desk in his sitting room, the one in the corner by the window that I'd assumed was purely decorative because I'd never seen him use it. The desk had his laptop on it. The laptop was closed, but recently. I could tell because the screen was still slightly warm when I rested my hand near it a few minutes later, getting something from the shelf above. He saw me notice. Just for a second, a flicker of something across his face that wasn't quite guilt and wasn't quite fear and was somewhere between the two. I didn't say anything. It was his laptop and his desk and his flat, and whatever he was doing at 7:30 in the morning was entirely his business. People are entitled to their private lives regardless of how old they are or how many carers come through their door. But I thought about it on the bus home. Over the next month, the pattern repeated enough times that I couldn't not notice it. Roughly twice a week, never the same days, which made it feel less like a schedule and more like an appetite that came and went. Dennis would have that quality when I arrived. The fatigue, the slight flustering. Once I came in and heard him closing the laptop as I knocked, a sound I recognize because I've got the same model at home and the hinge makes a specific noise. I started paying attention in a way I wasn't entirely comfortable with because it felt like overstepping. But I'm trained to notice changes in clients and to document them, and what I was noticing was a change, even if I couldn't yet say what it was a change toward. By December, I had a hypothesis, the simplest and least alarming one available. Dennis was watching something on his laptop late at night and into the early mornings, something he found either embarrassing or private, and the fatigue was simply from not sleeping. A box set he'd become absorbed in maybe. Old films, something he didn't want to explain to a 28-year-old he saw every weekday morning. I decided to leave it alone, not my business. He was well, his medication was being taken, his mobility was no worse. Whatever he was watching in the dark was his own affair. That resolution lasted until the Thursday morning in January, when I let myself in and found him asleep in his chair with the laptop open on the desk and the screen still lit. I should have closed it without looking. I should have made his breakfast and waited for him to wake and never mentioned it. I've told myself this many times since. I did not close it without looking. I looked, and what I saw took me a moment to understand. And then it took me considerably longer to understand what understanding it actually meant. It was a forum. Dark background, text heavy, the structure familiar from things I'd seen mentioned in news articles without ever having seen directly. Nested threads, dense with posts, a specific vocabulary I couldn't fully pass on a single glance. But the glance was long enough. What the forum was organized around announced itself in the thread titles, in the language of the posts I could see, in the category headings down the left-hand side of the screen. It was organized around the documentation and sharing of harm to real people. Not fictional harm. Real, filmed, catalogued, discussed. I closed the laptop carefully and went to the kitchen and stood at the sink for a while. Dennis woke about 10 minutes later. I was making his breakfast by then. and I had my back to him, and I kept my voice ordinary because it was the only thing I could control in that moment. He didn't know I'd seen it. He came to the kitchen doorway and apologized for dozing off, and I said something normal about it being early, and I finished making his breakfast, and I left at the end of the visit, and I sat in my car. I was using Denise's pool car that week, and I stared at the steering wheel. Here is the question I sat with for the next 3 days. What exactly had I seen? A forum, dark web adjacent by the look of it. Content relating to real harm, real people. Dennis, 79 years old, sleeping in his chair in front of it at 7:30 in the morning, having apparently been on it through the night. Possible explanations, and I ran through all of them. He'd clicked onto something by accident and didn't know how to close it. Someone else had access to the laptop and was using it while he slept. He'd been trying to find something unrelated, and the forum had come up somehow. All of these were possible. None of them fully held together. The one I kept arriving at and moving away from was the straightforward one. That Dennis, a man I'd grown to like, was choosing to spend his nights on this. I went back on the Monday and he was his usual self, and nothing felt different, and I convinced myself I'd misread what I'd seen, or at least misread enough of it that my conclusions were premature. Then in February, his daughter rang Denise. Not about anything alarming on its surface. She'd noticed her father had been more tired lately on her weekend visits, had been a bit vague, had seemed distracted in a way that was new. She wanted to flag it in case it was something medical. Denise passed it on to me as the primary carer, asked me to monitor and document. I documented what I'd been noticing for 2 months, and then I sat on my sofa at home and thought about what I was actually dealing with here. The daughter visiting weekends, the son ringing Sundays, Dennis most evenings and most nights, apparently alone with his laptop and whatever was on it. I thought about the family photographs, Gloria on every surface, 41 years of marriage, the flat that had been maintained by someone who cared about it, the man who asked follow-up questions and remembered what I'd told him the previous week and had a good rug that had been expensive once. I thought about how grief operates in people who are very private, how it goes underground in certain men of a certain generation, how it finds things to attach to that you'd never expect. I'm not making excuses. I want to be clear about that. I'm trying to understand, which is different, even if the line between the two is thinner than I'd like. I went back on a Wednesday, and he was at the desk when I let myself in. He hadn't heard me on the stairs. The flat has a thick front door, and I have a key. And he was looking at the screen with a quality of attention I hadn't seen on him before. Absorbed isn't quite the word. Fixed. The way someone looks at something that has become necessary rather than chosen. He heard me come through the hall and close the laptop and turned, and there was a moment, just a moment, maybe 3 seconds, where neither of us pretended quite hard enough that I hadn't seen what I'd seen. Then it passed, and we were back to normal, and I made his breakfast and did his medication, and noted on the care record that he had appeared distracted on arrival, and that this was consistent with recent pattern, and I left. On the pavement outside, I rang the safeguarding team directly, not Denise first, the safeguarding team, because what I'd been trained to do when I had a concern about a client's well-being or about harmful activity was to report it, and I'd been not doing that for 2 months, and the call I made that morning was already overdue, and I knew it, and that knowledge is something I'm still carrying. What came after was not quick, and most of it wasn't mine to be part of. There was a safeguarding referral. The police were involved. Not because Dennis was immediately suspected of anything, but because the nature of what I'd reported required it to be assessed by people with the right expertise. I was interviewed twice, asked to describe what I'd seen in as much detail as I could provide, which wasn't as much as I'd have liked because I'd seen it in fragments over weeks and in one longer look that I'd ended by closing the laptop. What they found, working through the laptop with people who knew what they were looking for, was more extensive than I'd understood from my glimpses. Dennis had been active on multiple forums over a period of at least 18 months. The content on those forums included material that the investigating officers described to me in language careful enough to tell me they were protecting me from the full detail. He hadn't created anything. He hadn't, as far as could be established, commissioned anything. But he had been a sustained and engaged consumer of content that documented harm to real people, and he had been part of communities that existed to share and discuss it. His daughter was told. That conversation I wasn't part of and don't know the shape of, except that Denise told me later it had been very difficult. The son flew over from Canada. Dennis was moved out of the flat and into a care arrangement that I had no part in arranging. I never saw him again after the Wednesday I made the call. I still work the Peckham rota, which might seem strange, but actually makes complete sense to me, because the rota is mine now, and the clients on it need consistency, and none of them did anything wrong. And I'm not going to make their lives harder by transferring out because I had a difficult experience. That's not how I think about the work. What I think about, on the bus in, and on the bus home, and in the odd in-between moments during the day, is the photographs. Gloria, on every surface, the good rug, the man who asked follow-up questions and remembered what you told him. I'm not going to tell you I understand it, because I don't, and I've stopped trying to construct an explanation that makes it make sense. People do things that don't resolve into a coherent picture of who they are, and that's an uncomfortable fact about people in general, that this particular experience has made concrete in a way that I can't unfeel. What I keep coming back to, the thing that sits with me in a way the rest of it doesn't quite, is the fatigue, the twice-a-week depletion, the sense of a man who was spending his nights in something that was costing him something, physically, visibly, and going back anyway. That's the detail I wish I'd acted on earlier and didn't, and I've asked myself enough times whether acting earlier would have changed anything to have accepted that I don't have an answer to that question, and probably never will. I said yes to the Peckham rota, because I always say yes. I'm still on it. I still always say yes. Some things the job changes in you, and some things it doesn't. And that particular quality, the saying yes, the showing up, the doing what you can with what you have, I think that one's staying put. The rest of it I'm still sorting out. I expect I will be for a while. Looking back, I can pinpoint the exact moment everything started to go wrong, but I still can't explain why I didn't see it coming. Maybe that's just how these things work. You don't recognize danger until you're already caught up in it. This happened about 10 months ago when I was living in Birmingham, working as a veterinary nurse at a small practice in Moseley. The job was demanding but rewarding, lots of long days, but I genuinely enjoyed the work. I'd been there for about 3 years, had a decent little flat near Cannon Hill Park, and life was generally ticking along without any major complications. I've never been particularly tech-savvy, but I'm not completely hopeless either. I can navigate the internet well enough, understand basic privacy settings, that sort of thing. So when I read an article about the dark web one evening, I wasn't entirely clueless about what it was. The article was talking about how journalists and activists used it to communicate safely in countries with oppressive governments, how it wasn't all illegal marketplaces and criminal activity, like the media often portrayed it. The article mentioned that ordinary people could access it fairly easily, that it wasn't this incredibly complex thing requiring specialist knowledge. Out of curiosity more than anything else, I looked into how to do it, found some straightforward instructions, followed them, and within maybe 20 minutes I was browsing this completely different version of the internet. Most of it was boring, honestly. Pages that wouldn't load properly, sites that looked like they'd been designed 15 years ago and never updated, broken links everywhere. I spent an hour or so clicking around, not finding anything particularly interesting. There were some marketplaces that looked obviously dodgy, a few discussion boards I had no interest in, and a lot of dead ends. Then I found something called the Witness Program. It was listed on one of those directory pages that catalog dark websites. The description was brief. Help provide testimony for those who cannot speak for themselves. Confidential, anonymous, essential. When I clicked through, the page that loaded was plain but well designed. Black background, white text, a simple logo showing an eye. The homepage explained what the program was about, and it sounded genuinely noble. Essentially, it was a platform designed to collect witness testimonies about crimes and injustices that couldn't be reported through official channels. The site explained that many people around the world witnessed terrible things but couldn't come forward because of fear, corruption, lack of access to legitimate authorities, or various other reasons. The Witness Program aimed to document these testimonies anonymously, creating a permanent record that could potentially be used for justice in the future. The site emphasized that witnesses remain completely anonymous. No real names, no identifying information, just accounts of what people had seen or experienced. The testimonies were stored securely and could be accessed by verified human rights organizations, journalists, and legal professionals who might be able to use them to build cases or expose wrongdoing. It all seemed legitimate and important. There was a button at the bottom. Submit your testimony. I didn't have anything to submit. I'd never witnessed any serious crimes or injustices. But I was curious about what the process looked like, so I clicked through anyway. A form appeared asking for basic information about the incident you wanted to report. Date, location, type of incident. A detailed description of what you witnessed. There were drop-down menus for categorizing the testimony: human rights violations, corruption, assault, theft, environmental crimes, and various other options. At the bottom was a field for providing contact information if you wanted to receive updates, though the site stressed this was entirely optional. I closed the form without filling anything in. I had nothing to report, and I wasn't going to make something up just to see how the system worked. But as I was about to close the browser, I noticed another link at the bottom of the page. Become a witness validator. I clicked it. The page explained that the program needed volunteers to help verify and categorize submitted testimonies. Because the system allowed anonymous submissions, there was a risk of false reports or spam. Validators would review testimonies, assess whether they seemed credible, and help organize them appropriately so they could be useful to the organizations that accessed them. The page stressed that validators never had access to identifying information about witnesses. Everything remained anonymous. Validators simply read testimonies and provided their assessment of credibility, completeness, and relevance. Each validation earned points, and volunteers who accumulated enough points could receive recognition for their contribution to documenting human rights abuses and supporting justice. It sounded like something I could actually help with. I had no useful skills for activism or advocacy, but I could read testimonies and provide honest assessments. It seemed like a small but meaningful way to contribute to something important. I registered using a temporary email address. The process was simple. A few questions about languages I spoke, regions I was familiar with, any relevant experience or knowledge. I put down English, UK, and mentioned my work as a veterinary nurse, since some testimonies might involve animal welfare. Then I submitted the registration and was taken to a dashboard. The interface was clean and straightforward. At the top was my point balance, 0. Below that was a list of pending testimonies waiting for validation. Each one showed a reference number, a date, and a brief category label. There were dozens of them. I clicked on the first one. The testimony appeared in a simple text box. It was written in English, describing an incident of workplace harassment. The person writing it explained they'd witnessed their manager verbally abusing an employee over several weeks, creating a hostile environment, but the company's HR department had dismissed complaints. The testimony was detailed and specific, including dates and descriptions of particular incidents. Below the testimony were several questions I needed to answer. Does this testimony appear credible? Yes, possibly unclear no. Is the testimony sufficiently detailed? Yes, partially no. Is the testimony relevant to the stated category? Yes, partially no. Does the testimony require follow-up or additional information? Yes, no. I read through the testimony again carefully. It seemed genuine. The details were consistent, the writing style was natural, and nothing about it raised obvious red flags. I marked it as credible, sufficiently detailed, and relevant. Didn't think it needed follow-up since the account was fairly complete. Then I submitted my validation. My point balance increased slightly. A new testimony appeared. This one was different. Written in broken English, describing what sounded like labor exploitation in a factory somewhere in Eastern Europe. The details were vague, the timeline unclear, but the emotional tone felt genuine. I marked it as possibly credible, partially detailed, relevant, but requiring additional information. Another testimony appeared, then another, then another. Most were fairly mundane, honestly. Workplace disputes, minor corruption, petty theft. Things that were unpleasant but not shocking. I spent maybe an hour going through them, providing my assessments, earning points slowly. Then I came across one that made me pause. The testimony described witnessing an assault, a serious one, with enough detail that it made me uncomfortable to read. The person writing it explained they'd seen someone being attacked in a car park late at night, that the victim had been badly hurt, and that the witness had been too frightened to intervene or report it to police. The testimony included descriptions of the attacker, the victim, the location, the approximate date. I sat staring at the screen for a while. This wasn't workplace harassment or minor corruption. This was a violent crime, and someone had witnessed it but hadn't reported it, and now they were telling their story to this anonymous platform instead. I marked it as credible, sufficiently detailed and relevant, added a note suggesting it should be flagged for organizations that dealt with violent crime. Then I submitted the validation and tried not to think too much about what I just read. I kept validating testimonies over the next few days. Did maybe an hour or two each evening, working through the backlog, earning points steadily. Most testimonies were relatively minor things, but occasionally I'd come across something more serious. Assaults, thefts, fraud, abuse. Each time, I tried to assess them objectively, provide honest evaluations, and move on. After about a week, my point balance had reached around 500. I noticed a notification at the top of my dashboard. You are now eligible for priority validation tasks. These testimonies require experienced validators and earn additional points. There was a button, Access Priority Tasks. I clicked it. A new list of testimonies appeared, and immediately I could see these were different. The first one I opened described witnessing a murder, an actual murder, described in disturbing detail. The witness explained they'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, had seen something they weren't supposed to see, and had been living in fear ever since. The testimony included specific information about the location, the people involved, the circumstances. It read like something that should be in a police report, not on an anonymous website. I marked it as credible. What else could I do? The details were too specific to be fabricated. The fear in the writing felt genuine. I submitted the validation and moved to the next testimony. More serious crimes, more disturbing accounts, witnesses describing things they'd seen that had clearly traumatized them, things they claimed they couldn't report through official channels for various reasons: corrupt police, fear of retaliation, immigration status, involvement in illegal activities themselves. The testimonies were increasingly detailed. Locations were specific, often down to street names and landmarks. Descriptions of people involved included physical features, clothing, sometimes even names. Dates and times were precise. I kept validating them because that's what I'd signed up to do. Each one earned me more points. Each one felt more serious than the last. Then I came across a testimony that mentioned Birmingham. It described a violent incident that had allegedly occurred in Digbeth about 2 months earlier. The witness claimed to have seen a group of men attacking someone near the railway arches, that the victim had been badly beaten and left unconscious, that the witness had fled before police arrived. I read through it twice. The location was specific enough that I could picture it. I'd been to that area before, though not recently. The description of the incident was detailed and consistent. Nothing about it seemed obviously false. I marked it as credible and submitted my validation. More testimonies appeared mentioning Birmingham. Different locations, different incidents, but all local. Some I recognized the places mentioned, others I didn't. All claimed to describe serious crimes, assaults, robberies, drug deals gone wrong. All allegedly witnessed by people who hadn't reported them to police. I started wondering why so many testimonies were suddenly from Birmingham. Coincidence? Or was the system somehow showing me testimonies relevant to my location because I'd mentioned UK in my registration? Then I got a testimony that made my stomach drop. It described an incident near Cannon Hill Park, my park, the one I walk through regularly. According to the testimony, someone had witnessed a woman being followed by a man as she walked home one evening, about 3 weeks earlier. The witness claimed the man had been acting suspiciously, maintaining distance but clearly tracking the woman's movements. The witness had considered intervening, but had been uncertain whether they were misreading the situation. They'd watched the woman reach her building safely, then seen the man stand outside for several minutes before leaving. The description of the location was extremely specific. The building was described in enough detail that I was fairly certain it was mine. The date mentioned was a Tuesday evening 3 weeks ago. I walked home through that park most Tuesday evenings after my late shift. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence. Lots of women walked through that park. Lots of buildings in the area matched the description. It didn't have to be about me. But the details kept matching up. The time was right. The day was right. Even the description of the woman was vague enough that it could have been me. Average height, dark coat, carrying a bag. I marked the testimony as credible because I couldn't think of any reason to doubt it. If someone really had witnessed this and thought they'd seen something suspicious, Their testimony seemed genuine. Then I submitted the validation and sat there feeling cold. Someone had been following me 3 weeks ago, and someone else had witnessed it happening. And now I was reading about it on a dark website. I checked the date stamp on the testimony. It had been submitted 2 days ago. Whoever witnessed this had waited 3 weeks before reporting it anonymously to this platform. Over the next few days, more testimonies appeared mentioning the same area. Different incidents, different dates, but all near Cannon Hill Park or the surrounding streets. Someone witnessing suspicious behavior near the entrance to my building. Someone seeing a person sitting in a parked car outside for extended periods. Someone noticing the same individual walking past the same locations repeatedly over several days. Each testimony was written by a different anonymous witness. Each described something that seemed innocuous on its own, but felt threatening when combined with the others. And I was the one validating them, marking them as credible, confirming that yes, these testimonies seemed genuine. Yes, they were sufficiently detailed. Yes, they were relevant to their stated categories. I started paying more attention to my surroundings, looking for people who seemed to be watching or following me, checking if anyone was sitting in parked cars near my building, taking different routes home, varying my schedule. I didn't see anything obviously suspicious, but then the testimonies suggested the surveillance had been subtle enough that witnesses had been uncertain whether they were really seeing something wrong. Then a new type of testimony started appearing. These ones were different in tone. Instead of describing incidents they'd witnessed, they were describing people they'd seen. Detailed descriptions of individuals, including what they were wearing, where they'd been seen, what they'd been doing. One of them described me. I'm certain of it. Average height, dark hair, works in veterinary medicine, lives near Cannon Hill Park, usually walks home around 8 on Tuesday evenings. The testimony claimed to have seen this person exhibiting suspicious behavior, though it didn't specify what that behavior was. I was being documented, catalogued. Multiple anonymous witnesses were submitting testimonies about me, and I was validating them alongside dozens of other testimonies, confirming they seemed credible and detailed. I tried to stop validating, logged out of the dashboard, and didn't go back for several days. But I couldn't stop thinking about those testimonies, about who was submitting them and why. When I finally logged back in, my dashboard had been updated. There was a new section, testimonies requiring your attention. Inside were dozens of testimonies, all flagged as priority, all mentioning Birmingham, all describing incidents near my home. And there was a message at the top. As a validator familiar with this region, your input on these testimonies is particularly valuable. Please review and validate at your earliest convenience. They knew where I lived, not just the general area, but specifically. They were assigning me testimonies about my own neighborhood, about incidents I might have witnessed, about surveillance of places I frequented. I went through the testimonies mechanically, each one describing something that had allegedly been witnessed near my home. People loitering, cars parked suspiciously, someone trying door handles on my street late at night, a person photographing buildings including mine. Each testimony was dated within the past few weeks. Each was submitted by a different anonymous witness, and each was detailed enough to be credible, specific enough to be verifiable, disturbing enough to be frightening. I validated them all because I didn't know what else to do. Marked them as credible, as detailed, as relevant. Then I submitted the validations and watched my point balance increase. The next day, I noticed someone outside my building. A woman, maybe in her 40s, standing on the pavement across the street. She was looking at her phone, but her attention kept drifting to my building. She stood there for maybe 20 minutes before walking away. That evening, a new testimony appeared. It described witnessing a woman standing outside a building near Cannon Hill Park, appearing to watch the entrance. The testimony noted the date and time. That afternoon, the description of the woman matched the person I'd seen. I hadn't submitted that testimony. I'd witnessed it, but I hadn't reported it. Someone else had, which meant there were multiple people watching my building. Some of them were the ones being watched. Others were the ones doing the watching and reporting what they saw. More testimonies appeared over the following days, each describing activity around my neighborhood, each mentioning dates and times that corresponded with my own observations. Sometimes the testimonies described things I'd seen. Sometimes they described things I hadn't noticed, but that had allegedly happened nearby. Then testimonies started appearing that described me specifically, not just vague descriptions that might match dozens of people, but specific details, my work schedule, the practice where I worked, my car, including the make and color, routes I regularly walked, shops I visited. Each testimony claimed to have witnessed me exhibiting concerning behavior, returning to the same locations repeatedly, speaking to people in suspicious circumstances, carrying items that seemed unusual. None of it was true, but the testimonies were written convincingly enough that they seemed credible, and I was still validating them, still marking them as detailed and relevant, still contributing to this documentation of my own life being compiled by anonymous witnesses. I tried to delete my account. The option wasn't available. I looked through every settings page, every menu option. There was no way to remove my account or stop receiving validation tasks. I sent a message through the site's contact system, demanding they remove my information. No response came. The testimonies kept appearing. More details about me, more specific information about my movements, my habits, my routines, all submitted anonymously by witnesses who claimed to have seen suspicious behavior. Then testimonies started appearing that described things that hadn't happened yet, predictions of where I would be seen next, suggestions of what behavior I might exhibit in the future, recommendations for how witnesses should respond if they encountered me. Someone was planning something, using this platform to coordinate surveillance, to document my life, to build a narrative that I was somehow suspicious or dangerous. I went to the police, told them people were following me, documenting my movements, posting about me online. They asked for evidence. I tried to explain about the dark website, about the testimonies, about the validation system. They looked at me like I was paranoid. They said they'd make a note of my concerns, but there wasn't much they could do without concrete evidence of harassment or threats. They suggested I keep a diary of suspicious incidents, maybe install a camera, consider speaking to a mental health professional if the anxiety became overwhelming. I moved out of Birmingham 2 months later, found a job at a practice in Coventry, got a flat in a completely different area. Didn't tell anyone where I was going except my new employer. For a few weeks, everything seemed fine. No testimonies appeared mentioning my new location. The validation tasks I received were about other places, other people. I started to relax. Then a testimony appeared describing someone matching my description being seen in Coventry, working at a veterinary practice, living in a specific neighborhood, exhibiting the same suspicious patterns of behavior that had been documented in Birmingham. They'd found me again. More testimonies appeared. My new address, my new routine, my new regular locations, all being documented by anonymous witnesses. all being validated by volunteers who had no idea they were contributing to organized surveillance, volunteers like I had been. I stopped logging into the site, but the damage was done. My information was in their system. My life was being documented by dozens of anonymous witnesses, all submitting testimonies that painted me as suspicious, as dangerous, as someone who needed to be watched. And somewhere, other validators were reading those testimonies and marking them as credible, just like I'd done, contributing to a system they didn't understand, helping to document people they'd never met, building cases against individuals for reasons they couldn't comprehend. I don't know who's behind the witness program. I don't know what they want or why I was targeted. I don't know if I'm the only one or if there are others being documented the same way. What I know is that I helped build the system that's now being used against me. Every testimony I validated, every assessment I provided, I was training myself and others to accept these accounts as credible, to treat anonymous witnesses as reliable, to document people's lives without question. And now those same mechanisms are being used to document mine. I've moved 3 more times since Coventry. Each time, within days, testimonies appeared describing my new location. Each time, the documentation starts again. The witnesses multiply. The details accumulate. I can't escape it because I can't escape witnesses. Anyone could be one. Anyone could be watching, documenting, submitting testimonies about me to that platform. The woman at the bus stop, the man in the car park, the person walking their dog past my building. Anyone. I used to think of myself as a digital explorer, not a hacker. I never had the skills for that, but someone who enjoyed poking around the dustier corners of the internet, finding weird forums, abandoned websites, obscure file-sharing networks. It was a hobby, something to do during those long, sleepless nights when my anxiety wouldn't let me rest. I never thought it would lead me to what I found last winter, or that I'd still be looking over my shoulder nearly a year later. I've tried talking to a therapist about this, but I always stop short of sharing the full story. How do you tell someone you've glimpsed something so fundamentally wrong that it's changed how you see the world? So I'm writing it down instead, maybe as a warning, maybe just to finally get it out of my head. I work in IT, network administration for a mid-sized company in Sheffield. Nothing exciting, just making sure systems stay up and running, troubleshooting when Karen from accounting can't connect to the printer for the 10th time that week. I'd been with the company for about 3 years when this happened, comfortable enough in my role that my mind often wandered during the quieter moments. I'd always been interested in computers. Built my first desktop at 15 from parts I'd saved up for over 6 months. Taught myself basic coding from library books because my parents couldn't afford internet at home yet. That early fascination with technology never really left me, even as it became my career. My flat has a small second bedroom that I'd converted into a home office. Really just a desk crammed against the window with my old desktop computer and a couple of monitors. Not the sleekest setup, but it was mine, and it was where I spent most of my evenings. The desk was littered with the usual debris of someone who spends too much time at a computer. Empty coffee mugs with rings of dried caffeine at the bottom. Scraps of paper with scribbled IP addresses and notes. A stress ball shaped like a server that a colleague had given me as a joke gift. The walls were a dingy off-white that I'd been meaning to repaint since moving in 3 years earlier. It was a Tuesday evening in November. I remember because I'd been putting off doing my online grocery shop, which I usually did on Mondays, and the reminder had popped up on my phone twice already. Outside, the wind was howling, one of those proper northern gales that make the windows rattle in their frames. My heating had been playing up again, so I was sitting at my desk wearing 2 jumpers and a pair of thick socks, occasionally rubbing my hands together between typing. I'd been exploring the dark web on and off for a couple of years by then. Nothing serious, mostly just curiosity about whether it lived up to its reputation. I'd set up all the proper security measures, Tor browser, VPN, the works. Most of what I'd found was disappointingly mundane. Drug marketplaces that looked like badly designed eBay pages from 2005. Forums discussing privacy and cryptocurrency. The occasional repository of pirated software. Nothing like the horror stories you hear, which I'd mostly written off as urban legends exaggerated by people who'd never actually been there. That night, I was following a trail of links from a forum discussing privacy tools. One link led to another, then another. You know how it goes when you're mindlessly browsing. My coffee had gone cold, forgotten on the desk, as I clicked through increasingly obscure websites. The lamp on my desk was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across the walls. My eyes were starting to sting from staring at the screen too long. But I was in that zone where you keep going despite knowing you should probably call it a night. I ended up on what appeared to be a classified site, similar layout to Gumtree or Craigslist, but with a minimalist design that was typical of dark web pages. The categories seemed standard at first: electronics, vehicles, services, property. But there was one category that stood out: merchandise. Something about the clinical term made me pause, my cursor hovering over the link. I remember taking a sip of my cold coffee and grimacing at the taste. It had that bitter, almost metallic flavor that coffee gets when it's been sitting out too long. I clicked on merchandise, expecting to find counterfeit goods or drugs arranged by category. The page loaded slowly, another typical dark web experience, and when it finally appeared, it took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. The listings were organized by location, with major cities and regions from around the world as headers. Underneath each location were dozens of entries with brief descriptions and prices listed in Bitcoin. I scrolled down to the UK section, more out of curiosity about my own country than anything else. There were subsections for London, Manchester, Birmingham, and, to my surprise, Sheffield, my city. My stomach tightened as I clicked on it, though I couldn't have explained why I felt uneasy. The Sheffield section contained about 20 listings, each with a similar format: a reference number, an age, a brief physical description, and a price. No names, no photos, just entries like SHF 2241 19 brunette athletic build, followed by a Bitcoin amount. It took me embarrassingly long to realize what I was looking at. I'd like to blame it on being tired or the bizarre clinical nature of the listings, but I think part of me was deliberately refusing to connect the dots. When understanding finally hit, it was like a physical blow. These weren't items, they were people, human beings categorized like products, listed for sale in my city. I remember pushing back from my desk so violently that my chair hit the wall behind me. My hands were shaking, and I felt suddenly cold in a way that had nothing to do with my faulty heating. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick roleplay site, or an elaborate scam targeting gullible people with dark fantasies. Because the alternative, that there was an actual human trafficking operation running in Sheffield, cataloging people like merchandise, was too horrific to contemplate. I should have closed the browser immediately. I should have reported what I'd found, though to whom and with what evidence, I wasn't sure. Instead, I found myself scrolling through the listings again, this time with a growing sense of dread. Some of the entries included additional notes, suitable for domestic use, experienced in service industry, no visible markings. The clinical language made it all the more disturbing, like browsing a catalogue of appliances, not human lives. At the bottom of the page was a section labelled Local Available Inventory. What caught my eye, what made my blood run cold, was the postcode listed at the top of this section. S10, my postcode, the area where I lived. The listings under this heading were more detailed, including approximate locations. 500 meters from Encliffe Park, Broomhill area, near primary school, Crooks, terrace property with red door. I knew these places. I walked past them nearly every day. The primary school was 2 streets over from my flat. Encliffe Park was where I went running on weekends. These weren't abstract locations in a distant city. This was my neighborhood, the streets I traveled daily. And according to this site, there were people being held there, listed for sale like furniture. I sat there for a long time. The only sound in the room, my own shallow breathing and the hum of my computer. The wind outside had died down, leaving an eerie silence. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing while simultaneously looking for any indication that it wasn't real. Maybe it was all an elaborate hoax. Maybe I'd stumbled upon some kind of alternate reality game with a disturbing premise. Maybe. But deep down, I knew. The specificity of the locations, the matter-of-fact descriptions, the total lack of dramatic flair that you'd expect from fiction. It all pointed to something genuine. And then I noticed something that removed any remaining doubt. At the very bottom of the page was a recently sold section with about a dozen entries marked as transaction completed. One of them included a reference to a news story I'd seen just the week before. A university student who had disappeared while walking home from a club. The entry simply read, SHF 1103 21, blonde, petite, sold, domestic, UAE. I felt physically sick. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely use the mouse. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could actually do something. But as I reached for my phone, a notification appeared in the corner of my browser. A message from the site administrator. Unusual browsing pattern detected. Local viewer identified. Sheffield, S10 area, Western Bank. Verification in progress. My address. They had my actual address. I slammed my laptop shut and yanked the power cord from the wall, as if physically disconnecting could somehow undo what had just happened. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of how they could have identified me despite all my precautions. Had my VPN failed? Had I made some basic security mistake? It didn't matter how. What mattered was that whoever ran this site now knew exactly where I was. I spent that night at a hotel on the other side of the city, too terrified to stay in my own flat. I paid in cash, used a fake name at check-in, and spent hours staring at the ceiling, jumping at every sound in the corridor outside. The next morning, I called in sick to work and went to the police station. I told them I'd found what I believed to be a human trafficking operation online, but I was vague about how I'd come across it. I didn't mention the dark web or the message I'd received. Even in my panicked state, I was aware of how it might sound, how easily I could become a suspect rather than a reporter. The officer took my statement with what seemed like appropriate concern, but I could tell by his expression that he wasn't entirely convinced. Without specific details about victims or perpetrators, Without any concrete evidence beyond my word, there wasn't much they could do. He promised they would look into it and took my contact information. But as I left the station, I had the sinking feeling that nothing would come of it. I stayed with a friend for the next week, making excuses about my heating being broken. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the real reason. It sounded too far-fetched, too dramatic. When I finally returned to my flat, I spent the first night sleeping with a kitchen knife beside my bed, starting awake at every creak and groan of the old building. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing happened. No suspicious characters appeared at my door. No strange cars parked outside my building. I began to think that perhaps the verification message had been an automated response, a scare tactic to frighten away anyone who stumbled across the site. Or maybe they had so many more important concerns that one random IT worker wasn't worth their time. I began to relax, gradually returning to my normal routines, though I never again ventured onto the dark web. Then, about a month later, I noticed something. There was a new listing on the regular missing persons board at the supermarket. A young woman, early 20s, last seen leaving her flat in Broomhill. Her flat was on my street, 3 buildings down from mine. The poster had been put up by her parents, who had travelled from London after not hearing from her for several days. 2 days after that, another missing person, this time a young man, a student at the university, last seen at a pub less than half a mile from my flat. By the third disappearance a week later, another woman, this one from the building directly opposite mine. I knew it wasn't coincidence. They were sending me a message. They were showing me that they could take people right from my doorstep, and no one could stop them. And they were letting me know that they hadn't forgotten about me. I moved the following week, breaking my lease and forfeiting my deposit. I found a flat in Manchester, changed my job, my phone number, even deleted all my social media accounts. For months, I looked over my shoulder constantly, convinced I was being followed. I saw significance in every coincidence, threat in every stranger's glance. It's been almost a year now. Some days I can almost convince myself that I overreacted, that the disappearances in my old neighborhood were just a terrible coincidence. But then I'll see a news report about human trafficking, or a missing person case with familiar details, and that cold dread returns. I've learned more than I ever wanted to about how these networks operate, how vast and well connected they are, how they can reach into everyday life while remaining invisible to most people. Last week, I received a letter at my new address, an address that isn't listed anywhere, that I've shared only with my parents and my new employer. There was no return address, no message inside, just a printout of a classified listing, MCR-338229, IT professional, current location Northern Quarter, status pending acquisition. They found me, and now they're letting me know that I've moved from being a witness to being merchandise. I'm writing this from a hotel room near Piccadilly Station. I've bought a ticket to Glasgow for tomorrow, leaving at 5:43 a.m. From there, I don't know where I'll go. I don't know if there's anywhere I can go where they won't eventually find me. If you're reading this, stay away from the dark corners of the internet. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. Some knowledge comes with a price you never stop paying. And if you ever see a classified listing that doesn't quite make sense, that uses clinical language to describe what sounds like people rather than products, close your browser immediately. Don't scroll. Don't investigate. Just walk away. I think there's someone in the hallway outside my room. They've been standing there for several minutes now. The door handle just moves slightly, as if someone's testing whether it's locked. I don't think I'm going to make that train tomorrow. I've tried writing this so many times I've lost count. Every time, I get a few paragraphs in before I close the laptop and tell myself I'll do it later, when I have the right words, when it doesn't feel like I'm tearing something open inside my chest. But there are no right words. And honestly, I remember everything too well. That's the problem. My brain won't let me forget a single detail. Every conversation, every decision, every moment I chose to keep going when I should have stopped. It's all there, sharp and clear, like it happened yesterday. I'm not writing this to make you feel sorry for me. I'm not asking you to understand. I already know what people will say, that I was broke, desperate, scared. Sure, that's all true, but that's not why I kept doing it. That's the easy explanation, the one that lets me off the hook. The real reason is harder to say out loud, because it means admitting I could turn off parts of myself I didn't know could be switched off, that I could compartmentalize my behavior to a degree that still unsettles me, even now, even after everything. 18 months ago, my life was ordinary, boring even, the kind of boring that other people probably envied. I worked at a marketing agency in Manchester, one of those mid-sized firms that handles accounts nobody's ever heard of, but that somehow keep the lights on. I split rent on a flat with my girlfriend Sarah and convinced myself this was what being an adult looked like. Wake up, go to work, come home, watch something on Netflix, repeat. The job wasn't exciting, but it paid on time, every time. I'd learned to measure happiness by how predictable things were, how stable. Excitement was for people who hadn't yet realized that stability was the real prize. Sarah and I had been together long enough that our routines had merged. We knew each other's schedules, split the bills without arguing about it, had our spots on the sofa. It wasn't passionate anymore, but I told myself that was normal. That passion was just the opening act, and what we had was the sustainable version, the real thing. Looking back, I wonder if I was already trying to convince myself of things I didn't quite believe. The redundancy meeting was surreal in how scripted it felt. I was called in on a Wednesday afternoon, and the moment I saw my manager sitting with someone from HR, I knew. Everyone in that room had already processed what was about to happen to me. They'd had their meetings, made their decisions, prepared their talking points. The company was downsizing. My role was non-essential. Budget cuts, market conditions. They thanked me for my contributions, said they appreciated my work, handed me a folder explaining my final pay and notice period. The whole thing took maybe 15 minutes. I nodded through the whole thing, not because I agreed, but because my brain couldn't catch up. There was this weird disconnect between what I was hearing and what I was processing, like watching something happen to someone else. I even said thank you as I left the room. Thank you. For what? For destroying the stability I'd built my entire identity around. At first, unemployment felt temporary. I treated it like a gap between jobs rather than an ending. I updated my CV, spent hours tweaking the wording, sent out applications. I told Sarah not to worry. Something would come up quickly. Manchester was full of agencies. I had experience, good references. There was no reason to think I'd struggle as much as I eventually did. Except I did. Weeks turned into months. The interviews I did get never led anywhere. I'd spend days preparing, researching the company, practicing answers. And then I'd sit in reception, waiting rooms, feeling my confidence drain away before anyone even spoke to me. The rejections came in waves, all saying the same thing in slightly different language. We've decided to move forward with other candidates. Your experience doesn't quite match what we're looking for. We had a very strong field of applicants. The structure of my days began to collapse. I started waking up later because there was no reason to get up early. I'd make coffee and check my email obsessively, refreshing every few minutes even though I already knew nothing would be there. The flat became smaller somehow, the walls closer. I'd spend hours online scrolling through job sites, telling myself I was being productive when really I was just avoiding the growing panic. Sarah tried to be supportive at first. She'd ask how the job search was going in this carefully neutral tone, like she was afraid of setting me off. She'd tell me something would come up, that I just had to keep trying. But there's a difference between patience and faith, and I could feel the latter calcifying into something harder. She stopped talking about the future, holidays we might take, places we might move to, started focusing on immediate costs instead. Did we really need Netflix and Spotify? Should we switch to a cheaper phone plan? Could we cut back on takeaways? She never directly accused me of anything, but the unspoken anxiety settled into the flat all the same, hovering in every conversation about money. I felt it in the way she'd look at me when I was still on the sofa at 2 p.m, in the way her face would tighten when another rejection email came through. We stopped having sex, stopped really talking, just existed in parallel, waiting for something to change. When she eventually said she needed space, it came without drama. No shouting, no thrown accusations. She just sat down one evening and explained, very calmly, that she felt like everything had stalled, that she couldn't live in this suspended state anymore, not knowing when or if things would improve. She said she still cared about me, but that she needed to think about her own future. I didn't argue. How could I? She was right. I understood her point far too well to pretend otherwise. She moved out in December, a week before Christmas, took her stuff over 3 trips in a hired van, and each time she came back for another load, the flat looked more wrong. After she left for the last time, I walked through the rooms and realized how much of what made the place feel like home had been hers. Not just physical things, but the rhythm of daily life, the routines that had been keeping me anchored. After that, the flat felt strangely hollow, not empty. All my stuff was still there, but hollow, like a shell. Days stretched in uncomfortable ways. I'd lose track of time, look up from my laptop, and realize it was dark outside and I hadn't eaten. Nights became longer than they had any right to be. I'd lie awake listening to the pipes click and the radiators clank, and the distant traffic hum outside, aware that time was passing but unable to measure it properly. 3 a.m. felt the same as midnight, felt the same as 5 a.m. It was during those nights that I started spending more time online, not doing anything in particular, just scrolling. Reddit mostly, Twitter, YouTube. It gave my thoughts somewhere else to sit, something to focus on besides the growing certainty that I'd fucked up my life beyond repair. I've always been comfortable with computers, the sort of competence that comes from familiarity rather than talent. I'm not a programmer or anything, but I understood how information connected, how people left traces of themselves behind without realizing, how easy it was to build a picture of someone's life if you knew where to look. Social media, public records, cross-referencing details. At the time, that knowledge felt harmless, academic even. Something I'd never imagined using outside of work. The idea came to me one night in late January, while scrolling through Reddit, half asleep. in a thread about alternative ways of making money online. Most of the suggestions were predictable and useless. Match betting, dropshipping, taking surveys for pennies. But one comment stood out precisely because it didn't try to sell anything. The person mentioned, very casually, that there were research opportunities on the dark web for people who were good at gathering information. They said it with such matter-of-fact certainty that I found myself reading it again and again. They'd included a link, not directly to anything illegal, just instructions on how to access hidden services. I told myself I was only curious when I clicked it. Told myself the same thing as I read the instructions, downloaded Tor, and spent an hour figuring out how to navigate to a site that looked disappointingly normal. Plain, text-heavy, functional, like a really bad version of Craigslist from 2004. The pages were stripped down, lacking any visual noise. Forums dominated most of the space, filled with long threads discussing services and reputations in tones that were unsettlingly professional. It didn't feel like a criminal underworld, more like a parallel bureaucracy, governed by its own rules and expectations. People talked about vendors the way you talk about contractors, rating their reliability, their communication, how quickly they delivered. I spent several nights just reading, telling myself that observation didn't count as participation, that I was just curious about how this world worked. Eventually, I came across a listing looking for what they called a data coordinator. The description was vague, but not mysterious. They needed someone to collect publicly available information about named individuals and compile it into clear, organized reports. Basic research skills required. Attention to detail, discretion. What made me stop and really consider it was one phrase: publicly available information. That detail became the hinge on which all my justifications rested. I told myself that if I wasn't hacking or breaking into anything, then it wasn't really wrong. I'd just be organizing data that already existed. The digital equivalent of putting scattered papers into a folder. Anyone could do this if they knew where to look. I'd just be doing it more efficiently. The pay was reasonable, but not extravagant. A few £100s per report. That made it feel legitimate somehow, like a real job rather than something shady. I spent several nights deliberating, checking my bank account, looking at the bills piling up. Then, around 3 in the morning on a Tuesday, I applied. 2 days later, I received my first request. It came through an encrypted message, just a name and a general location in Leeds. Nothing else. No context, no explanation of why they wanted the information. I remember staring at it for a long time, expecting to feel a sense of alarm that never came. The work itself unfolded with surprising ease. Social media provided an outline of the man's life. LinkedIn showed where he worked. Public records filled in the gaps. Electoral roll. Company's house. Land registry. With enough patience, routines began to emerge naturally. Patterns that were invisible in isolation but obvious when viewed together. He went to the same gym 3 times a week, had lunch at the same cafe on Fridays, posted about football on Twitter every weekend. When I finished, I'd assembled a detailed portrait of a stranger's life, where he lived, where he worked, how he spent his time, what car he drove, who his friends were. I sent the report through the same encrypted channel and waited, feeling a knot of anxiety in my stomach. What if it wasn't good enough? What if I'd missed something obvious? What if they decided I wasn't up to the task? The payment arrived the next day. Bitcoin, converted to pounds and deposited into my account. The relief I felt was immediate and overwhelming. Not just about the money, though that mattered. It was about feeling useful again, competent, like I still had value, like I could still do something well. For the first time since losing my job, I felt like I could breathe properly, like maybe I wasn't completely worthless. More requests followed quickly, 1 or 2 a week at first, then more. I developed templates, checklists, shortcuts. The work became routine, methodical rather than improvisational. I could complete a basic profile in a few hours now, a detailed one in a day. The people I researched stopped being individuals and became just data points, collections of habits and timestamps, numbers on a spreadsheet. I didn't let myself think about what the information might be used for. Debt collection maybe, private investigators, background checks. I told myself it was probably nothing sinister, just boring commercial stuff. And even if it wasn't, well, I was only gathering information that was already public. I wasn't doing anything illegal. Not technically. By March, it had become my primary income. I was making more than I had at the agency, working from home in my pajamas. I stopped sending out job applications, stopped checking recruitment sites. This was working. Why go back to a 9 to 5 when I could do this? The first disruption came in late April. I received a request marked as urgent, accompanied by a payment significantly higher than usual. Double my normal rate, transferred up front. The name was Emma Hartley. The location was Stockport. That was it. No other details. No explanation for the urgency or the premium. I noticed both things, the urgency, the money, and still I chose not to ask why. Curiosity had already been replaced by necessity, or maybe I just didn't want to know. Emma's digital footprint was extensive in a way that now feels painfully intimate to recall. She was a nurse, worked night shifts at Stepping Hill Hospital. Her Instagram was public, full of selfies and pictures of her morning runs. Fitness apps revealed her exact running routes, the time she went, how long each run took. Facebook showed her shift patterns. She'd post about having a rough night at work, about looking forward to days off. Location tags placed her at specific cafes, specific parks, specific pubs. By the time I finished the report, I knew her routines with a familiarity that felt wrong even as I was compiling it. I knew she ran at 6 in the morning on her days off, that she stopped at the same Starbucks afterward, that she lived alone in a ground floor flat, that her car was parked on the street because the building didn't have dedicated spaces, that she usually worked Tuesday through Thursday nights and had her phone on Do Not Disturb during the day because she needed to sleep. I sent the report and told myself not to think about it, tried to push it out of my mind. But something felt different this time. The amount of detail I'd gathered, the precision of her patterns, the fact that someone had paid double to get this information quickly. 3 weeks later, I was drinking coffee and half watching TV when I opened the Manchester Evening News on my phone. The headline hit me like a punch to the stomach. Stockport nurse missing after night shift. There was a photo. Emma Hartley, the same face I'd been staring at for hours while building her profile. I read the article 3 times, 4 times. She'd left work at 7:30 in the morning. Her car was still in the hospital car park. She hadn't answered calls or messages. Colleagues were worried. Police were investigating. The details aligned too closely with what I'd documented. The hospital, the shift pattern, the usual time she'd leave. I told myself it was coincidence. Had to be. People go missing all the time. It didn't mean anything, couldn't mean anything, because admitting otherwise would have meant confronting a responsibility I was not prepared to face, would have meant acknowledging that I'd helped someone do something terrible. I avoided my computer for several days, didn't check messages, didn't take any new requests, But financial reality eventually pushed me back to work because fear alone doesn't stop bills from arriving. And I had rent due, council tax, electricity. I couldn't afford to stop. The message that followed didn't come through the usual system. It arrived directly, somehow, in my regular email, which should have been impossible. I'd been careful about keeping things separate, used different devices, different networks, but there it was, in my inbox, with no sender name. Just a subject line. Excellent work. The message praised my discretion and attention to detail, said they had a special project that required someone with my particular skills. 5 individuals across the Northwest, profiles needed within a week. The figure attached was more than I'd earned in the previous 2 months combined. Before I could even respond, before I could think about whether to accept, half the payment transferred into my account. That was when I understood, fully and clearly, that whatever legitimacy I'd imagined no longer existed. This wasn't debt collection or background checks. This was something else entirely, something I should walk away from, should go to the police about, should refuse absolutely. I accepted anyway. The task involved 5 people, 3 in Manchester, 1 in Liverpool, 1 in Bolton. Each profile required a level of detail that went far beyond my previous work. Not just routines and locations, but vulnerabilities, security systems, household layouts, family members, financial situations. I spent that week in near isolation, barely sleeping, working obsessively, accessing databases I should never have seen, combining information in ways that made me increasingly uneasy. I knew what I was doing by then, couldn't pretend otherwise, but I kept going because I'd already taken half the payment and because stopping would have meant admitting to myself what I'd already become. When I sent the final report, the remaining payments arrived within minutes. Looking at my bank balance, I felt briefly untouchable, like I'd gotten away with something, like I was smarter than everyone else. That feeling lasted less than a week. News reports started appearing. A break-in in Didsbury, fraud case in Liverpool, an assault in Bolton. Each one aligned too closely with the profiles I'd created to dismiss as coincidence. The break-in happened at exactly the time I'd identified as optimal, when the residents were at their weekly evening class. The fraud targeted accounts I'd specifically noted were vulnerable. The assault victim was attacked on the route I'd mapped as isolated and poorly lit. I stopped reading after the 3rd incident. By then, denial felt more dishonest than knowing. I tried to stop. Stopped responding to messages. Stopped checking the encrypted channels. Told myself I was done, that I'd made enough money to last a few months, that I could go back to looking for legitimate work, that I could pretend the last few months hadn't happened. Then things got strange. My account started behaving oddly. Emails disappeared from my inbox. Ones I'd definitely received. Ones I'd read multiple times. My phone started doing things I couldn't explain. Opening apps on its own. The camera light coming on when I wasn't using it. Messages I'd sent vanishing from my conversation history. Then came the message, short and direct. You are either an asset or a liability. Choose wisely. The photograph arrived the next morning. It showed me sitting at my desk, face illuminated by my laptop screen, taken from outside the flat. Through the window, at night, the angle suggested it was taken from the street, maybe from a car. The timestamp was from 2 nights earlier. I'd been alone in the flat, thought I was safe, thought I was anonymous. Seeing myself from that perspective made something inside me collapse, because it demonstrated, with brutal clarity, how easily the same techniques I'd used on others could be applied to me. I knew my own patterns, knew my routines, knew exactly how vulnerable I was. And now someone else knew them too. I went to the police the next day, walked into the nearest station and told them I needed to report a crime. When they asked what had happened, I said I wanted to report myself. They arrested me that afternoon, took my laptop, my phone, everything, interviewed me for hours across multiple days. I told them everything, every request I'd taken, every profile I'd built, every piece of information I'd gathered. Showed them how to access the forums, how the payment system worked, everything I knew about the people I'd worked for, which wasn't much. I cooperated completely, not because I expected leniency, but because I no longer believed in the possibility of undoing what I'd already set in motion. They charged me with multiple offenses: conspiracy, computer misuse, data protection violations. The solicitor they assigned me said I'd probably get prison time. Said cooperation would help, but wouldn't erase what I'd done. I told him I understood. Now I'm waiting for my court date. Still in the same flat, still going through the same routines, but watching them with an awareness that didn't exist before. The police reassure me that the people I worked for are unlikely to pursue me further, that reporting them was the right thing to do, that I'll be safe. But reassurance doesn't erase knowledge. I know how these profiles are built, know how much information exists about any given person if you know where to look, know how patterns emerge from seemingly innocuous details, know how easy it is to map someone's entire life if you're patient enough. I know how patient the people who use this information can be, how they can wait weeks, months, for exactly the right moment, how they think in longer timescales than normal people do. And I know that somewhere, it's entirely possible that my life exists as a document, neatly organized, comprehensively detailed, created using the same methods I once relied upon. Someone knows where I live, where I shop, what time I usually go to sleep, which window doesn't lock properly, which neighbors are home during the day, when the police patrol this street. That knowledge doesn't fade with time. You'd think it would. You'd hope that eventually you'd stop checking over your shoulder, stop flinching at unexpected noises, stop analyzing every stranger who walks past your building. But it doesn't work that way. It just sinks deeper, becomes part of you, sits there in the dark where you can't quite see it, but you always know it's there. Every time I hear footsteps in the hallway, every time a car idles outside for too long, every time my phone does something unexpected, every time I'm alone in the flat late at night, waiting, always waiting. Carrying around a burner phone becomes normal quicker than you'd expect. One of those cheap pay-as-you-go things, always switched off, always with a fresh SIM, always ready to be thrown in a bin if something doesn't feel right. It's the sort of routine that only makes sense after 8 months of work you'd rather pretend didn't happen. Blackpool's where the running has paused for now. A seafront hotel with stale damp in the walls and a receptionist who looks the other way when you pay in cash. The job that led to all this started out harmless enough, writing dating profiles for people who needed help presenting themselves. Then the redundancy hit, and the clients who found me afterwards were looking for something very different. I'd been writing dating profiles professionally for about 7 years before the redundancy. It wasn't what I'd imagined doing with an English degree, but the work was steadier than I'd expected and paid better than most freelance writing. People would send me their photos, a brief description of themselves, and I'd craft an appealing profile that highlighted their best qualities while being honest enough to attract compatible matches. The company I worked for specialized in helping people who struggled with self-presentation, usually professionals who were too busy for the trial and error process of online dating, or people who just weren't confident about selling themselves in writing. It was surprisingly rewarding work. I'd received messages from clients who'd found partners through profiles I'd written, thanking me for helping them present themselves authentically. When the company restructured and let most of the writing team go, I tried finding similar work with their competitors, but the market was saturated, and most companies were moving toward automated profile generation rather than human writers. I was 41 years old with a very specific skill set that was being made obsolete by software that could churn out adequate profiles in seconds. After a few months of unsuccessful applications, I started offering freelance profile writing services through various websites. The rates were lower than I'd been earning, but at least it was work that utilized my skills. Most clients were straightforward, people who needed help creating authentic profiles that would attract the right matches. That's when I received a message from someone who called himself Mr. Davidson. He represented what he described as a specialist matchmaking service for people who valued privacy and discretion. They needed experienced profile writers who could create compelling identities for clients who couldn't use their real information on mainstream dating platforms. The rate he offered was exceptional, nearly £3,000 per month for what he estimated would be about 20 hours of work per week. He explained that his clients were often in situations where they needed to date discreetly due to professional obligations, ongoing divorce proceedings, or privacy concerns that made using their real identities problematic. I should have questioned why anyone would need fake dating profiles rather than just using mainstream services with privacy settings. Should have wondered what kind of matchmaking service required creating false identities. But Mr. Davidson presented it as serving a legitimate market of people who had valid reasons for protecting their privacy. The first assignment seemed innocuous enough. I was given basic details about a fictional person: age, occupation, interests, general appearance, and asked to create an appealing dating profile that would attract compatible matches. The photos provided looked like standard dating site pictures, nothing that suggested they weren't of the person I was supposedly representing. I wrote the profile carefully, creating a personality that was engaging and authentic feeling while incorporating all the details I'd been given. Mr. Davidson was pleased with the work and immediately commissioned several more profiles following the same pattern. Over the following weeks, I wrote dozens of dating profiles for fictional people, each one carefully crafted to appeal to specific demographics. Some were designed to attract professional women in their 30s, others targeted older divorced men, a few focused on recently widowed individuals. I was becoming quite skilled at identifying which personality traits and interests would resonate with different types of people. The work felt legitimate enough, though I was occasionally troubled by the realization that I was creating entirely fictional people who would be interacting with real individuals seeking genuine connections. But Mr. Davidson assured me that his service was transparent with matches about the privacy arrangements and that consenting adults understood the discretion involved. That rationalization let me continue accepting assignments without examining too closely what I was really facilitating. I was just creating profiles, writing appealing descriptions of fictitious people. What happened after that wasn't my responsibility. The assignments became more specific over time. Instead of general profiles designed to attract compatible matches, I was given detailed targeting requirements. Create a profile that would appeal to recently divorced women with young children. Write a personality that would attract lonely elderly men with substantial assets. Design an identity that would resonate with vulnerable people seeking emotional support after bereavement. The targeting language made me increasingly uncomfortable, but Mr. Davidson explained that precise matchmaking required understanding exactly what different demographics were seeking in potential partners. The specificity ensured better compatibility and more successful outcomes for clients. I accepted that explanation because I needed to believe the work was legitimate. The money was keeping me financially stable, and the writing itself was satisfying in the way all good writing is. Creating believable characters, finding the right voice, making people seem appealing and authentic. The breakthrough came when I recognized a name in one of the assignment briefs. I was asked to create a profile that would appeal to a woman whose full name and location were provided, along with detailed information about her circumstances. She was a widow in her 60s, living alone in Dorset, recently bereaved, financially comfortable, and isolated from most social connections after her husband's death. I recognized her name because she was my aunt's closest friend, someone I'd met at family gatherings over the years, a kind woman who'd always been generous and welcoming, who was now being specifically targeted by someone who'd commissioned a dating profile designed to exploit her vulnerability and isolation. I realized immediately that I wasn't writing profiles for a legitimate matchmaking service. I was creating false identities that would be used to target and exploit vulnerable people through romance scams. The careful personality crafting I'd been doing wasn't to help people find genuine connections. It was to make fraudsters more effective at manipulating their victims. I thought about all the other profiles I'd written over the past few months, all the carefully targeted personality descriptions designed to appeal to specific vulnerable demographics. Each profile I'd created had probably enabled someone to be deceived by a fraudster who used my writing to present themselves as a perfect match. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my writing skills had been essential to making these scams effective. A poorly written profile with obvious inconsistencies would raise suspicions and limit the number of potential victims. My professional profiles with authentic feeling personalities and believable details made the fraudsters more credible and their targeting more successful. I tried warning my aunt's friend about the profile being created to target her, but I couldn't explain how I knew without admitting my role in creating it. I suggested vaguely that she should be cautious about online approaches from people who seemed too perfect. But I could tell she didn't take the warning seriously enough to change her behavior. Within 2 weeks, she'd been contacted by someone using the profile I'd created. The fraudster followed exactly the approach I'd designed. Gradual establishment of trust, careful attention to her emotional needs, eventual requests for financial assistance that started small before escalating. My writing had given them the blueprint for manipulating her effectively. She lost nearly £40,000 before her family realized what was happening and intervened. The fraudster had used every psychological insight I'd built into the profile to maintain her trust, even when requests for money became increasingly unreasonable. My carefully crafted personality had been so believable that she'd continued sending money despite growing doubts. That's when I started documenting all the profiles I'd created, trying to understand the full scope of what I'd enabled. What I found was systematically organized fraud targeting vulnerable people across the country. The profiles I'd written weren't being used by individual fraudsters. They were being sold through hidden marketplaces to multiple scammers who'd purchase personalities designed to target specific demographics. My carefully crafted profiles were treated as professional fraud tools, priced according to their effectiveness and the vulnerability of their intended targets. I found marketplace listings offering profiles I'd written organized by target demographic and likely financial return. A profile designed to attract recently bereaved women was listed as high value because the targets were often emotionally vulnerable and had access to life insurance or inheritance. Another targeting divorced men emphasized the likelihood of success because middle-aged men were statistically more susceptible to romance scams. Each profile included not just the personality description I'd written, but also detailed guidance on how to use it effectively, scripts for initial contact, advice on building trust, techniques for introducing financial requests. My writing had been incorporated into comprehensive fraud packages that enabled even inexperienced scammers to target vulnerable people effectively. Some profiles I recognized had been used in dozens of different scams simultaneously. The same carefully crafted personality I'd created would be deployed by multiple fraudsters targeting different victims in different regions. My writing had been industrialized, turned into a template that enabled systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. But what disturbed me most was discovering profiles designed to target specific individuals, not general demographics, but actual named people whose circumstances had been researched in detail, with profiles custom written to exploit their particular vulnerabilities. These weren't opportunistic scams hoping to find vulnerable targets. They were precisely planned operations targeting people who'd been identified as especially susceptible. I found requests for profiles targeting recently widowed women whose husbands had died in specific circumstances. Profiles designed to appeal to men dealing with particular health conditions. Even profiles aimed at exploiting people recovering from addiction or mental health crises. Each one was commissioned with detailed intelligence about the target's vulnerabilities and designed to present the perfect personality to exploit those specific weaknesses. My aunt's friend had been one of these targeted individuals. Someone had researched her circumstances, identified her vulnerability, and commissioned a profile specifically designed to exploit her isolation and grief. The profile I'd written had been custom built to manipulate her, using everything I knew about writing convincing characters to create the perfect fraudulent suitor. The realization that I'd enabled systematic targeting of vulnerable people was devastating. But what made it unbearable was understanding how effective my writing had been. The profiles worked precisely because they were well written, because I'd applied genuine creative skill to making fraudulent identities seem authentic and appealing. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been writing fraud profiles for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The profiles I'd created had enabled serious financial and emotional harm to real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. I'd knowingly created tools for systematic fraud, providing professional writing services that enabled criminals to exploit vulnerable people. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in facilitating romance scams. I was advised to stop writing profiles immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Davidson. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of the detailed records they had of my profile writing, documentation that showed my professional involvement in creating fraud tools that had enabled substantial harm. The messages emphasized that writers who cause problems would face both legal consequences and more immediate difficulties. They had my details, knew my circumstances, had already demonstrated they could research people thoroughly enough to enable targeted fraud. If I caused trouble, they'd ensure authorities understood my active role in systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. Then I found my own dating profile posted in the marketplace. Not one I'd written, but one someone else had created following exactly the techniques I'd established. It was designed to target men with my specific demographics and vulnerabilities, using the same psychological insights I'd been applying to profiles for months. Someone had turned the fraud techniques on me, creating a profile that would be used to exploit my own circumstances. if I caused problems for their operation. They were demonstrating that I was just as vulnerable as all the people whose targeting I'd enabled. That's when I left my home in Kent and moved to this decaying hotel in Blackpool, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide somewhere they wouldn't immediately look. I've been living on cash, avoiding digital traces, trying to work out if there's any way forward that doesn't involve either continued hiding or prosecution for my role in systematic fraud. But I know the profile writing continues without me. Other writers have probably been recruited to create fraud profiles, people who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just applying their creative skills to professional writing work without responsibility for how their profiles are used. The marketplace is probably still selling profiles to fraudsters who use them to target vulnerable people. And somewhere in those listings, profiles I wrote months ago are probably still being purchased and deployed, still enabling the exploitation of people seeking genuine human connection. I keep thinking about my aunt's friend, about the £40,000 she lost to a fraudster using a profile I'd carefully crafted to manipulate her, about all the other victims whose loneliness and vulnerability were exploited by scammers using personalities I'd created to seem trustworthy and appealing. The profile writing taught me that creative skills become weapons when applied to exploitation, that good writing can enable serious harm regardless of your intentions, that every authentic feeling detail I crafted, every believable personality trait I invented, every appealing quality I emphasized, it all made the frauds more effective and the victims more vulnerable. And that once you've spent months creating tools for systematic fraud, you become too compromised to report it without facing prosecution yourself. The evidence of your professional involvement is permanent, documented in profiles that show your creative fingerprints on materials that enabled serious financial and emotional harm. I suppose that's why I'm hiding in this Blackpool hotel, rather than helping police dismantle the fraud operation, because I know the profiles I wrote implicate me as thoroughly as they expose the operation, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when creative satisfaction and financial need mattered more than questioning what my writing skills were really being used for. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other writers will find courage I lack to report what they're creating despite personal cost, and hope that people targeted by profiles I wrote manage to recognize the fraud before losing substantial money to scammers using personalities I carefully crafted to seem genuine. Because the operations are still running, still recruiting writers, still using professional creative skills to enable systematic exploitation of vulnerable people seeking human connection. And I helped establish the standards, helped prove that well-written profiles are more effective fraud tools, helped create an industry that treats creative writing as a weapon for psychological manipulation and financial exploitation. It takes a lot to get under my skin. Always has, even as a kid. Horror films, creepy stories around campfires, haunted houses at fun fairs. None of it ever really affected me. My friends used to think I was putting on a brave face. But the truth is, I just didn't find that stuff disturbing. I worked as a paramedic for 3 years in Manchester before switching to IT, so I've seen my share of real-life horror. Fictional scares just don't compare. But what happened last spring? Well, that's different. That's why I'm finally writing this down after months of sleepless nights. It started with a perfectly ordinary problem. My laptop, a hand-me-down from my older brother when he upgraded, was running slower than usual. Nothing dramatic, just the typical issues with an aging machine. programs taking ages to load, videos stuttering, that maddening spinning wheel that never seems to stop. I'm relatively tech-savvy, enough to handle basic troubleshooting, but this was beyond the usual turning it off and on again fix. My brother had used it for graphic design work, so it was cluttered with programs and files I didn't need, but had been too lazy to clean up properly. I remember sitting at my kitchen table that evening, the overhead light casting harsh shadows and highlighting the coffee stains on the wooden surface. My flatmate was out for the night, some birthday drinks with colleagues, so the flat had that particular emptiness that makes ordinary sounds seem louder. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing outside, the clicking of my laptop's overworked fan trying desperately to cool down the processor. I decided to look for some free system optimization tools online. Nothing fancy, just something to clean up unnecessary files and maybe speed things up a bit. I should mention that I was on a fairly tight budget at the time. I'd just been made redundant from my tech support job. The company outsourced our entire department with barely 2 weeks' notice and was picking up freelance work while job hunting. Every penny counted, which is why I was trying to squeeze more life out of this laptop rather than replacing it. After some searching, I found a forum where people were discussing various optimization tools. One user had posted a link to what they described as a comprehensive toolkit that included several different programs bundled together: system cleaner, registry repair, driver updater, the works. It sounded exactly what I needed, and several other users had commented positively about it. I remember hesitating briefly. Free software bundles can be dodgy, but my frugal side won out. I clicked the link and started the download. While I waited, I made myself a cup of tea, absent-mindedly stirring in too much sugar as I scrolled through job listings on my phone. The wind had picked up outside, making the windows rattle slightly in their frames. Our flat was in an old Victorian conversion, full of character and drafts in equal measure. I pulled my hoodie sleeves over my hands, a habit from childhood that I'd never quite shaken. The download finished just as I was taking my first sip of tea, too hot, burning the tip of my tongue, in that way that you know will annoy you for days. The installation process was straightforward enough. I clicked through the usual prompts, half reading the terms and conditions like most people do. In hindsight, I should have been more careful, more thorough. Maybe I would have noticed something. But then again, maybe not. Some dangers aren't clearly signposted. Once installed, the software opened to a simple dashboard showing various tools and options. I ran a system scan, which identified a surprising amount of junk files and registry issues. As it worked, I noticed my desktop now had several new shortcuts, typical for these kinds of bundles, which often install additional programs whether you want them or not. Most were labeled clearly registry cleaner, driver update, system monitor. But there was one that caught my eye because it seemed out of place. Just a simple icon labeled DNet Access. I hovered over it, trying to remember if I'd seen it during the installation process. The cursor seemed to lag slightly, which I attributed to the system scan running in the background. Curious, I double-clicked it. A small plain window opened with a loading bar and no other information. I waited, assuming it was some network diagnostic tool. After a few moments, the window changed to what looked like a login screen, but not for any service I recognized. The interface was minimalist, almost crude. Black background with simple white text, no graphics or branding. It requested a username and password, with a note below stating, "Guest access available." There was something oddly dated about the design. reminiscent of early internet pages before sleek interfaces became standard. I didn't have login credentials, obviously, so I clicked the guest access option. The screen changed again, this time showing what appeared to be a directory listing. Just file and folder names, no icons or preview options. The names were mostly strings of numbers and letters that meant nothing to me. I scrolled through, wondering what kind of program this was and why it had been bundled with system optimization tools. I noticed my tea had gone cold. The radiator beneath the window was making that knocking sound it always did when it first heated up, and I pulled my sleeves down again against the chill. Outside, the streetlights had come on, casting an orange glow through the thin curtains. I checked the time, just past 9, but it felt later somehow. As I scrolled through the directory, one folder caught my attention. Live streams. That seemed relatively normal compared to the cryptic names surrounding it. Thinking it might be some kind of media player or streaming service, I clicked it. The folder expanded to show several subfolders labeled by date. They followed a pattern of year, month, day, and the most recent was from that very day. Curiosity got the better of me, my greatest fault, according to my mother, and I clicked on that day's folder. Inside were more folders, these labeled with timestamps. Again, I selected the most recent, which had been created just minutes earlier. The application suddenly switched to what appeared to be a video player. The screen was black momentarily, then flickered to life, showing what looked like a clinical setting. White walls, bright overhead lighting, stainless steel surfaces. My first thought was that I'd somehow accessed some kind of medical education platform, perhaps left over from my brother's university days. He'd studied biomedical science before switching to graphic design, and I wondered if this was some archived lecture or demonstration. The camera angle changed, revealing more of the room. It resembled an operating theatre, but something wasn't quite right. It lacked the organized professional appearance of a hospital setting. The equipment looked medical, but was arranged haphazardly. And there was a person, a man, I think, lying on what appeared to be a modified examination table. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach then, a primal recognition that something was deeply wrong before my conscious mind had fully processed what I was seeing. I remember my fingers hovering over the trackpad, caught between the instinct to close the window immediately and a horrified paralysis that kept my eyes fixed on the screen. A figure moved into frame, wearing what looked like surgical scrubs and a mask. But again, not quite right. The mask wasn't medical standard, more like something you'd buy at a costume shop. They were pulling on latex gloves with deliberate, almost theatrical slowness. A chat window I hadn't noticed before was active on the right side of the screen, with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. My brain was desperately trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe this was some kind of extreme performance art. Maybe a very realistic horror film being streamed. Maybe a simulation for medical or psychology students. Then the masked figure turned toward the camera and made a gesture that seemed like a greeting or acknowledgement. They moved to a small table beside them and picked up what appeared to be a scalpel. The chat window exploded with activity. I caught fragments of messages as they scrolled by, people expressing excitement, making requests, offering payment. With growing horror, I realized that the viewers weren't just watching this for educational purposes or even for some twisted entertainment. They were directing it, participating. The figure approached the table where the person lay. I could now see that the person was restrained, wrists, ankles, forehead bound with what looked like leather straps. They were conscious, eyes darting frantically, chest heaving with rapid breaths. There was no audio, but I could see their mouth moving behind some kind of gag. I felt physically ill. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage to move the cursor. I closed the window, then frantically looked for a way to uninstall the entire software bundle. My mind was racing, trying to process what I'd seen, while simultaneously trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. This wasn't acted. This wasn't simulated. The terror in that person's eyes was genuine. I was witnessing something happening in real time, something unspeakable. I managed to uninstall the software, my hand still trembling, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill in the room. I ran a virus scan immediately afterward, then another with different software. I deleted the original installation file and emptied my recycle bin. I cleared my browser history and cache, though I hadn't used the browser to access whatever that was. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that clinical room, that masked figure, those terrified eyes. I kept telling myself to report it, but to who? And what exactly would I say? That I'd accidentally stumbled upon what appeared to be a live stream of torture, or worse, through some random software I'd downloaded. How would I explain that without sounding complicit somehow? And even if I did report it, what information could I actually provide that would help identify the location or the people involved? The next morning, I convinced myself that I needed more information before going to the authorities. I needed to understand what I'd found and gather some kind of evidence. It was a rationalization. I know that now. Part of me was morbidly curious, wanting confirmation that what I'd seen was real before, potentially making a fool of myself by reporting it. I created a virtual machine on my laptop, an isolated environment that wouldn't affect my main system, and reinstalled the software bundle. The DNet access shortcut appeared again. This time, I was more methodical, more careful. I took screenshots of everything, documented the directory structure, noted the timestamps. I didn't click on any live stream links, focusing instead on trying to gather information about what this service was and who was behind it. I discovered that DNet apparently stood for Dissection Network. There were archived files going back years, all organized by date and type of procedure. Reading the descriptions made me physically sick. I had to rush to the bathroom twice to vomit. This wasn't just some dark corner of the internet. It was an organized service catering to people with the most disturbing desires imaginable, allowing them not just to watch, but to direct acts of unimaginable cruelty. In a folder labeled Members, I found what appeared to be user profiles, usernames, countries, payment information. There were thousands of them from all over the world. I was documenting everything, planning to take it all to the police, when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My IP address was listed in a file of recent access logs. Next to it was my approximate location based on that IP, the time I'd accessed the stream the previous night, and a status marked tracked. I shut down the virtual machine immediately and physically disconnected my internet router. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. They knew I had accessed their service. They knew roughly where I was located, and they were tracking me. What followed were the most paranoid weeks of my life. I wiped my laptop completely, then sold it to a second-hand shop 2 towns over. I bought a new one with cash and never connected it to my home network. I stayed with a friend for a few days, making excuses about problems with my flat's heating. I considered going to the police multiple times but was paralyzed by fear, not just of the people behind that site, but also of not being believed or somehow being treated as a suspect myself. Eventually, I did make an anonymous report through an online portal, providing as much detail as I could remember without incriminating myself. I have no idea if anything came of it. I never heard anything on the news about a ring being busted or arrests being made. Sometimes I wonder if my report was even taken seriously, or if it just disappeared into a digital void. It's been 8 months now. I've moved twice since then. I use different coffee shops for internet access, never the same one too often. I've changed my phone number, my email addresses, even the name I use on social media. Probably excessive, but the fear lingers. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear someone trying the lock on my door. Sometimes I notice a car parked outside my flat for too long and find myself taking pictures of the license plate just in case. Most days I manage to convince myself that I'm safe, that they wouldn't bother with someone who stumbled across their site accidentally and only viewed it briefly. I tell myself they have bigger concerns than tracking down every random person who finds them. But then I remember that file with my IP address and that word, tracked. And the fear comes flooding back. I'm writing this not as some creepypasta story or urban legend, but as a warning. The dark web isn't just some mysterious bogeyman that people exaggerate about. There are corners of it where the most depraved acts imaginable aren't just fantasized about, but performed on demand for anyone willing to pay. And sometimes, the entrance to those corners isn't hidden behind sophisticated encryption or secret passwords. Sometimes it's just a shortcut on your desktop that you click without thinking. I've just heard a notification sound from my new laptop. An email has arrived. I haven't given this email address to anyone. The subject line is just a string of numbers. I'm afraid to open it, but more afraid not to. If you're reading this, it means I decided to share my experience. Or perhaps someone else found this document and decided it should be shared. Either way, be careful what you download. Be careful what you click. Some things you can't unsee, and some paths, once you've started down them, you can never fully leave behind. Wait, someone's knocking at my door. It's almost midnight. Nobody I know would visit at this hour without calling first. They're knocking again, harder now. Have you ever given away furniture you didn't need anymore? I have. About 18 months ago, I put an old sofa and chest of drawers up for free collection, just getting rid of things that were taking up space after I'd bought replacements. You know how it is, seemed more responsible than paying for a skip, and someone else might get some use out of them. One of those small, practical decisions you make without giving it much thought. The sort of thing people do all the time. Except those pieces of furniture I gave away apparently never left my house. At least, that's what several people believe. People who spent money purchasing detailed inventories of my possessions that were compiled over the past year and a half. Inventories that still list items I got rid of, photographed and catalogued whilst they were still sitting in my living room, before I had any idea what that collection visit was really about. I'm a librarian working at a county library in Nottingham. I've been there for around 9 years now, mostly managing the children's section and organising reading programs during school holidays. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom flat on the 3rd floor of a converted mill building near the canal. It's quiet, affordable, close enough to walk to work on decent days. I've lived there for nearly 5 years, long enough that I've stopped really noticing the space and just exist in it comfortably. The furniture situation came up because I'd finally saved enough to replace some pieces I'd inherited from my grandmother when she passed away. Perfectly functional items, but heavy, outdated, not really my style. The sofa was one of those floral pattern things from the 80s, sturdy but hideous. The chest of drawers was solid oak, nice enough but too large for my bedroom. I wanted something lighter, more modern, and I needed to get rid of the old furniture before the new pieces were delivered. I posted both items on a local website that facilitates free collections. You put up photos and descriptions, people respond if they're interested, and you arrange a time for them to collect. I'd used the site before for giving away books and kitchen items, and it had always worked straightforwardly. Within a day, I had several responses, and I arranged for someone to collect both pieces on the following Saturday afternoon. The person who came to collect was a man in his 40s, pleasant enough, arrived with a van, and a younger lad, who helped him carry things down the stairs. He introduced himself as Mark, said he was refurbishing a property and could use the furniture for staging. We chatted briefly whilst they loaded the van. He commented on how nice my flat was, the high ceilings and large windows that come with converted industrial buildings. Asked how long I'd lived there, whether I enjoyed the area. That sort of polite conversation people make whilst accomplishing practical tasks. They took the furniture and left, and I thought nothing more about it. My new sofa and drawers arrived the following week, and I got on with arranging them and enjoying the updated look of my flat. The whole transaction had taken maybe 30 minutes of my time total, and I felt good about keeping usable furniture out of landfill. About 2 months later, I started noticing odd things around the flat. Nothing dramatic, just small details that seemed off. A book on my shelf that I was certain I'd moved was back in its original position. A mug in my cupboard placed handle left when I always positioned them handle right. The bathroom window left slightly open when I was sure I'd closed it before leaving for work. I convinced myself I was just being forgetful, that I'd moved these things and not remembered doing so. Working long hours during the summer reading challenge at the library, I was tired and probably not paying proper attention to small details at home. Everyone has moments where they question whether they've done something or just thought about doing it. Then I found a hairpin on my bathroom floor. I have short hair and never use hairpins. None of my friends who'd visited recently used them either. It was just there, a plain metal hairpin that hadn't been present when I'd cleaned the bathroom a few days earlier. I picked it up and stared at it, trying to think of any reasonable explanation for how it had appeared. Around the same time, my neighbor mentioned she'd seen someone in the building's entrance hall late one evening. Someone she didn't recognize who'd been standing by the mailboxes looking at the flat numbers. She'd assumed they were visiting someone and hadn't thought much of it, but she mentioned it casually because the building was usually quite secure and she wasn't used to seeing strangers. I started paying more attention to my flat after that, making note of exactly how I left things before going to work. I took photos of my bookshelf arrangement, my kitchen cupboards, the position of items on my bathroom counter. When I came home, I'd compare the photos to what I found. Small changes kept appearing. A chair pulled out slightly from the dining table. A coat in my wardrobe hanging on a different hook. My bedroom curtains positioned differently than I'd left them. Someone was entering my flat whilst I was at work. Not taking anything, not leaving obvious evidence, just moving through the space and touching things in ways that made their presence known. It felt like a deliberate campaign to make me feel unsafe, to demonstrate that my home wasn't actually private or secure. I changed my locks, which wasn't cheap given the building's security requirements. I installed a small camera in my living room, one of those basic devices that connects to your phone and records when motion is detected. For several days, nothing unusual appeared on the footage. Just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the flat empty and undisturbed in between. Then I reviewed footage from a Wednesday afternoon and found what I'd been dreading. Someone had entered my flat around 2 in the afternoon, during a time when I was reliably at work. They'd moved through the space systematically, not searching for valuables, but appearing to document everything. They'd opened drawers and cupboards, examined items on shelves, looked through papers on my desk. They'd spent nearly an hour in my flat before leaving. The figure was wearing gloves and a cap pulled low, making identification difficult. But what disturbed me most was how familiar they seemed with the layout. They moved confidently, knowing where rooms were without hesitation, opening cupboards and drawers like they already knew what they'd find inside. This wasn't someone's first visit. They'd been here before, multiple times probably, learning the space well enough to navigate it comfortably. I took the footage to the police. They treated it seriously, sending officers to check my flat for signs of forced entry and taking statements about the incidents I'd noticed. They couldn't find any evidence of how the person had gained access. The locks showed no signs of tampering. The windows were all secure. There was no obvious method of entry that forensics could identify. A detective assigned to my case asked detailed questions about my daily routine, who had access to my flat, whether I'd given keys to anyone recently. I mentioned the furniture collection from a few months earlier, the man named Mark who'd been inside my flat to collect the items. The detective made notes and said they'd look into it, though she seemed doubtful a casual furniture collection could be connected to break-ins months later. About a week after reporting the break-in, I received a message through Facebook from an account I didn't recognize. It contained only a link, no text or explanation. The profile was anonymous, created recently, with no posts or friends. Every instinct told me not to click the link, but I needed to understand what was happening. I copied the link and searched for information about it, discovering it led to an address on the dark web. I spent an evening researching how to access these hidden websites, eventually managing to navigate to the address from that message. What I found made me feel physically sick. It was a marketplace specializing in what they called residential intelligence services, detailed inventories of people's homes compiled through physical access and surveillance, available for purchase by anyone interested. My flat was listed there. The inventory included photographs of every room, detailed lists of my possessions, notes about the layout and security measures. But what made it especially disturbing was how comprehensive the documentation was. The listing included information about my daily routine, what time I left for work, when I typically returned, what days I was most reliably absent from the flat. The photographs showed things I'd given away months ago. The floral sofa, the oak chest of drawers, both clearly visible in images supposedly documenting my current possessions. The inventory lists also referenced these items, describing them in detail as though they were still present in my home. Someone had photographed and catalogued my flat before I'd changed the furniture, and they'd been selling that information to buyers who had no idea it was partially outdated. But the listing had been updated recently. New photographs showed my replacement furniture, with notes explaining that the residence had been redecorated, but the layout and security remained unchanged. Buyers who purchased the original inventory were being offered updated information at a discount, essentially a subscription service for detailed intelligence about my private living space. The marketplace showed my listing had been purchased around 15 times. 15 different people had paid money for detailed information about my flat, my possessions, my routine. The site included buyer feedback, comments from previous purchasers rating the accuracy and usefulness of the information. Several mentioned using it for planning purposes, Others praised the quality of the photographs and the detail of the inventory lists. Some comments were more specific and deeply unsettling. One buyer mentioned they'd successfully accessed the residence during the time frame listed and confirmed the information was reliable. Another discussed using the floor plan to plan entry and exit routes. A third commented that the target's routine was predictable enough to allow for extended visits without risk of discovery. These weren't people planning burglaries in any traditional sense. They weren't looking for valuable items to steal quickly and sell on. They were purchasing access to private spaces, opportunities to enter someone's home and spend time there whilst the occupant was away. The marketplace facilitated a specific type of violation, selling the ability to walk through a stranger's bedroom, examine their belongings, exist in their private space without their knowledge or consent. The detective I'd been working with became much more engaged when I showed her what I'd found. This type of organized residential access service was something their cybercrime unit had been tracking but struggling to infiltrate. The fact that I'd been sent a direct link to my own listing suggested whoever was running the operation wanted me to know what was happening, perhaps as intimidation or as a way of advertising their services to others who might be interested. The investigation revealed that the furniture collection had been the method of initial access and intelligence gathering. The man who'd collected my items, whoever he really was, had used that legitimate visit to photograph my flat, note the layout, potentially copy my keys or test locks to determine how easily they could be bypassed later. The furniture itself was irrelevant. It had just been an excuse to gain entry and spend time examining a space that would later be documented and sold. They'd been operating this scheme across the East Midlands for over a year, responding to furniture collection posts and using those visits to gather residential intelligence. Most victims never knew anything had happened beyond giving away unwanted items. Only a few, like me, had noticed the subsequent intrusions and made the connection to that initial visit. The police arrested 3 people involved in the operation, though the person I'd known as Mark wasn't among them. That name had obviously been fake, and the van's registration had been cloned from a legitimate vehicle. The marketplace itself was shut down temporarily, but apparently resurfaced elsewhere within weeks. My listing was presumably copied and preserved before the site was taken down, still circulating somewhere in spaces I can't access. I moved out of that flat within 2 months of discovering the marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly documented and sold to strangers. Knowing that around 15 people had purchased detailed information about my home, that some of them had used that information to enter whilst I was at work, that photographs of my bedroom and bathroom were saved on devices I'd never locate. It was too much. My new flat is on the ground floor of a different building, deliberately chosen for better security and less privacy risk. I've installed extensive security measures, and I'm hyper-vigilant about who I allow inside. I'll never give away furniture through collection websites again. Never allow strangers into my home for any reason, no matter how innocent the purpose seems. But I know my old flat's documentation still exists somewhere. The photographs, the inventory lists, the detailed notes about layout and routine, all preserved in private collections and possibly still being traded through marketplaces I'll never find. The new tenants who moved in after me have no idea their home was professionally catalogued and sold online. That detailed instructions for accessing it exist in multiple hands. I think about warning them sometimes, explaining what happened so they can take precautions. But how do you tell strangers that their home has been mapped out and sold to people interested in entering it without permission? How do you prove something that exists only in hidden corners of the internet and in private collections you can't access? So instead, I stay silent, and I live more carefully now, questioning every interaction that might involve giving someone access to my space. I've learned that generosity has risks I never considered, that the simple act of giving away unwanted furniture can be exploited by people who see residential access as a commodity worth documenting and selling. The furniture I gave away is probably in a landfill now, or maybe it really is staging a property somewhere like Mark claimed. I'll never know, and it doesn't really matter. What matters is that the 30 minutes I spent allowing strangers into my home to collect those items led to months of violations, to discovering my private space had been sold to multiple buyers, to ultimately having to abandon a flat I'd lived in comfortably for years. I gave away furniture I didn't need anymore, just a sofa and a chest of drawers, free to whoever wanted them, collected by someone who seemed perfectly ordinary and legitimate. That simple transaction led to professional documentation of my entire living space, systematic intrusions whilst I was at work, and the permanent knowledge that detailed inventories of my possessions and habits exist somewhere I can't control or eliminate. That's what I think about now when I see furniture listed for free collection online. Not whether the items are worth saving from landfill or whether someone could use them, but whether the person posting realizes what they might be inviting into their home. Whether they understand that a legitimate seeming collection visit could be cover for something much darker, something that continues long after the furniture has been taken away. I gave away furniture once, and that decision cost me my sense of security, my home, and my willingness to trust ordinary transactions that should be straightforward and safe. All because I didn't realize that some people view access to private spaces as valuable enough to systematically exploit, document, and sell to strangers who have reasons of their own for wanting detailed information about how someone lives when they think they're alone. I've never been particularly ambitious, which probably sounds like a character flaw, but has actually served me quite well. Growing up in Sunderland with parents who both worked in factories, I learned early that steady work and reliable income mattered more than chasing dreams that might never materialize. After finishing my history degree, I ended up doing delivery driving around the Northeast. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid reasonably well and offered flexibility. I'd worked for most of the major delivery companies, Amazon, DPD, Hermes, but the pay was pretty grim once you factored in fuel costs and vehicle maintenance. That's how I found Special Courier Services, a company that specialized in handling unusual or high-value deliveries that mainstream firms wouldn't touch. Their website advertised discreet delivery services for clients who needed guaranteed security and confidentiality for sensitive shipments. The application process was thorough. Beyond standard background checks, they wanted detailed references and specific questions about my availability for urgent or out-of-hours deliveries. They explained that clients often had time-sensitive requirements that couldn't wait for normal business hours. The pay reflected these demands, often double what mainstream companies offered. My first assignment was delivering legal documents between solicitor offices. The pickup and delivery procedures were elaborate. Specific identification requirements, signed receipts with detailed timestamps, even photographs of packages being handed over. But the money was excellent and the work was straightforward. After a few weeks, I started receiving different types of assignments. Some clients wanted items collected from residential addresses. Others required deliveries at specific times to people waiting at predetermined locations rather than fixed addresses. These assignments paid even better, often several £100s for apparently simple tasks. But I began noticing inconsistencies. Some packages were clearly much heavier than documents would be, despite similar packaging. Others had unusual shapes that suggested they contained items other than paperwork. When I asked about contents, my coordinator explained that clients often use document-style packaging for small valuable items to avoid attracting attention during transport. Some collection addresses were residential properties that didn't seem consistent with the professional client base Special Courier claimed to serve. Delivery locations were designed to avoid permanent records. Car park meetings, motorway service stations, deliveries to people waiting at specific coordinates rather than addresses. The clients receiving deliveries often seemed nervous, checking that no one was observing handovers and sometimes aborting deliveries if they noticed anything suspicious. I started suspecting that packages contain items clients couldn't send through legitimate services. I researched Special Courier services and found troubling gaps. While officially registered, there was almost no information about their actual operations. Some collection addresses had connections to businesses investigated for fraud and illegal trading. Many packages seemed part of larger operations involving multiple drivers and complex logistics. I would sometimes arrive at collection points to find other Special Courier drivers picking up similar packages, all destined for different locations, but clearly part of coordinated distribution systems. The scale suggested systematic distribution of materials requiring careful coordination to avoid law enforcement detection. I was probably transporting illegal goods, drugs, stolen items, counterfeit products, but proving this would require opening packages, violating confidentiality agreements, and risking serious legal consequences if contents were legitimate but sensitive. Meanwhile, assignments became more frequent and urgent. Clients requested immediate pickups with premium payments for same-day service. Some involved longer distances and complex multi-stop deliveries requiring overnight trips. The payments were substantial but meant deeper involvement in whatever system I was supporting. I started documenting assignment details, addresses, package descriptions, suspicious client behavior. This revealed the operation's scale. Hundreds of packages moved between dozens of locations across multiple regions, with careful coordination ensuring deliveries completed according to specific schedules and security protocols. The operation involved multiple courier companies and independent drivers handling different segments of distribution chains that moved materials without creating traceable connections. I was part of a systematic criminal enterprise distributing illegal goods while minimizing detection risks. But understanding this didn't resolve my situation. I transported hundreds of potentially illegal packages. Even unaware of the operation's criminal nature, my involvement could be presented as evidence of knowing participation. The people running it had detailed information about my circumstances and willingness to handle questionable assignments without questions. When I started declining assignments, the coordinator contacted me directly, offering higher payment rates and emphasizing that reliable drivers were valuable assets the company was committed to retaining. The pressure felt excessive for a normal commercial relationship, more like concern about losing control over someone with inside knowledge. I researched other drivers who'd worked for Special Courier and found most had disappeared from courier work entirely. The pattern suggested the company either retained drivers long-term or ensured they stopped working in transport completely. Simply stopping work might not be sufficient. If they considered me a security risk, they might take direct action to ensure continued silence. The packages I transported contained evidence of serious crimes, which gave the company significant leverage due to my potential legal vulnerability. But continuing meant deeper involvement in activities that could result in more serious consequences if law enforcement identified the operation. I I was trapped between the risks of continued involvement and the dangers of extraction from an organization with sophisticated methods for controlling essential service providers. The situation became urgent when I received an assignment involving transport from a location raided by police days earlier. The premises still showed signs of law enforcement activity, but clients were already arranging collection through alternative channels. The operation's speed in adapting to police pressure suggested experience dealing with investigations and robust methods for continuing activities even when locations were compromised. When I expressed concerns about collecting from recently searched premises, the coordinator reminded me of contractual obligations and emphasized the importance of maintaining service during difficult periods. They explained that temporary disruptions were common and drivers unwilling to adapt wouldn't be suitable for continued employment. They offered substantial bonus payments for assignments involving higher risks, but the implicit threat was clear: accept dangerous work or face consequences for refusing to support operations regardless of potential legal exposure. I was being offered financial incentives to transport materials from locations under police investigation. Potentially making me an accessory to crimes law enforcement was actively trying to prevent. The assignment was scheduled for the following morning, with collection from the raided premises and delivery to a location confirmed just hours before pickup. That evening, I noticed the same van parked outside my flat that I'd seen near several collection addresses while working for Special Courier Services. There's a photograph in my wallet. It's been there so long the edges have gone soft, the way photographs do when they live in a back pocket for years. It's of my wife Sian standing outside our house in Tredegar. This would be maybe 15 years ago, squinting into the sun with her arms folded, and that expression she gets when she's pretending not to smile. I look at it sometimes when I'm on a job, sitting in the van eating a sandwich, and I think about how ordinary it is, that photograph, how completely solidly ordinary. I look at it differently now. Since last March, I look at it, and I think about how much it would have cost someone, what the going rate is, apparently, for a woman standing outside her house in the sun, not knowing she's being looked at. I'll get to that. My name is Gareth. I'm 54 years old. I've been a plumber for 30 years, self-employed for the last 22, working mostly residential across Blaenau Gwent and up into the valleys. I know this part of Wales the way you know somewhere you've worked every corner of, not the postcard version, not the valleys and chapels version that people imagine when you tell them where you're from, but the actual version. The houses with the boilers that haven't been serviced in a decade. The council estates where the pipework is original and holds together mostly through stubbornness. The farms up on the ridgeline, where in winter the ground freezes hard and the pipes go with it, and you drive up there in the dark because a family has no water and the wind off the beacons is the kind of cold that lives inside you for the rest of the day. I like the work. That's not something I've said to many people because it sounds like the kind of thing you're supposed to say, but it's true. There's a satisfaction to it that I haven't found in much else. A problem that has a solution you can find with your hands, an outcome you can test. Either the water runs or it doesn't. I find that straightforward quality restful, which probably tells you something about the rest of my life. Sian and I have been married for 26 years. We have 2 daughters, both grown, one in Cardiff and one in Bristol. We live in the house we bought when Megan, the eldest, was small. Semi-detached, good-sized garden, on the edge of town where it starts to feel like somewhere rather than nowhere. It's not a dramatic life. It's a good one. Was a good one. Still is I suppose technically, in the sense that we're both alive and the house is still standing and my daughters still ring on Sundays. But the word good has changed shape since March, and I'm not sure it'll go back. The job that started it was straightforward. Emergency call-out, bathroom in a house on the edge of Ebb Vale, burst pipe behind the boxing around the bath. The householder was a man in his 60s, Barry, who I'd done work for before. Good customer, paid promptly, made decent tea. He let me in, showed me the problem, and went to sit in the kitchen out of the way, which is what sensible customers do. I had the boxing off inside 10 minutes. Pipe split clean along a weld, old copper, the kind of thing that goes eventually in houses this age. Standard repair. While I was working, I had Radio Wales on low through my phone, not really listening, just background. Barry came in at one point, offered more tea, mentioned something about his internet being slow, asked if I knew anything about routers. I said not really, plumber not an electrician, but I had a look on my way to rinse my hands and noticed his laptop open on the kitchen table, screen facing me as I passed. I wasn't looking at it. I want to be straight about that. I wasn't snooping, wasn't curious about what he had on there. But the screen was there and I glanced at it, and my brain registered what was on it before I could choose not to see it. It was a forum. Dark background, lots of text, and in large enough type that I caught it clearly in a glance. A thread title, and below it a partial line of text. The thread title was a location. The partial text below it was a price, both registered. Neither meant anything to me at that moment. I went and rinsed my hands and finished the job and drove to the next call out. That was a Tuesday in November. November to March. That's how long it took. It took that long because I didn't connect what I'd seen to anything. A forum, a location, a price. So what? The internet is full of forums about everything. People buy and sell things online. I filed it away as nothing and forgot about it more or less. More or less. The location had been Tredegar. I live in Tredegar. There are, I don't know, a few thousand people in Tredegar. A location is not a person. I told myself that in the occasional moments when what I'd seen surfaced, and I let myself think about it briefly before putting it back down. A location is not a name. It's nothing. Barry rang me in February. Boiler service. Annual reminder I sent out to regular customers. I went back to the house on a Thursday morning, did the service, drank the tea. The laptop wasn't on the table this time. Everything was normal. He was, as far as I could tell, exactly what he'd always been. A retired man, living alone, reasonable, polite. Not someone you'd look at twice. That's the thing about people, isn't it? You can work in someone's house, drink their tea, know them for years across a series of jobs, and know almost nothing about them. I know more about the pipe runs in Barry's house than I know about Barry. I know where his stop valve is and how old his boiler is and what the water pressure runs at. I know nothing about what he does at that kitchen table in the evenings. I drove home on the Thursday afternoon, and for some reason I didn't put it back down this time. The fragment I'd seen in November sat in my head and wouldn't move, and on an impulse, I still don't fully understand, I mentioned it to Cian over dinner. Not the forum, not the specifics. Just that I'd been back to Barry's. Just that I had an odd feeling I couldn't account for. She asked what kind of odd feeling. I said I didn't know. We talked about something else. But she pulled her cardigan a bit tighter, the way she does when something bothers her. And later that evening I sat in the kitchen after she'd gone up, and I thought about what I'd actually seen. A dark forum, a location, a price. And below the price, one more thing I'd half processed, and then not thought about since November. Below the price there had been a small amount of additional text. I hadn't read it consciously. But the brain keeps things, files them away whether you ask it to or not. And sitting in the kitchen in February, I understood that I had retained more than I'd acknowledged. Below the price, the text had included a description. Female, 40s, specific street, our street. I need to be careful here about what I'm saying. And I'm aware I need to be careful, because the alternative is something I can't sustain and still function. What I saw in November was a fragment, a glance. I am not a man who makes dramatic leaps. I'm a plumber. I deal in what's in front of me, what I can touch and test and verify. Leaping to a conclusion on the basis of a partial line of text seen on someone else's screen for 2 seconds is not how I operate. But female, 40s, specific street, location, Tredegar. Cian is 49. We live on that street. There is no version of these facts that I can arrange into a comfortable shape. I went back to the forum. That sentence sounds straightforward, and it wasn't. I don't know my way around that side of things. I'm not someone who explores the internet much beyond what the job requires, but I knew enough to find it, eventually, through a process I won't explain in detail. And when I found it, I wished I hadn't. It was a marketplace. That's the cleanest word for it. A forum structured around the buying and selling of violence. Not weapons, not threats. Violence as a service. Specific, directed, contracted, delivered. The listings were organized by location, by specification, by price. They were discussed in the threads with the matter-of-fact language of people who have been doing this long enough that the horror has become routine. Availability, timelines, methods. The threads about completed jobs were the worst, brief, confirmatory. The kind of language you'd use to confirm a delivery had arrived, which is, when you think about it, exactly what they were. I found the Tredegar thread. I found the listing. I read it completely this time, not a glance, not a fragment. The description was Cian. I am not making a leap. I am telling you that the thread contained details that were not publicly available. Details about her routine, about the layout of our house, about the times she was likely to be alone. Someone had done preparatory work. The thread was active. The listing had been up, based on the thread dates, for about 3 weeks, when I first saw it in November. It had continued to be active since then. There had been at least 2 expressions of interest from other users in the period between November and February. No confirmed contract. Not yet. I sat in my van for 40 minutes reading that thread. The wind off the beacons was doing what it does. I'm going to tell you what I felt because I said I'd be honest. It wasn't panic. Not quite. It was something colder and more specific. A focused, precise fury that I'm aware has not left me and which I manage daily by concentrating on facts and on what I can actually do rather than on what I want to do, which I'll leave to your imagination. I went to the police that same day. Thursday evening, Tredegar Station. A conversation that was at first difficult to have coherently and then became more coherent as I forced myself to slow down and report facts in order. The officer I spoke to was young, did her best, took notes. Within an hour, I was talking to someone from a specialist unit over the phone. Within 2 hours, there were people at my house. Cian didn't know the full detail that night. I'm not sure I made the right call with that. She knew something was wrong, obviously. Police in the house make it fairly clear that something is wrong. And I told her there was a threat that was being taken seriously and that she was safe. She accepted that with the composure she's always had, which I rely on more than I've ever told her. I sat with her until she slept, and then I sat in the kitchen again for most of the rest of the night. The investigation is still ongoing. Barry, and I'll say this plainly because I've earned the right to say it plainly, Barry was identified early in the process as connected to the forum. Whether he placed the listing or shared it, or was simply a member who'd engaged with it, I don't know and haven't been told in terms I can be certain about. What I've been told is that the investigation is complex, that these things take time, and that the threat to Cian has been assessed and addressed. She knows now, all of it. We've talked about it more times than I can count, and not talked about it on the days when talking about it isn't possible. She's handling it the way she handles most things, which is by continuing to get up in the morning and do what needs doing, and I'm trying to do the same. The photograph in my wallet. Cian outside the house, squinting, pretending not to smile. I didn't put it there thinking about it. It's just always been there, the way things accumulate in a wallet over years without you choosing them exactly. But I look at it differently now. Someone compiled a description of my wife, researched her, listed her, attached a price. I don't know who that someone is beyond Barry's connection. I don't know why. There are scenarios the police have suggested but not confirmed, and I've tried not to construct more of my own because I'm aware that once you start building that kind of story in your head, it's hard to stop. I have 30 years of knowing how things work. Pipes, boilers, systems. You trace the problem back to where it started. You fix it properly. You test it. You move on. That's what I know how to do. This I don't know how to fix. That's the part I haven't told anyone, not even Cian. There is no fixing it. There's managing it. There's the investigation. There's the ongoing assessment and the police contacts and the process. But the thing that was true when I read that thread in my van with the wind off the beacons is still true, and no investigation changes it. Someone looked at my wife and decided she had a value, and the value was a price on a screen on a dark forum, and I drove to her house every day for 26 years without knowing that was a thing that could happen. Barry made decent tea. His boiler runs fine. His stop valve is under the kitchen sink. Copper isolation, original to the house. I know where he lives. I'm not going to do anything with that. I want to be clear. I'm saying it because it's true, and the truth of it is part of the account, and leaving it out would make the account dishonest. The thought is there. It sits where it sits, and every morning I get up and I look at what's actually in front of me, which is my wife, alive, making coffee in our kitchen, and I make the same decision again. So far, that's been enough. So far. I've always been a bit of a loner, which suited me fine growing up. While other kids were obsessing over football or hanging around shopping centres, I preferred reading in my room or exploring the countryside around our village. My parents worried I was too antisocial, but I just found books more fascinating than most people. That love of reading followed me to university in Bristol, where I studied English literature and spent most of my free time in the library or local bookshops. I wasn't completely isolated. I had a few friends on my course and occasionally went out for drinks, but I was never really part of the social scene that seemed to consume most students' lives. By my final year, I developed quite specific tastes in literature. I was particularly drawn to obscure Victorian novels and early 20th century works that most people had never heard of. The sort of books that existed in tiny print runs and were now nearly impossible to find except in specialist collections or rare book dealers. That's how I discovered underground book trading communities. It started when I was trying to track down a particular novel by a forgotten author whose work had caught my attention during my dissertation research. The book had been published in a limited edition in 1923, and copies were extraordinarily rare. The few I could find through legitimate antiquarian book dealers were priced at several £100s, completely beyond my student budget. Someone on a literature discussion board mentioned that there were alternative communities where rare books could be found through less conventional channels. Not necessarily stolen or illegal, just networks of collectors and enthusiasts who traded items privately without going through official dealers or auction houses. I was skeptical at first, but curiosity got the better of me. After some searching, I found my way to sites that operated like specialized marketplaces for book collectors. The setup was similar to normal online trading platforms, but focused exclusively on rare, out-of-print, or otherwise hard-to-find literary works. Most of the books being offered were legitimately rare editions that sellers had acquired through estate sales, house clearances, or inherited collections. The prices were reasonable, often significantly cheaper than what established dealers charged, and the community seemed to be made up of genuine enthusiasts rather than commercial operators. I found several items I'd been looking for, including the 1923 novel that had started my search. The seller was helpful and knowledgeable, providing detailed descriptions of the book's condition and provenance. When it arrived, it was exactly as described. A genuine first edition in remarkable condition for its age. Over the next few months, I became a regular participant in these book trading communities. I bought several rare editions for my collection and even sold a few duplicates I had acquired over the years. The other members were knowledgeable and passionate about literature, exactly the sort of people I enjoyed discussing books with. But gradually, I began noticing that some sections of these communities dealt with more than just rare books. There were private groups within the larger community that required special access and dealt with what they called exclusive materials. The descriptions were vague, but they seemed to be offering items that went beyond normal rare book collecting. Manuscripts, personal papers, even unpublished works by famous authors. When I inquired about joining these exclusive groups, I was told that membership required recommendations from existing members and demonstrated commitment to serious literary scholarship. They explained that some of the materials they dealt with were sensitive or controversial, requiring discretion and careful handling. That explanation made sense for genuinely important literary discoveries. Unpublished manuscripts or personal correspondence from famous authors would need to be handled carefully to protect both their value and the privacy of any living relatives or estate holders. I was eventually invited to join one of these exclusive groups after several established members vouched for my knowledge and discretion. The selection process was thorough, including detailed questions about my academic background and research interests. The exclusive group dealt with materials that were genuinely extraordinary. Unpublished poems by well-known authors, personal letters between famous literary figures, even early drafts of novels that showed how classic works had evolved during the writing process. The sort of items that would be invaluable to serious scholars, but would never be made available through conventional academic channels. Most of these materials had been acquired through private collectors who preferred to keep their transactions confidential. Estate executors who wanted to sell items quickly without the publicity that major auction houses would generate. Families who had inherited literary collections but wanted to avoid the complicated legal and tax implications of donating them to institutions. The group's members included university professors, independent researchers, and serious collectors who were genuinely committed to preserving and studying important literary works. The discussions were intelligent and well-informed, focusing on the historical and scholarly significance of the materials being offered. But as I became more involved with the group, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable. Some of the materials being offered seemed to have unclear or questionable provenance. Items that sellers claimed to have acquired through legitimate channels but couldn't provide detailed documentation about how they'd obtained them. Manuscripts that had supposedly been discovered in private collections, but matched descriptions of items that had been reported missing from institutional libraries. When I raised concerns about this, other group members explained that provenance documentation was often incomplete for materials that had been in private hands for decades. Many important literary items had been acquired informally over the years, and expecting modern standards of documentation for historical transactions was unrealistic. That explanation was reasonable up to a point, but I began to suspect that some sellers were deliberately obscuring the origins of their materials to avoid awkward questions about how they'd been acquired. More troubling were the types of materials that some group members were specifically seeking. Rather than looking for items related to their stated research interests, some buyers seemed to be commissioning thefts of particular items from known collections. They would provide detailed descriptions of specific manuscripts or books, along with information about which libraries or private collections currently held them. Then they would wait for sellers to offer those exact items, often within surprisingly short timeframes. The pattern suggested that some group members were essentially placing orders for materials they wanted, stolen from legitimate owners. When I tried to discuss these concerns with other members, I found that the group had strict rules about questioning other members' activities or the legitimacy of materials being offered. Such discussions were considered disruptive to the community and could result in membership being revoked. The group also had elaborate security measures that seemed excessive for a community of book collectors. All communications were heavily secured. Members used pseudonyms rather than real names, and there were strict protocols about maintaining anonymity and avoiding any activities that might attract attention from law enforcement. I began to realize that I'd gotten involved with something much more serious than enthusiastic book collecting. Some group members were clearly involved in systematic theft of rare books and manuscripts from libraries, universities, and private collections. They used the community's scholarly reputation and academic discussions to provide cover for what was essentially organized crime, focused on high-value cultural artifacts. The exclusive materials weren't just rare. They were stolen goods being traded among people who used their knowledge of literature to identify and acquire valuable items through illegal means. But extricating myself from the group wasn't straightforward. I'd been participating for several months and had purchased items that might have been stolen from legitimate owners. Even if I'd done so unknowingly, I could potentially be charged with receiving stolen goods if law enforcement investigated the group's activities. More concerning was the group's emphasis on maintaining secrecy and protecting member identities. People who left the community under suspicious circumstances were treated as potential security threats, and there were hints that former members had experienced various forms of harassment designed to ensure their continued silence. I decided to gradually reduce my participation while being careful not to raise suspicions about my reasons for withdrawing. I stopped making purchases, participated less in discussions, and began distancing myself from the group's activities. But I also started documenting what I'd observed, building a record of the group's operations that might be useful if I ever needed to provide evidence to law enforcement about their activities. What I discovered was that the book theft operation was much larger and more organized than I'd initially realized. The group I'd been involved with was just one part of a network that specialized in stealing and trading cultural artifacts from institutions across the UK and Europe. They had members with access to university libraries, museum collections, and private archives. Some were employees who could access materials legitimately, while others were specialists in bypassing security systems and accessing restricted areas without authorization. The network also included people with expertise in document authentication, book restoration, and even forgery. They could modify stolen items to obscure their origins, create false provenance documentation, and repair damage that might have occurred during theft. Most disturbing was evidence that some network members specifically targeted vulnerable institutions with inadequate security or poor inventory management. They would identify libraries or collections where items could be stolen without being quickly noticed, then systematically remove valuable materials over extended periods. Some university libraries had apparently lost hundreds of rare books and manuscripts without realizing the extent of the theft, because the criminals were careful to target items that weren't frequently accessed and might not be missed for months or years. I tried to contact some of the institutions that appeared to have been targeted, but explaining how I'd learned about the thefts would require admitting my involvement with the criminal network. Without concrete evidence of specific stolen items, most librarians were reluctant to take my concerns seriously. The few who did investigate found exactly what I'd expected: valuable items missing from their collections, with no clear record of when or how the thefts had occurred. But proving that these items had been stolen by the network I'd been involved with would require much more comprehensive investigation than individual institutions could undertake. Meanwhile, I continued to receive communications from the book trading group, despite my reduced participation. Messages about new materials being offered, invitations to exclusive events, and requests for recommendations about potential new members. The group seemed reluctant to accept that I was simply losing interest in their activities. Some communications hinted that they were concerned about my withdrawal and wanted to ensure I remained committed to maintaining the community's confidentiality. When I failed to respond to several messages, I started receiving more direct contact from group members. Phone calls to numbers I'd never given them, emails to addresses I hadn't used for group communications, even what appeared to be surveillance of my daily activities around Bristol. They clearly had much more information about my real identity and personal circumstances than I'd realized, despite the community's emphasis on anonymity and security. That suggested the group's security measures were designed to protect the organizers while making ordinary members vulnerable to monitoring and control. They'd been gathering information about participants that could be used for blackmail or intimidation if anyone tried to expose their operations. I realized I was in a much more dangerous situation than I'd understood. Not only had I potentially committed crimes by purchasing stolen materials, but I now possessed information about a criminal network that had demonstrated their willingness to threaten and harass people who posed risks to their operations. Simply trying to withdraw from their activities might not be enough to ensure my safety. If they considered me a security threat, they might take more serious action to prevent me from exposing what I'd learned about their methods and targets. I started taking precautions around my daily routine, varying my routes between university and home, being more careful about who I shared personal information with, even considering whether I should report everything to police despite the potential legal consequences for myself. But I also knew that the evidence I'd gathered about their book theft operations was probably important enough to justify the risks involved in exposing them. Cultural institutions across the country were losing irreplaceable materials to organized criminals who treated priceless literary works as commodities to be bought and sold. The question was whether I could find a way to provide information to law enforcement without destroying my own life in the process. That question became much more urgent when I discovered someone had been inside my student accommodation. I came back from lectures one afternoon to find subtle signs that my room had been searched. Nothing obviously disturbed, but books rearranged slightly, drawers that weren't quite closed properly, even my laptop repositioned on my desk. Someone had been through my possessions carefully and professionally, looking for evidence of what I might know about the book theft network. They'd probably found exactly what they were looking for. My research notes about the group's activities, copies of communications with other members, even photographs I'd taken of some of the rare books I'd purchased that might help identify stolen materials. Now they knew I'd been documenting their operations and posed a serious threat to their continued activities. I had maybe hours before they decided how to deal with that threat. The message that changed everything arrived disguised as a routine Instagram collaboration request. But whoever wrote it knew details about my content that I'd never shared publicly. I was 25 and working as a content creator, making a living through sponsored posts and affiliate marketing, while desperately trying to build enough of an audience to turn social media into actual career stability rather than month-to-month survival. My Instagram focused on urban exploration and hidden places around the South Coast, abandoned buildings, forgotten tunnels, derelict sites that most people walked past without noticing. The sort of atmospheric photography that attracted followers interested in urban decay and architectural history. The message came from an account with minimal following, but a professional tone, asking if I'd be interested in participating in what they called an interactive location discovery project that would pay considerably more than my usual brand partnerships. What made me pay attention wasn't the money, though that was appealing, but the specific locations they mentioned in their pitch. Places I'd photographed recently but hadn't posted yet, including a Victorian railway tunnel that I'd spent weeks researching and only visited the previous day. They knew about locations I'd explored but hadn't documented publicly, suggesting either sophisticated research into my activities or access to information that should have been private. The project they described was intriguing but vague, something involving collaborative exploration of hidden urban spaces, using social media to document discoveries while participating in what they called a real-world puzzle game that combined urban exploration with mystery solving. They were looking for content creators with genuine knowledge of forgotten places and the skills to access locations that weren't obvious to casual urban explorers. The payment structure was unusual but attractive. A substantial upfront fee for initial participation, with additional payments based on the quality and uniqueness of locations I could document through their project platform. They provided a link to their private website where participants could access project details and begin what they described as an initiation challenge that would determine whether I was suitable for their community. The website looked professional despite being clearly private rather than publicly advertised. Clean design, sophisticated functionality, but with content that required membership approval rather than open access. The initiation challenge was straightforward but engaging. A series of location-based puzzles that required combining historical research with practical urban exploration skills. Each puzzle provided cryptic clues about hidden places around Brighton and surrounding areas, challenging participants to identify and photograph specific locations within time limits that tested both researchability and physical exploration skills. The puzzles were genuinely challenging, requiring knowledge of local history, architectural details, and urban geography that went far beyond casual tourism or standard exploration guides. Solving them felt rewarding in ways that normal social media content creation never achieved. Intellectual engagement combined with physical exploration, all within a community that valued genuine discovery over performative documentation. I completed the initiation challenges successfully and was granted full access to what they called the Exploration Network, a private community of content creators and urban explorers who collaborated on location discovery projects. The network's main feature was an interactive map showing hidden locations throughout the UK, contributed by members who shared their discoveries in exchange for access to information about places documented by other participants. The quality of locations was impressive, spaces that I'd never seen documented anywhere else, including places that seemed impossible for casual explorers to access without specialized knowledge or equipment. Some locations came with detailed access instructions, historical background, and even safety warnings that suggested the contributors had extensive experience with challenging urban exploration. I started contributing my own discoveries to the network, sharing information about places I'd found through years of independent exploration around the South Coast. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context about my locations, shared related discoveries, and offered collaboration opportunities that could enhance both our individual content creation and collective exploration knowledge. But as I spent more time in the network, I started noticing aspects of the community that made me uncomfortable. Some members discussed accessing locations that were clearly private property, using methods that went beyond traditional urban exploration into what seemed like breaking and entering. They shared techniques for bypassing security systems, manipulating locks, and avoiding detection by property owners or security personnel. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if illegal access to private spaces was routine problem-solving rather than criminal activity. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, other members assured me that abandoned properties weren't truly private in any meaningful sense, and that documentation of forgotten places served important historical and cultural purposes that justified flexible interpretation of property rights. They explained that their network focused on spaces that had been abandoned by their owners and were slowly deteriorating without any beneficial use, making their exploration activities more like historic preservation than trespassing. The access methods they shared were presented as necessary skills for anyone serious about documenting genuinely hidden places rather than just visiting locations that were already known to casual urban explorers. Over the next few weeks, I found myself using techniques I'd learned from the network to access locations that had previously been beyond my exploration capabilities. The results were impressive. Unique content that significantly improved my Instagram engagement and led to collaboration opportunities with brands that were specifically interested in working with creators who could provide genuinely exclusive location access. My content quality improved dramatically as I documented spaces that other creators couldn't access, giving my social media presence the sort of authentic uniqueness that was essential for building sustainable creator careers. But I also started noticing that some network members were discussing activities that went beyond exploration into what seemed like deliberate violation of private spaces. Rather than simply documenting abandoned locations, some participants were accessing occupied buildings, private residences, and even commercial properties that were clearly not meant for outside exploration. They shared information about people's daily routines, security weaknesses in residential areas, and methods for accessing private spaces without detection by inhabitants. The discussions had shifted from historic preservation to what appeared to be systematic invasion of privacy, justified through claims about documenting authentic urban life rather than just empty buildings. Some members posted content that appeared to have been captured inside people's homes, offices, and other private spaces that were definitely not abandoned or forgotten. The production quality suggested sophisticated equipment and planning rather than opportunistic photography, indicating systematic approach to accessing and documenting private spaces. When I questioned the ethics of this type of content, other network members explained that they were conducting important social research into how people actually lived in urban environments, as opposed to the curated presentations that people shared through their own social media. They argued that authentic documentation of private life was valuable for understanding genuine human behavior patterns, social dynamics, and cultural practices that weren't visible through public observation or voluntary self-documentation. The privacy violations were presented as necessary methodology for serious urban anthropology, providing insights that couldn't be obtained through conventional research or documentation approaches. Their justifications sounded sophisticated, but I was uncomfortable with participating in what seemed like systematic surveillance disguised as academic exploration. I tried to focus on legitimate abandoned locations while avoiding discussion threads that involved private property access, but the network's recommendation algorithms seemed designed to gradually expose members to more extreme content based on their participation patterns. Even when I restricted my activities to clearly abandoned buildings, the platform would suggest related content that included increasingly invasive documentation of occupied spaces. The progression seemed deliberate, designed to normalize privacy violations by gradually introducing them alongside legitimate exploration content that members had initially accessed for innocent purposes. I realized that my participation in the network had made me part of a community that was systematically violating people's privacy while presenting these activities as legitimate exploration and documentation. But I also understood that my Instagram growth had become dependent on the unique locations I'd accessed through network resources, and abandoning that community would mean returning to generic content that wouldn't sustain my creator career. The network had provided exactly the sort of exclusive access that differentiated successful creators from those who struggled to build sustainable audiences. About 3 months after joining the network, I received a private message that changed my understanding of what I'd been participating in. Rather than another collaboration opportunity, it was a detailed analysis of my content creation patterns, location research methods, and social media audience demographics. The analysis was thorough and professional, compiled with the sort of marketing research sophistication that major brands used for campaign planning. But instead of offering sponsorship opportunities, the message explained that my participation in the network had been valuable for purposes that went beyond community exploration projects. My content had provided them with comprehensive intelligence about accessible locations throughout the South Coast. My audience research had helped them understand how to present privacy violations as legitimate exploration, and my documentation methods had enhanced their operational planning for activities that were considerably more systematic than urban exploration. They thanked me for my contribution to their location intelligence gathering and mentioned that they'd been particularly impressed by my ability to access challenging locations while maintaining the sort of social media presence that provided excellent cover for activities that required public credibility. The network wasn't a community of urban explorers, but a recruitment and intelligence system designed to identify people with location access skills while gathering information about spaces that could be used for activities that weren't related to exploration or documentation. My months of sharing location information had provided them with exactly the sort of intelligence they needed for expanding their privacy violation activities into new areas. They didn't need me to directly participate in illegal activities because my legitimate exploration work had already given them comprehensive information about accessible hidden spaces throughout my region. My Instagram success had been built on discoveries that were now being used to facilitate systematic privacy violations that I'd found morally disturbing, but had rationalized as necessary for maintaining my creator career. The network continues to operate, recruiting new creators and gathering location intelligence, while presenting privacy violations as legitimate exploration activities. Members continue to share information about accessing private spaces, documenting people without consent, and treating human privacy as content to be consumed by audiences who value authentic access over ethical consideration. I still create urban exploration content for Instagram, still photograph abandoned buildings and forgotten spaces, still wonder how many of my followers are using my location research for purposes that go beyond casual photography. But I'm also aware that my documentation of hidden spaces has been used to facilitate privacy violations. My content creation skills have been analyzed for operational planning purposes, and my social media presence has provided cover for activities that treat other people's private lives as entertainment for audiences who pay for access to authentic human vulnerability. I started volunteering to help elderly people with their computer problems, but it turns out someone was using my visits to case their homes for burglaries. My grandmother had always been hopeless with technology, and watching her struggle with basic things like email and online banking made me realize how isolated older people can become when the world goes digital. After she died during my second year at university, I decided to volunteer with a local charity that helped elderly residents learn to use computers and stay connected with family online. The charity was called Digital Bridges and operated throughout South Wales, providing free computer training and technical support to pensioners who couldn't afford commercial services or felt intimidated by technology. Most of their work involved visiting people in their homes to set up equipment, teach basic skills, and troubleshoot problems with internet connections or software. I'd always been reasonably good with computers, not an expert, but capable of handling the sort of problems that seem insurmountable to people who didn't grow up with technology. Basic virus removal, setting up email accounts, helping people navigate online shopping or government websites. The kind of support that takes 5 minutes if you know what you're doing, but can be completely mystifying if you don't. The training process with Digital Bridges was straightforward. They provided background checks for all volunteers, basic training on computer security and data protection, and guidelines for working safely in people's homes. The charity had been operating for several years and had built up a good reputation with social services and local councils. My coordinator was a woman called Sarah who managed volunteers across the Cardiff area. She seemed professional and knowledgeable, with extensive experience in community outreach and elderly care. She explained that most of their clients were referred through social services, doctors' surgeries, or local community centres when people needed help staying connected with family or accessing essential online services. The work itself was rewarding in exactly the way I'd hoped. Most clients were genuinely grateful for help with technology that allowed them to video chat with grandchildren, order groceries online, or manage their finances without having to travel to bank branches. Simple assistance that made a significant difference to people's independence and quality of life. But after a few weeks of regular visits, I started noticing aspects of the Digital Bridges operation that seemed unusual for a charity focused on computer training. Sarah was surprisingly interested in details about clients' living situations that didn't seem relevant to providing technical support. She wanted to know about security arrangements, valuable items people owned, and whether they had family members who visited regularly. When I asked why this information was necessary, She explained that understanding clients' circumstances helped the charity provide appropriate support and identify people who might need additional services. The client referral process also seemed more complex than necessary for a simple computer training program. Rather than just providing contact details and basic information about what help people needed, referrals included comprehensive background information about clients' financial situations, health conditions, and family relationships. Sarah explained that this detailed information helped volunteers provide personalized support and identify potential safety concerns when visiting vulnerable people in their homes. But the level of detail seemed excessive for what should have been straightforward technical assistance. I began paying more attention to the other volunteers working for Digital Bridges, trying to understand whether they shared my concerns about the organization's practices. Most volunteers were genuinely committed to helping elderly people with technology problems and seemed unaware of any issues with how the charity operated. But I noticed that Sarah assigned certain volunteers to specific types of clients in ways that didn't seem to be based purely on technical expertise or geographic convenience. Volunteers with particular backgrounds or skills were consistently assigned to clients who lived alone, had valuable possessions, or received minimal family support. Meanwhile, clients who lived with relatives or had active social networks were usually assigned to different volunteers who seemed less experienced or committed to the work. The pattern suggested that Sarah was systematically matching certain volunteers with vulnerable clients who might be suitable targets for some purpose beyond computer training. When I tried to discuss this with other volunteers, most seemed genuinely confused by my concerns and suggested that I was reading too much into normal administrative decisions about workload distribution and volunteer capabilities. But a few volunteers admitted they'd noticed similar patterns and had wondered about the charity's selection criteria for client assignments. Some had been asked to gather specific information about clients' daily routines, security arrangements, and valuable possessions in ways that seemed unrelated to providing technical support. One volunteer mentioned that Sarah had specifically requested detailed reports about clients' homes, including information about door and window security, alarm systems, and the location of expensive items like jewelry or electronics. When the volunteer had questioned why this information was necessary, Sarah had explained that it helped the charity assess whether clients needed additional support services or referrals to other organizations. I started documenting the information requests I received from Sarah, looking for patterns that might reveal what she was really interested in learning about our clients. The requests consistently focused on details that would be valuable for planning burglaries or other crimes against vulnerable elderly people. She wanted to know when clients were typically alone, what security measures they had in place, and what valuable items they owned that might be worth stealing. Most concerning was her interest in clients' relationships with family members and neighbors. She wanted to know who had keys to their homes when relatives visited, and whether anyone would notice if clients were absent or in distress for extended periods. This information would be crucial for criminals planning to target elderly people who were isolated and vulnerable to theft, fraud, or worse. I realized that Digital Bridges might not be a legitimate charity at all. Instead, it appeared to be a criminal operation that used computer training as a pretext for gathering intelligence about potential victims of crime. The volunteers were unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for people who planned to exploit or harm the elderly clients we thought we were helping. When I tried to research Digital Bridges more thoroughly, I found that while the charity was officially registered and had proper documentation, there was very little information about its leadership, funding sources, or actual activities beyond the basic computer training services. The charity's website and promotional materials looked professional, but they contained minimal specific information about their programs success stories, or partnerships with other organizations. For an established charity that claimed to serve hundreds of clients across South Wales, their public profile was surprisingly limited. Most legitimate charities had extensive documentation about their work, regular reports to funders, and active engagement with local media and community organizations. Digital Bridges seem to operate with much less transparency and accountability than would be expected for an organization providing services to vulnerable populations. I tried contacting some of the organizations that supposedly referred clients to Digital Bridges, hoping to verify that they were aware of the charity's activities and had confidence in their services. What I found was concerning. Several social services departments and community centers claim to have no record of referring clients to Digital Bridges, despite Sarah's claims that they were regular sources of referrals. Others had minimal information about the charity and couldn't verify that they had ongoing relationships with the organization. The pattern suggested that Digital Bridges was operating with much less oversight and legitimacy than they'd claimed during my volunteer training. I decided to investigate some of the clients I'd been assigned to help, hoping to understand more about how they'd been connected with the charity and whether they'd experienced any problems beyond their original computer issues. This investigation was more difficult because contacting clients directly could alert Sarah that I was questioning the charity's operations. But I was able to research some of them through public records and local news reports. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. Several clients I'd worked with had subsequently experienced burglaries, fraud attempts, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their living situations and daily routines. In most cases, the crimes had occurred weeks or months after my visits, with enough time delay that the connection to Digital Bridges wouldn't be immediately obvious. But the specific nature of what had been stolen or attempted suggested that the perpetrators had detailed inside information about the victims' homes and circumstances. One elderly woman I'd helped set up email had been burglarized 3 weeks after my visit. The thieves had known exactly where she kept her jewelry, had avoided rooms where valuable items weren't stored, and had timed their break-in for a period when she was predictably absent for medical appointments. Another client had been targeted by telephone fraudsters who had detailed knowledge of his financial situation and family relationships that could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance or inside information. The pattern was consistent across multiple clients, suggesting that information gathered during Digital Bridges visits was being used to facilitate crimes against the elderly people we were supposed to be helping. I was unknowingly participating in a criminal operation that targeted vulnerable elderly people for exploitation and theft. But confronting Sarah directly about what I discovered would alert her that the operation had been compromised and might result in evidence being destroyed or the entire scheme being relocated before victims could be protected. I needed to find a way to document the criminal activity and alert law enforcement without revealing that I'd discovered the truth about Digital Bridges. I started keeping detailed records of all my interactions with Sarah and the specific information requests she made about clients. I also began photographing any documents or materials related to the charity's operations that I could access during volunteer meetings or training sessions. Most importantly, I tried to identify other clients who might be at risk of being targeted for crimes based on the types of information Sarah had requested about their circumstances. This process revealed that the Digital Bridges operation was much larger than I'd initially realized. Sarah was coordinating multiple volunteers across several local authorities, systematically gathering intelligence about elderly people throughout South Wales. The scale of the operation suggested that it wasn't just opportunistic crime, but a systematic business that specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable elderly people through fake charity work. But while I was building evidence of the criminal operation, I also became aware that Sarah was monitoring the volunteers much more closely than I'd initially realized. She began asking specific questions about my interactions with clients that suggested she was tracking exactly what information I'd gathered and how thoroughly I documented their circumstances. When I provided less detailed reports than she expected, she expressed concern that I wasn't taking the charity's assessment responsibilities seriously enough. Sarah also started assigning me to new clients in different areas, claiming that my skills were needed for more complex technical problems. But the new assignments were all people who lived alone, had minimal family support, and owned valuable possessions that would make attractive targets for criminals. I realized that Sarah was testing my willingness to gather the detailed intelligence information that the criminal operation required, and that my reduced cooperation had been noticed. If I continued to resist providing the information she wanted, I might be dropped from the volunteer program before I could gather enough evidence to expose the operation. But if I cooperated with her requests, I'd be directly facilitating crimes against innocent elderly people. Meanwhile, the clients I'd already worked with remained at risk of being targeted for crimes based on information I'd unknowingly provided during my early visits. I decided that I had to prioritize protecting potential victims, even if it meant revealing that I'd discovered the criminal nature of the Digital Bridges operation. I started contacting some of the clients I'd worked with, claiming to be conducting follow-up surveys about the charity's services. During these conversations, I tried to warn them about potential security risks without directly accusing Digital Bridges of criminal activity. I suggested that they review their home security arrangements, be cautious about sharing personal information with strangers, and consider changing their daily routines if they felt unsafe or observed. Most clients were receptive to these suggestions and appreciated the follow-up contact from someone they'd worked with previously. But some seemed confused about why I was providing security advice that went well beyond computer training. I also started researching how to report the criminal operation to law enforcement in a way that would protect both the potential victims and my own legal situation. Reporting suspected criminal activity was complicated by my own involvement in gathering some of the intelligence that could be used to harm elderly clients. Even though I'd been unknowingly participating in the scheme, I could potentially be charged as an accessory if prosecutors decided that I should have recognized the criminal nature of the operation sooner. But I also knew that delaying action to protect my own interests would mean that more elderly people would be victimized by criminals who were using my volunteer work to facilitate their crimes. The morning I decided to contact the police, Sarah called to inform me that the charity was expanding its operations and needed volunteers who were willing to take on additional responsibilities. She explained that Digital Bridges had secured funding for a new program that would provide more comprehensive support to elderly clients, including assistance with financial management, home security assessments, and family communication services. The new program would require volunteers to gather much more detailed information about clients' circumstances and to provide regular reports about their welfare and security needs. Sarah offered me a paid position coordinating the expanded program in the Cardiff area, with responsibility for training new volunteers and managing client assessments. It was clear that the criminal operation was expanding and that Sarah wanted to recruit me as a more active participant in systematically targeting elderly people for exploitation. I had run out of time to gather more evidence or find a way to expose the operation without compromising my own safety. It was one of the biggest mistakes of my life, agreeing to help someone I'd never met with what seemed like a simple favor. I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later, and I don't think I'll ever feel entirely safe again. I should start by explaining that I'm a wedding photographer based in Leeds. It's not glamorous work, but it pays reasonably well, and I enjoy it most of the time. The job involves a lot of equipment, multiple cameras and lenses, lighting gear, backup drives for storing the thousands of photos I take at each event. I'd built up a decent reputation over the years, mostly through word of mouth and a portfolio website that showcased my better work. Last February, I received an inquiry through my website contact form. Someone named David explained that he was getting married in June and wanted to discuss booking me for the day. Nothing unusual about that. It's how most of my clients find me. He provided an email address and asked if I could send over my packages and pricing information. I replied with my standard response, outlining the different coverage options and costs. David wrote back quickly, asking several detailed questions about what equipment I used, how I backed up the photos, what my editing process involved. Again, not particularly unusual. Clients often want to know the technical details, especially if they're paying several £100s for the service. What was slightly odd was that David never mentioned his fiancée by name, never provided details about the venue, and seemed more interested in my workflow than the actual creative aspects of wedding photography. When I asked about the wedding location so I could factor in travel time, he said they hadn't finalized the venue yet, but it would be somewhere in Yorkshire. We exchanged probably a dozen emails over the next fortnight. David asked increasingly specific questions about my equipment storage, whether I use cloud backup, how I transferred files between devices, what security measures I had in place for client data. I found myself spending more time explaining my technical setup than I usually would, but he seemed like a cautious person who wanted to ensure his wedding photos would be handled professionally. Eventually, David made what seemed like a reasonable request. He explained that he'd had a bad experience with a previous photographer who'd lost an entire set of engagement photos due to a hard drive failure. Before committing to booking me, he wanted to send me a test file to upload to my system, just to verify that my backup process worked as I'd described. He'd send me a high-resolution image file. I'd process it through my normal workflow, and then confirm it had been backed up properly. It seemed like an unusual level of caution, but not completely unreasonable given his explanation. I agreed, and David sent me a download link to a file hosted on a service I wasn't familiar with. The file was large, around 2 gigabytes, which he explained was because it was an uncompressed RAW image from a professional camera. I downloaded the file and opened it in my editing software. It appeared to be a perfectly normal photograph of a landscape, well composed and properly exposed. Nothing suspicious or concerning about it. I ran it through my standard editing workflow, saved the processed version, and backed it up to my external drives and cloud storage as I would with any client file. I confirmed to David that everything had worked properly, and he seemed satisfied. He said he'd discuss the booking with his fiancée and get back to me about which package they wanted. I didn't hear from him again after that, which wasn't particularly unusual. Plenty of enquiries don't result in bookings. People change their minds or go with other photographers, or decide to cut costs by having a friend take photos instead. I forgot about David entirely until about 3 weeks later, when I started noticing strange activity on my computer. Files would be open when I was certain I'd closed them. My internet connection seemed slower than usual. The computer's fan ran constantly, suggesting something was using significant processing power, even when I wasn't actively working. I assumed I'd picked up some kind of malware, probably from clicking on a dodgy link or visiting a compromised website. I ran several antivirus scans, but nothing came up. The strange behavior continued, and I eventually took the computer to a repair shop to have it properly checked. The technician who looked at it found something I hadn't expected. My computer was running a program that was accessing my files and sending data somewhere over the internet. Not all my files, just specific folders where I stored client photographs and personal documents. The program was well hidden, designed to look like a legitimate system process, and had been active for several weeks. More concerning was that the program appeared to be providing remote access to my computer. Someone, somewhere, had been able to see my screen, access my files, and potentially monitor everything I did on that machine. The technician couldn't determine exactly what had been accessed or copied, but the program had been running continuously since around the time I'd processed that test file from David. I felt sick realizing what had probably happened. That file hadn't been a test of my backup system. It had contained malicious code that installed itself when I opened it, giving David, or whoever he really was, complete access to my computer and everything stored on it. All my client files, years of wedding photographs, personal documents, financial records, passwords saved in my browser, everything. The technician cleaned the malware from my computer and recommended I change all my passwords immediately and monitor my bank accounts for unusual activity. He also suggested I contact my clients to warn them that their photographs might have been compromised, though I had no way of knowing what had actually been accessed. That conversation was excruciating, calling couples to explain that the private photographs from their weddings might have been stolen by a stranger who tricked me into installing malware on my computer. Some were understanding, others were furious. Several threatened legal action. One couple had specifically requested that certain photos never be shared online, and now I had to tell them those images might be circulating on websites I couldn't access or control. I reported everything to the police, providing all the emails from David and the technical analysis from the repair shop. They took a statement but explained that this type of crime was increasingly common and extremely difficult to prosecute. The email address David used was probably fake. The file hosting service was based overseas, and tracking down whoever was actually responsible would require resources the local police didn't have. A detective suggested I search for my client's photos online to see if they'd been posted anywhere. I spent several evenings doing image searches, checking social media sites, looking for any sign that the stolen photographs had been shared publicly. I found nothing, which should have been reassuring, but somehow made it worse. If the photos weren't being posted publicly, what were they being used for? About a month after I discovered the malware, I received an anonymous message through my website contact form. No name, no email address, just a brief message containing a link and a single sentence, telling me I should see what had happened to my work. The link was to a dark web address, meaningless letters and numbers that couldn't be accessed through normal browsers. I knew I shouldn't follow that link. Nothing good could come from seeing whatever was waiting there. But I needed to know what had been done with those stolen photographs, needed to understand the full extent of what my mistake had enabled. I spent an evening reading about how to access these hidden websites, eventually setting up the necessary software despite my growing dread about what I might find. The process was simpler than I'd expected, though I felt like I was descending into something dark and irrevocable with each step. The website that loaded was designed like a professional gallery site, clean and well organized. But instead of stock photography or artistic work, it displayed wedding photographs. My wedding photographs, dozens of complete sets from different events, all carefully organized by date and labeled with the couple's names. Each gallery had a view counter showing how many times it had been accessed. The numbers were horrifying. Thousands of views for some galleries, hundreds for others. Beneath each set of photos was a price list. People could purchase individual images or entire collections, with the cost varying based on how recent the wedding was and how many photos were included. The comments section below each gallery made me feel physically ill. People discussing the photographs in ways that had nothing to do with photography or weddings, focusing on specific individuals in the images, requesting certain types of shots, sharing the photos on other websites I'd never heard of. My work, taken without permission and sold to strangers who viewed these private moments as entertainment or something worse. But what made everything infinitely worse was discovering that my clients' photos weren't the only ones on the site. There were galleries from dozens of other photographers, thousands of wedding photographs stolen from professionals who'd been tricked the same way I had. An entire marketplace built on exploiting photographers' trust and selling intimate moments that were never meant to be public. I documented everything I could, taking screenshots and recording the website address, then reported it to the police again. They passed the information to a cybercrime unit that specializes in dark web activity, but warned me that shutting down these sites was a complicated process that could take months or years, assuming it could be done at all. The detective I spoke to explained that the photos were valuable because they were genuine rather than staged, showing real people in private moments with their families and friends. Wedding photographs captured people when they were emotional and unguarded, making them particularly sought after by certain communities online. The fact that the subjects had no idea their images were being traded made them even more valuable. I contacted every client whose photos had appeared on that website. Some had already known something was wrong because they'd been contacted by strangers who'd seen their photos, people sending disturbing messages or trying to connect with them on social media. Others had no idea their private moments had been circulating online for months, viewed and discussed by thousands of strangers. The legal consequences were severe. Several clients pursued action against me, claiming I hadn't taken adequate security measures to protect their data. My professional insurance covered some of the costs, but not all of them. My reputation in the industry was destroyed. No one wants to hire a photographer who allowed their clients' photos to be stolen and sold on the dark web. I eventually had to close my business entirely. The website hosting my stolen work was taken down after several months, but the detective confirmed the photos had been copied and redistributed across multiple other sites before it disappeared. Those images are still out there somewhere, accessible to anyone who knows where to look. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other photographers who might be receiving similar inquiries right now, from people claiming to be cautious clients who just want to test backup systems. How many are downloading files they think are harmless test images, installing malware without realizing it, giving strangers access to years of client photographs. I tried to warn others in the industry, posting on photography websites and social media groups about what had happened. Some people took the warning seriously, but others dismissed my story as paranoia or suggested I'd simply been careless with security. No one wants to believe they could fall for the same trick, that a few reasonable-sounding emails could lead to such a catastrophic breach of trust. I've changed careers now, working in retail management, where the worst damage I can do is accidentally over-ordering stock. I don't own a professional camera anymore, don't take photos, except occasional snapshots on my phone. The sight of a wedding party makes me feel anxious and guilty, wondering if their photographer is taking proper security precautions, or if their private moments will end up traded on hidden websites. Sometimes I search for that site, checking if it's been permanently shut down or if it's resurfaced somewhere else. The original address no longer works, but I found similar sites offering the same service, selling stolen wedding photographs to people who view others' happiness and intimacy as commodities to be purchased. I know David wasn't his real name, and I know I wasn't specifically targeted. I was just one photographer among hundreds who seemed like an easy mark, someone whose livelihood depended on sophisticated equipment and complex workflows that could be exploited. The person who sent that first email probably sent identical messages to dozens of photographers, knowing a percentage would fall for the same story. The test file I downloaded is still on my old hard drives, backed up in multiple locations exactly as I promised it would be. I've never deleted it, keeping it as a reminder of how easily trust can be weaponized and how a single mistake can echo outward in ways you can't predict or control. Those couples trusted me with their wedding photographs, and I failed them in a way that can never be made right. Their private moments exist somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, viewed and discussed by strangers, and there's nothing I can do to take that back. No amount of apologies or legal settlements can undo what happened because of my mistake. That's what I think about when people ask why I left photography. Not the financial losses or the legal troubles or the destroyed reputation, but the knowledge that I enabled something terrible to happen to people who'd done nothing wrong, except trust the wrong photographer with their memories, and that somewhere online, those images still exist, still being traded and viewed, still causing harm I'll never fully understand. I shouldn't have signed for the parcel. That's the cleanest way to start, and it's true. A courier said my flat number. I scribbled my name without thinking, and a small box became my problem before I'd finished my tea. The courier had that particular brand of impatience that comes with the territory. Shifting weight from foot to foot, electronic pad already angled toward me before I'd properly opened the door. His high-vis jacket was rain-spotted, and he smelled faintly of diesel and wet cardboard. Behind him, his van sat double-parked with hazards blinking, engine running like a heartbeat, counting down the seconds until he could move on to the next address. I signed because that's what you do when someone arrives at your door with purpose and a clipboard. The transaction felt automatic, muscle memory from years of online shopping and convenience. I hadn't ordered anything. The box was light, almost empty feeling, with the kind of generic brown tape that could have come from anywhere. Inside sat a cheap kitchen timer, the sort you'd find in a pound shop, white plastic with a wind-up mechanism that probably wouldn't last 6 months of normal use. Alongside it was a card with a QR code printed on stock so thin it felt like it might dissolve if you breathed on it wrong. No branding, no receipt, no return address on the package itself. Just my name and flat number written in block capitals with a thick black marker. I left the timer on the worktop next to the kettle, told myself the label had been misread somewhere along the delivery chain and meant to take it back to the depot after work. The plan had that comfortable vagueness of things you intend to do but probably won't follow through on. I forgot the way you forget to water plants or call relatives back. Late that evening, when the flat had settled into its familiar quiet, and I'd run out of reasonable ways to avoid thinking about the day, curiosity made a good case for itself. I scanned the code. The QR reader hesitated for a moment, as if uncertain, then opened a page that only loads on the dark web. I'm not an expert on these things. I just recognize the type of address from the sort of articles that make it sound novel and dangerous, like urban exploration, for people who never leave their computers. The page was almost empty. Black background, pale text that seemed to glow against the darkness of my phone screen. A thin progress line that didn't seem to do much beyond prove something was loading. In the center was a live view of a stairwell. It looked like mine, painted brick walls with that particular shade of institutional cream that housing associations favor. A black handrail worn smooth by countless hands. The same wonky recycling notice by the fire door that had been askew for months. Someone had stuck it up carelessly, and no one had bothered to straighten it since. The image quality was grainy but clear enough to make me uncomfortable. A small counter in the corner ticked up steadily. Beneath it sat a single line of text. Place the kitchen timer on the landing rail at the top of the stairs within the next few minutes. I closed the page and stared at the kettle like it held an answer to a question I hadn't properly formed yet. The timer sat there looking innocent and slightly pathetic, the sort of object that might gather dust in a drawer for years before finally getting thrown away in a house move. But there was something about the precision of the instruction, the casual certainty that I would follow it, that made my chest tight with a feeling I couldn't name yet. Then I picked up the timer, stepped out into the corridor, and climbed to the landing. The building felt different at night, more aware of itself, full of small sounds that disappeared during the day. Pipes ticking as they cooled, the distant hum of someone's television through thin walls, the soft mechanical breathing of the lift shaft. I balanced the timer on the rail and wound it until it ticked with that urgent, impatient sound that kitchen timers make. The metal was cold under my fingers. Back in my flat, I watched the countdown on my phone, refreshing the page every few seconds like I was waiting for exam results. The image never changed, just the empty stairwell, the timer perched on the rail like a small white bird. When the bell rang, sharp and artificial in the corridor's silence, the image flickered once and steadied. Nothing else happened. No door opened. No figure appeared in frame. The camera just kept its patient watch. I checked the plant pot in the lobby before bed, more out of nervous energy than expectation, and saw nothing. The lobby felt larger at night, shadows pooling in corners where the overhead lights couldn't reach. In the morning, pressed between pot and wall like a secret being passed along, there was an envelope with my name written in the same thick black marker. Inside was a £10 note, crisp and new, and silence that felt heavier than the money. It felt like a prank made to prove a point about how little it takes to move a person. A social experiment maybe, or some art student's thesis project on urban compliance. The kind of thing that would make sense in a gallery context, with a placard explaining the theoretical framework. 2 days later, a second parcel arrived. This time I hesitated before signing, pen hovering over the electronic pad while the courier waited with practiced patience. But hesitation isn't the same as refusal, and muscle memory won out again. The box held self-adhesive hooks, the sort you stick to bathroom tiles to hang towels, a small roll of clear tape, and another card with the familiar QR code. The same page loaded, only this time the camera had moved to sit lower, tucked somewhere behind the fire extinguisher near the glass front door. The view took in the entrance area, the row of postboxes with their scratched metal doors, the first few steps of the main staircase. The instruction was more specific this time. Tape a hook to the underside of the top step above the postboxes, on the left, so the dark edge of it shows just beyond the lip if you crouch and look up. It felt petty and technical and almost funny, like following instructions in a particularly boring manual. I pressed the hook into place with my thumb, the adhesive strip warming slightly under pressure. The positioning had to be exact. visible from below but not obvious to anyone walking normally up the stairs. I found myself checking the angles, making small adjustments, taking an odd satisfaction in getting it precisely right. When I walked away, I listened for any door opening, any sound that might indicate I was being watched, but heard nothing except the building's usual background hum. Later that evening, I refreshed the page and watched the stream show a gloved hand reach carefully into frame. The hand moved with deliberate economy, hanging a tiny metal tag on the hook, something small and dark that caught the light briefly before settling into shadow. The hand withdrew quickly, like a fox slipping through a garden, there and gone in the space between one breath and the next. Watching it felt like witnessing something I wasn't supposed to see, even though the whole point was clearly that I should see it. The next morning, another envelope was tucked behind the pot. More cash, another £10 note with the same crisp newness, and one neat sentence written in blue ballpoint. The hook has been helpful and more will be expected soon. The handwriting was careful, anonymous, the sort of script you might use when filling out official forms. The third parcel landed on a Friday morning when I was meant to catch a train to Derby to see my stepdad. I nearly ignored the buzzer because I was running late and had that particular kind of pre-journey anxiety that makes every small delay feel catastrophic. But the sound was insistent, and ignoring buzzers in a building like ours feels antisocial in a way that's hard to explain. The box held a rubber door wedge, the triangular kind that probably cost less than £1, a small USB torch with a wrist strap, and a card with the same QR link. The camera had moved again, this time facing the rear corridor by the exit to the bin store. This part of the building always felt forgotten, narrower than the main corridors, with pipes running along the ceiling and a persistent smell of damp concrete. The instruction was simple. Wedge the rear door ajar at roughly this time this evening. Shine the torch once into the corridor so the lens flares white. Walk away and return after a short while to remove the wedge. Payment will be the same. I moved my train by an hour, called my stepdad to explain I'd be late, and spent the afternoon with a low-level anxiety humming in my chest like a phone set to vibrate. When evening came, I did exactly what was asked. The torch beam fogged the image for a second, turning the screen pure white before settling back to show the empty corridor. Within a minute, a finger appeared at the glass from the outside, just the tip of one finger tapping once against the door like a coded message. I removed the wedge and locked the door, testing the handle twice to make sure it was secure. Another envelope was waiting that night, and I told myself it was some odd favor for a neighbor who liked sending people on little errands. Maybe someone with mobility issues who couldn't manage stairs easily, or an older resident who'd worked out an elaborate system for getting help without having to ask directly. The explanation felt comfortable, so I let it settle and tried not to think too hard about the finger at the glass. There was a man 2 doors down who carried a gym bag most mornings. He'd helped me with a flat-pack wardrobe once, holding panels steady while I fumbled with the Allen key, making the sort of cheerful small talk that makes mundane tasks bearable. He held doors for people with pushchairs and took parcels in when neighbors were out. The kind of casual community-minded gesture that keeps apartment buildings functioning. I mention him now because later I saw his photo on a local news website and recognized the same forearms and half smile. And I want you to understand that I knew who he was as a person before I knew what happened to him. Before his photo appeared in the news, the tasks kept creeping towards something that, at first glance, still looked normal. The next delivery contained blank lanyard sleeves, the sort used for conferences and workplace ID cards. and a set of numbered cards with official-looking fonts. The page asked me to slide one card into a sleeve and hang it on the hook under the step, then sit on the stairs at a particular minute and pretend to scroll through my phone. I positioned myself on the third step up from the lobby, back against the wall, trying to look like someone killing time while waiting for a friend or a delivery. The building hummed around me with the particular sounds that old blocks make when pipes move hot water around and lift motors cycle through their routines. A woman with a pushchair needed help with the heavy front door, and I stood automatically to hold it open, feeling like I was breaking a rule I hadn't been told about, but should somehow understand. Later, I watched a grainy loop of myself looking appropriately bored and absorbed in my phone screen. The footage had that slightly unreal quality of security camera footage, compressed and pixelated in a way that made everything look like it was happening underwater. The lanyard had vanished from the hook. Another envelope appeared behind the plant pot the next morning. Another £10 note, another brief message. Timing was good. I kept telling myself I hadn't done anything wrong. I'd stuck a hook under a step and wedged the door for a few minutes. I'd placed a cheap lanyard where no one would notice unless they were specifically looking for it. The requests were clearly designed to make me feel like a bystander to my own actions, a bit player in someone else's story. That was the point, I thought, to demonstrate how easily ordinary people could be drawn into small conspiracies without ever feeling like conspirators. One morning, the man with the gym bag didn't collect a parcel from the lobby shelf where the postman leaves packages too big for the slots. It sat there all day, a brown box with his name clearly visible on the label, the sort of thing that usually disappears within hours of being delivered. In the evening, someone on the building's WhatsApp group asked if anyone had seen him, because his phone was going straight to voicemail and he'd missed a standing arrangement. I wasn't part of the group. I'd never been one for building social media, but I saw a screenshot from a neighbor who forwards everything. We all know how that kind of question changes a corridor. People start looking through peepholes before stepping out, and the lift feels like a waiting room where everyone's pretending not to be anxious. Conversations by the postboxes become briefer, more purposeful. The building's rhythm shifts in subtle ways, like a piece of music played slightly too fast. The next parcel contained a heavy padlock with a brass body and a chrome shackle, and a key that looked newly cut. The page told me to swap the old lock on the rear gate for this one at roughly 2 o'clock the following afternoon, then hang the old lock with the new key threaded through it on the inside mesh of the gate, and shut the gate without engaging the latch. Someone would collect the old lock shortly after. I did it because by then, consistency felt safer than refusal, and because not doing it felt like stepping suddenly into harsh light after hours in comfortable darkness. The old lock came away easily. The screws were already loose, as if someone had prepared for this moment. The new lock clicked into place with satisfying precision. I threaded the key through the old lock shackle and hung it where the instructions specified, testing to make sure it was secure but easily removable. I can't pretend I didn't think about the man with the gym bag as I turned the screwdriver. The weight of the old lock in my hand felt significant in a way I couldn't articulate. That night, I listened through the thin wall that separated our flats, straining to hear his usual evening routine. The shower running, music playing softly, the familiar domestic sounds that form the background soundtrack of apartment living. I heard nothing. Another day passed, then another. It's remarkable how easily a person slips out of the rhythm of a building, and how the building just continues its routines as if nothing has changed. I tried, briefly, to ignore the page. For 3 days, I didn't scan the code that came with the next package. The box sat unopened on my kitchen counter, and I told myself this was where I drew the line. Then a message arrived on the throwaway email account I'd used for parcel delivery confirmations, an account I thought was anonymous and forgotten. The message contained a link, a specific time, and a request to watch. The casual certainty that I would comply felt like a hand on the back of my neck. I watched. The stream showed the view from inside the bin store, that concrete walled space at the back of the building where the wheelie bins lived among the spider webs, and the perpetual smell of decomposition. The camera sat somewhere high near a water pipe, looking down at the metal bin frames and plastic lids that never quite fitted properly. Even through the screen, I could almost taste that heavy, sour smell that clings to the back of your throat. A countdown timer appeared in the corner and began to sink towards 0. When it reached the minute I'd been given, the rear door opened with the particular grinding sound it made when the bottom scraped against the concrete threshold. 2 people pushed a trolley in, moving with the unhurried efficiency of people who belonged there. The trolley carried flat boxes wrapped in brown paper and plastic sheeting, packages that looked official and mundane and somehow ominous all at once. They worked quickly and methodically, arranging the boxes with care, checking something on a phone screen, making small adjustments to the positioning. The stream didn't provide sound I could properly follow, just a muffled echo that might have been voices or might have been the building's ventilation system. When they finished, they left as quietly as they'd arrived, and the door eased shut, as if the building had taken a slow, careful breath. The official updates, when they came, arrived without drama. A small memorial appeared by the front door, a cheap bouquet from a supermarket, and a laminated photo of the man with the gym bag, his arm around a golden retriever, both of them squinting into sunshine somewhere that looked like a park. Someone from the council knocked on doors, asking routine questions about whether we'd noticed anything unusual with the bins, any strange smells, any disturbances in the area. People began double locking their flat doors and checking the spy holes before answering knocks. A few new faces appeared in the building, taking over flats that had suddenly become available. The turnover felt faster than usual, but housing in this part of town moved quickly anyway. Days grew thinner, more cautious. I tried to keep my head down and treat stillness like safety, avoiding eye contact in corridors and timing my comings and goings to minimize encounters. Another parcel arrived wrapped like a book, the kind of careful packaging that suggested contents more fragile than kitchen timers and door wedges. Inside was a stack of small laminated cards with official-looking notices printed in the same font the Housing Association used for maintenance announcements. The page asked me to slide one under the door of flat 3B after dark. The card explained that there would be a routine fire alarm test the following day, and residents shouldn't be concerned if they heard people in high-visibility jackets moving through the corridors during that period. It sounded exactly like the dull, bureaucratic notices that appeared regularly in our postboxes, the kind of thing you scan quickly before recycling. I did it because fear of the alternative had already moved into my flat like an unwelcome roommate, settling into corners and making itself comfortable. The card slipped easily under the door with barely a whisper of sound. The next morning, 2 men in safety vests walked past my door in perfect step, their boots making identical sounds on the corridor carpet. They vanished through the rear exit I'd wedged open weeks earlier, and I realized I was holding my breath until I heard the door click shut behind them. The page showed only the stairwell, looping calmly as always. The timer in the corner kept ticking with what felt like mechanical commentary on my complicity. The parcel that felt like a threat before I even opened it arrived on a Tuesday morning when rain was turning the windows grey and the building felt more enclosed than usual. My name was printed in block capitals across the brown paper, and the weight distribution felt wrong. Too light in some places, too heavy in others. Inside was a plug-in door chime, the sort you buy in the electrical aisle of supermarkets, and a small black wireless button with adhesive pads on the back. The card's instructions were precise. Place the chime in the hallway near the front door. Fix the button outside above the letterbox where the postman would see it, but might not think to comment on it. The accompanying link now showed a view looking outward through the building's glass front door to the street beyond. A final line said that when the chime sounded, I was to do nothing at all. Just listen and wait, and continue whatever I was doing as if nothing had happened. It rang once, in the small hours when the building was deepest in sleep, and the only sound should have been heating pipes and distant traffic. A single, neat electronic tone that seemed to hang in the air longer than it actually lasted. I lay in bed waiting for a second chime that never came. My heart rate elevated in the specific way that comes from being woken by unfamiliar sounds. The building stayed perfectly still around me. It rang again, after what felt like an hour but was probably only minutes. Then silence that stretched until I fell back into thin, restless sleep, full of dreams about corridors and cameras and hands reaching through letterboxes. When I woke properly, grey daylight was seeping through the curtains and rain was still tapping against the windows like someone asking politely to be let in. When I opened the door for my usual morning trip to the corner shop for bread and milk, the button had vanished. Only a small smear of adhesive remained on the paintwork, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. An envelope lay on the doormat, not behind the plant pot this time, but directly addressed to me in a way that felt like an escalation. The photo inside showed my hallway from a low angle, taken through the letterbox slot, looking toward the chime plugged into the socket by the front door. No message accompanied it. The point was proximity, intimacy, the demonstration that privacy was an illusion I'd been allowed to maintain until now. Another link arrived in my email later that day with a timestamp for the evening. I watched because obedience had become a reflex, a learned response that bypassed conscious decision-making. The camera had moved again to cover the main lobby, the postboxes with their scratched metal faces, the first stretch of corridor, and just enough of the stairwell to catch movement between floors. The timer counted down to the specified minute. At exactly the right moment, the main door opened and 3 men entered. 2 carried a step ladder between them with practiced ease, while the third followed with a package tucked under his arm like something valuable and fragile. They moved through the space with the confidence of people who had studied the building's rhythms and understood its weak points. One of them went straight to the lift and pressed the call button. The second set up the step ladder with quick, efficient movements. The third approached the post boxes, spun the combination dials on 2 different boxes as if he had memorized the numbers, and slid his package into one of the opened compartments. Then he paused, facing the stairs in a way that suggested he was checking the quality of silence, rather than looking for any specific person. I closed the stream and sat holding my phone like it might provide warmth or comfort. The image of the man's pause stayed with me, that moment of professional assessment, cataloguing the building's mood and finding it satisfactory for whatever came next. Later that day, the police posted an update saying they were renewing their appeal for information about a second person, last seen in the company of the missing man. They were particularly keen to trace anyone who had received unexpected parcels or packages recently. I tried to imagine calling the number provided and explaining the correct amount of truth, enough to be helpful, not enough to implicate myself in whatever had been happening around me. My throat tightened with the petty anxiety that comes when you've run for a bus and then changed your mind at the last moment, leaving you stranded on the pavement feeling foolish and conspicuous. How do you explain that you've been following instructions without understanding their purpose? That you've been complicit in something you can't name? That night the chime rang again, once, and stopped. In the morning, there was another envelope behind the plant pot. No cash this time. Just a laminated card with a single sentence that read like a line from a workplace safety manual. Prop the front door open tomorrow for a short window after 9 a.m. The instruction had the bland authority of something that shouldn't be questioned. The kind of request that sounds reasonable until you think about it too carefully. I stood at the top of the main staircase and looked down at the entrance, at the heavy door with its security lock, and the thin mat where packages sometimes waited for collection. I thought about how small actions accumulate into patterns you don't recognize until it's too late to pretend you don't understand what you've been part of. The front door was propped open at the specified time the next day, not by me. A folded gym leaflet sat wedged under the bottom edge like a paper tongue, holding the door just wide enough to slip through without triggering the automatic closing mechanism. I watched from the window of the stairwell, 3 floors up, as 2 familiar figures approached from the street with the unhurried confidence of people keeping appointments. I understood then that my part in this had never been essential. I had been used to test the building's rhythms and vulnerabilities, to establish patterns and timing, to identify the residents who noticed things and those who didn't. The serious work, whatever that had been, no longer needed my small contributions. They had mapped the building's habits, learned the names on the buzzers, developed an intuitive feel for who left when and which doors stayed locked during the day. I had been the practice run, the proof of concept, someone's experiment in urban compliance and the gradual erosion of boundaries. The realization felt like discovering you've been playing a game where only one person knew the rules. I moved a few weeks later, citing work commitments to the letting agent, rather than trying to explain the real reasons. My deposit went toward a smaller place across town, near a parade of shops, where the woman behind the post office counter learns your name if you visit regularly enough. The new building has thicker doors, better locks, and no convenient plant pot by the entrance, where messages might be left. I don't keep electronic chimes plugged into wall sockets anymore. I still answer the door buzzer because social conditioning runs deep, but I look through the peephole each time and keep the security chain engaged until I'm certain about who's calling. It makes me feel both faintly ridiculous and more genuinely awake than I'd been in years. This isn't a public service announcement or a warning designed to make you more suspicious of your neighbors. It's just a record of how soft pressure works when applied in careful increments. A package arrives containing something boring and unthreatening. A web page asks for a favor that costs nothing and harms no one. The first task pays for itself and makes you feel clever for discovering a small, victimless corner of urban life where rules are more flexible than you'd assumed. The second favor hides behind helpfulness and community spirit. The third is about timing and access. The fourth introduces the possibility of consequences you hadn't considered. Then someone you know by sight vanishes from the building's daily rhythms, and a cheap bouquet appears by the front door. A laminated card slides under a neighbor's door, and people in high visibility vests walk through secure areas because no one looks twice at official seeming uniforms. If you want an ending with resolution and justice, I don't have one to offer. Take the simplest version instead. A door on a damp morning, held open by a gym advertisement. A pair of men who look like they belong, walking into a building without hurry or concern. A third who pauses in the lobby and seems to glance up toward the higher floors, as if checking the time or confirming that expected schedules are being maintained. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would make witnesses out of bystanders. Just the slow, methodical click of small tasks becoming a comprehensive plan, of individual complicity adding up to collective vulnerability. I don't scan random QR codes anymore. I dispose of unsolicited cards and packages without opening them. I still think sometimes about that first kitchen timer ticking on the landing, the mechanical bell that rang in an empty corridor, and the brief moment of relief I felt when nothing immediately dramatic happened. That might have been the safest moment in the entire sequence, when I knew just enough to be curious, but not enough to be properly frightened. Now I know more, and the knowledge isn't particularly useful. It just sits there in the back of my mind, quiet and patient as a plant pot by a door, waiting for the next person to reach into it without thinking to look first. The game is still being played, I'm certain of that. Somewhere in the city, someone is signing for a package they didn't order, and curiosity is making its usual persuasive case for just one small favor, one tiny compromise, one harmless step across a line they can't yet see. The screen's blue light casts an artificial glow across my face as I hunch over my laptop in the darkness of my London flat. 3 a.m, and only the hum of my computer fan, an occasional passing car, break the silence. My fingers navigate through layers of encryption with practiced precision. The Tor browser bounces my signal across worldwide servers, wrapping me in digital anonymity. A notification pings from another tab, my banking app. Insufficient funds for an automatic payment. Again. 6 months ago, I was a mid-level IT specialist at Global Tech Marketing in Manchester. My days consisted of troubleshooting printer issues and resetting forgotten passwords for marketing executives who viewed tech support as digital janitors. Then came the redundancies. Economic downturn, budget cuts, restructuring, corporate buzzwords that translated to one reality. I was expendable. The first month of unemployment wasn't unbearable. I had savings, not substantial, but enough to maintain a semblance of normalcy while I hunted for new opportunities. But as weeks stretched into months and rejection emails multiplied, my bank account dwindled alongside my sense of security. My modest flat in Dunstable transformed from sanctuary to overpriced cage, with rent consuming what little remained of my financial cushion. Last week, a pipe burst in my bathroom. The landlord took 3 days to send someone. The plumber left muddy footprints across my carpet and a bill for £180, an emergency call-out fee, not covered by the property management. That was the final straw that broke my financial back, pushing my account into overdraft territory I couldn't escape. The online forum started as mere distraction from mounting bills. Forums where anonymous users shared stories of systemic collapse, of corporate betrayal, of individuals forced to create their own safety nets when traditional ones failed them. Initially, I viewed them with skeptical detachment, digital venting spaces for the disaffected, but their voices began to resonate, talking of systems designed to fail people like me, of self-reliance in a world of broken promises, of protection against worst-case scenarios that loomed ever closer. I discovered the forum thread after my fourth job rejection in a single day. When the system fails you, create your own security. Hundreds of comments from people sharing similar stories of economic freefall. Their solutions range from cryptocurrency investments to underground bartering systems to, more disturbingly, methods of personal protection outside legal frameworks. One comment caught my attention, linking to additional resources for serious researchers only. I clicked, expecting another forum. Instead, I found detailed instructions for accessing certain marketplaces on the dark web. The comment promised nothing, suggested nothing, but the implication was clear. When conventional options fail, unconventional ones await. For 2 weeks, I merely observed. Learned. I told myself it was academic curiosity, nothing more. Just another IT professional exploring the architecture of internet underspaces. I convinced myself I was maintaining professional knowledge, not preparing, not considering, just learning, until tonight. The dark web marketplace glows on my screen, its rudimentary interface masking sophisticated security. I'd researched for weeks before attempting access, learning about cryptocurrency transactions, PGP encryption, and unwritten rules of these shadowy corners of the internet. My cursor moves methodically through categories: drugs, counterfeit documents, hacked accounts, stolen data. I navigate past them directly to hardware, a thin euphemism for weapons. Something flickers at my window, a reflection or shadow movement. I freeze, heart suddenly racing. After 30 seconds of paralyzed vigilance, I identify the source. Just the neighbor's security light, triggering from a passing cat. The momentary panic embarrasses me, but also reinforces my purpose. This growing fear, this constant vigilance, this is precisely why I'm here. I've never owned a gun, never fired one outside a controlled range during a stag do years ago. British firearms laws had always been a distant concept, irrelevant to my daily existence, but desperation rewrites principles with remarkable efficiency. Just insurance, I tell myself. Just control in an uncontrollable life. I select a Glock 19 from a highly rated vendor, gently used. Serial number removed. The Bitcoin price equals nearly £3,000. 2 months of my remaining savings, but safety transcends price tags. The vendor's profile shows hundreds of satisfied customers, with comments alluding to smooth transactions and quality merchandise. Their response time averages under 3 hours. Their rating, perfect 5 stars across 127 transactions. Too perfect. I hesitate, cursor hovering over the contact vendor button. In legitimate marketplaces, perfect ratings trigger suspicion. Inevitable dissatisfied customers, occasional misunderstandings, shipping damages. Perfection suggests manipulation. But here I am, considering an illegal purchase from an anonymous vendor with suspiciously perfect feedback. Desperation truly is the enemy of critical thinking. A sudden power fluctuation causes my lights to dim momentarily. Another sign? A warning from the universe? Or just the aging electrical infrastructure of my building succumbing to overnight power demands? The moment passes, but leaves residual unease like static electricity on skin. I complete the encrypted form and arrange the dead drop delivery through the complex system the vendor outlines. Transaction finished. I close my laptop. A strange chill spreads through my chest, replacing the momentary surge of purpose. I've stepped beyond the boundary I never thought I'd cross. The vendor's instructions are to wait for confirmation, anywhere from hours to days. Sleep becomes a luxury. I check my encrypted email constantly, twitching at every notification. My mind conjures worst-case scenarios: police at my door, bank accounts frozen, imprisonment, The irony doesn't escape me. Seeking security has made me more paranoid than ever. At work the following day, a temporary data entry position paying barely above minimum wage, I nearly jump out of my skin when the office security guard greets me in the lobby. His casual morning sounds accusatory to my guilty conscience. I mumble a response and hurry to my windowless cubicle, where I spend the day mechanically inputting figures while compulsively checking my phone under the desk. When confirmation finally arrives 3 days later, its brevity chills me. 2 days later, detailed instructions appear. The exchange location, an abandoned industrial area outside Dunstable. Coordinates, time, 2 a.m. tomorrow. And warnings that deviating from protocol means cancellation without refund. Cash only, come alone. Follow specific routes to avoid CCTV cameras. Something about the precise nature of these arrangements triggers my first real unease. The vendor specified a meeting point that maximizes isolation. Strange for someone merely selling merchandise. A stray thought surfaces. What if the product isn't what's being valued in this transaction? I dismiss the paranoia, just nerves from crossing into illegality. That evening, I withdraw cash from scattered ATMs across town, never taking enough from any single machine to trigger reporting requirements. After the third withdrawal, my card declines. Insufficient funds. I'd miscalculated. The recent overdraft fees had reduced my available balance. Panic rises as I mentally recalculate. I'm £320 short. I return to my flat and desperately search for valuables. My watch, a gift from my father, might fetch enough at a pawn shop. I have exactly 90 minutes before shops close. The race against time leaves me sweating as I rush across town, only to receive an offer of only £280. Desperate haggling increases it to £300 still short. I empty my wallet of emergency cash, count out coins from the jar in my kitchen, and scrape together the final amount by selling my rarely used tablet to a cash converter shop just before closing. The clerk eyes me suspiciously as I anxiously check the time. His deliberate slowness in processing the transaction feels pointed, accusatory. Back at my flat, I purchase a prepaid phone, black clothing, and gloves from unfamiliar shops. Each action minimizes my digital trail. Following advice from the forums that guided me here, the prepaid phone, a basic model requiring no identification, feels alien in my hand compared to my regular smartphone. Its primitive interface reminds me of devices from a decade ago. Functional but stripped down, anonymous, disposable, like I'm becoming. As I lay out these items on my bed, doubt resurfaces. The arrangement feels overtly clandestine, even for an illegal weapons purchase. The vendor's rating was perfect, suspiciously so. 5 stars across dozens of transactions, without a single complaint or issue. In legitimate marketplaces, such perfection raises red flags about fake reviews. Why had I dismissed this in a space where deception carries far deadlier stakes? My phone buzzes. My landlord threatening eviction next week if rent remains unpaid. The hesitation dissolves. This is survival. This is reclaiming control. Even if the situation feels wrong. The alternative, homelessness, complete financial ruin, seems worse. I try to sleep before the night's activities, but achieve only fragmented consciousness, jerking awake from micro-dreams where police sirens wail or shadowy figures surround my bed. Each time, I check the clock. 10:47 p.m., 11:23 p.m., 12:05 a.m. The minutes crawl with excruciating slowness until it's time to prepare. The night of the exchange arrives with a sudden drop in temperature, unseasonably cold for September. I dress in black, hide the cash in my jacket's inner pocket, and slip the prepaid phone into my jeans. I leave my regular phone behind and take precautions the forums recommended, exiting through the rear door, following a winding path to a distant bus stop, paying fare with cash. On the night bus, only 3 other passengers ride. An elderly man who appears homeless, clutching a plastic bag of possessions. A young woman with headphones staring blankly out the window, and a middle-aged man in work clothes, likely finishing a late shift. Do any of them notice me? Do any of them care about my destination or purpose? The young woman briefly makes eye contact, then returns to her window vigil. The momentary connection sends a jolt of paranoia through me. Does she know? Could she possibly suspect? Dunstable's nighttime transformation renders familiar landmarks alien and threatening. The bus carries me to the industrial district's edge, where abandoned factories loom like fossilized behemoths against the moonlit sky. As I step off the bus, my footsteps echo against concrete with unsettling clarity in the stillness. The bus pulls away, its taillights diminishing into the distance, taking with them my last connection to civilization. I am truly alone now. Or am I? A fox darts across the road ahead, freezing momentarily in my sightline before vanishing into shadows. Its sudden appearance and disappearance leaves me unnerved, heart pounding against my ribs like it might break through. I check coordinates on the prepaid phone before venturing deeper into the derelict labyrinth. Without streetlights, I use the phone's flashlight in brief bursts that compromise my night vision and heighten my unease. Each shadow-cast building could conceal watchers. Each broken window might frame observing eyes. The isolation that earlier seemed like security protocol now feels like strategic vulnerability. A sudden noise, metal scraping against concrete, freezes me mid-step. I extinguish my light and press against a wall, listening intently. Seconds stretch into a full minute of silence. Just the wind-moving debris, or something else. When no further sound follows, I proceed, but with heightened vigilance that borders on paranoia. The designated meeting point appears, a loading dock behind a former furniture factory. Rust consumes the metal railings while weeds reclaim the concrete through stubborn cracks. I arrive at 1:47 a.m. Early, but caution outweighs courtesy in these circumstances. Positioning myself in shadows beside the loading dock, I secure clear sight lines to all approaches. The night air carries distant rain and industrial decay. A metallic taste coats my tongue. Fear made physical. I suppress the urge to check the time again, knowing the screen's glow could reveal my position. Minutes pass with excruciating slowness. Each sound, distant traffic, the creaking of abandoned structures settling, the scurrying of urban wildlife triggers fresh adrenaline surges. My muscles ache from sustained tension, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. At 1:58, a notification chimes softly from my prepaid phone. The message redirects me to new coordinates, a location nearly half a mile east. My throat constricts as though invisible hands tightened around it. This wasn't in the protocol. The vendor had been explicit about adherence to original instructions, warning that deviation would result in transaction cancellation. A legitimate change would come through the same encrypted channel as our previous communications. I silence the phone and remain motionless. Either someone is attempting to redirect me, or the vendor has broken their own security practices. Neither option comforts. I consider abandoning the transaction entirely, writing off the lost Bitcoin as tuition in a harsh lesson about digital underworlds. Exactly 2 a.m., according to my watch. The vendor should appear within minutes. I scan the darkness, searching for movement, for the approaching silhouette of my contact. Nothing. The seconds tick by. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. The lengthening absence confirms my suspicion. Something has gone wrong. At precisely 2:03, movement catches my eye. A lone figure emerges between distant buildings, approaching with deliberate, measured steps. They move with unsettling confidence, not the cautious manner of someone conducting illegal business, but the assured stride of someone navigating familiar territory. Something in that walk, too controlled, too precise, sends a warning pulse through my nerves. The figure stops 20 feet from the loading dock, head tilting mechanically as they scan the area. Their face remains hidden beneath a hooded jacket, but their posture screams predator, not merchant. My instinct screams to run, but I remain frozen in shadow. The figure reaches into their pocket, withdrawing not a package, but a small device that emits a faint glow. They consult it, then turn deliberately toward my hiding spot with unnatural precision. The notification on my phone suddenly makes terrible sense. Not a competing buyer trying to divert me, but a hunter attempting to flush out prey. Perhaps even a tactic they've refined through repetition. Send unexpected instructions. Observe which hiding spots suddenly produce movement as nervous buyers check their phones. My suspicion solidifies when the figure speaks into what must be a communication device. Though too distant to hear the words, the gesture itself reveals everything. I'm not dealing with a lone seller, but an organized operation. I slide deeper into shadow, weighing impossible options. The loading dock offers no exit except past this figure. Behind me stands the facility's sealed entrance, secured with ancient chains and padlocks. The surrounding area provides no cover for a sprint to safety, only open ground where I'd be immediately spotted. A small rock dislodges from somewhere above me, clattering loudly against the loading dock's metal surface. I freeze, barely breathing, as the figure's head snaps toward the sound, toward me. Had I disturbed it unknowingly, or was this incredibly bad luck? The figure advances toward the loading dock with unnerving directness. No hesitation, no searching. They know exactly where I am. I turn to the chain doors, my only chance. The padlock is substantial, but the hasp securing it to the door has corroded over decades of neglect. I brace against the door frame and pull the chain with desperate strength. Metal groans but holds. The approaching footsteps quicken. I yank again, throwing my full weight backward. The hasp tears partially from rotted wood with a betraying screech. One final pull breaks it free. The chains slither through the handles as I slip inside, a beam of light slicing through the space I occupied seconds before. The abandoned factory's interior stretches before me, a cathedral of shadows. Moonlight filtering through broken windows reveals a vast production floor littered with debris, fallen ceiling tiles, shattered glass, remnants of human occupation. The air thickens with dust and decay, carrying the musty scent of forgotten places. My lungs protest with the urge to cough, but survival instinct suppresses the reflex. I navigate primarily by touch, putting distance between myself and the entrance. Behind me, chains rattle as my pursuer discovers my escape route. They'll follow within seconds. I need to find hiding space or another exit. My shoe connects with something solid, sending it skittering across the concrete with a betraying clatter. I freeze, listening. The entrance door creaks open. They're inside. The factory floor transitions to administrative areas, smaller rooms containing skeletal office furniture. I duck into a former manager's office with walls intact but no door. Not a hiding place, but a moment to regroup and plan. A beam of light sweeps the main floor as my pursuer enters. Their methodical movements suggest professional training or experience. No wasted motion, no hesitation. The beam pauses, then divides into 3 separate lights. Not one hunter, 3. Ice forms in my stomach. The entire transaction, the vendor profile, the gun listing, the positive reviews. All elaborate fiction designed to lure desperate people to isolated locations. But why? Robbery seems too mundane for this level of preparation. Something else drives these predators. I crouch behind a decaying desk as a light beam sweeps across the office doorway. It lingers suspiciously before continuing. They know I'm nearby. Time is evaporating. A spider descends from the ceiling directly in front of my face. I flinch involuntarily, nearly losing balance and knocking over a rusted metal bin. The near miss leaves me trembling. Even the smallest sound could now prove fatal. My eyes, adjusted to darkness, spot a ceiling access panel above. My only chance. I wait until the searching beams focus elsewhere before silently pushing the desk beneath the panel. The furniture protests with a groan, but the hunters don't immediately respond. I climb atop the desk and push against the panel. Years of undisturbed grime seal it, until it suddenly gives way. I pull myself into the crawl space just as light floods the office again. The space above the ceiling is claustrophobic and dust-filled. Each breath threatens to trigger a cough that would immediately reveal my position. I lie flat across ceiling joists, knowing the ancient tiles between them wouldn't support my weight. Below, slivers of light pierce through cracks as hunters conduct a thorough search. A persistent tickle builds in my throat, dust particles irritating sensitive tissue. I press my sleeve against my mouth, fighting the urge to cough with every fiber of my being. The pressure builds, eyes watering, chest constricting. I inch forward along the joists away from the office. The crawl space extends across several rooms until reaching the open expanse above the main factory floor. No continuing without dropping down, directly into the hunting ground. A crash echoes from the office where I entered the ceiling. They found my route. Worse, the impact destabilizes the already precarious structure. A tremor runs through the joist beneath me as dust rains downward. Stealth no longer matters, only speed. I identify a momentarily clear area below and push downward with all my strength. The ceiling disintegrates and I plummet through cascading debris. I land hard, pain shooting through my ankle. The crash creates momentary confusion as hunters converge on the collapsing ceiling. For the first time, they break silence. Sharp commands cutting through dust clouds. The voices hold no accent, just clinical efficiency in deploying resources to recapture their prey. My ankle throbs, possibly sprained, definitely damaged. Each step sends fresh waves of pain, but adrenaline pushes me forward. I limp toward a stairwell leading upward. Higher ground seems counterintuitive for escape, but they'll expect me to flee toward ground-level exits. The unpredictable path might buy precious seconds. The stairs protest beneath my weight as I ascend. Behind me, light beams become frantic in their search patterns. They've temporarily lost my trail, but won't remain confused long. Halfway up, a stair gives way beneath my foot. I pitch forward, barely catching myself on the railing. The rotted wood crumbles in my grasp. For a sickening moment, I'm suspended in space, certain I'll fall. Somehow, miraculously, my other hand finds purchase on a more solid section. I pull myself upward, heart thundering so loudly, I'm certain they must hear it echoing through the building. The second floor contains rows of empty shelving creating a maze-like structure. I navigate through them, seeking windows or roof access, while my injured ankle threatens collapse with each step. Blood pulses against my temples with such intensity, I fear they might hear it too. A sudden noise from the stairwell. Footsteps, multiple sets, ascending with deliberate caution. They found my trail again. Time evaporates like morning dew in summer heat. Moonlight spills through a broken window at the storage area's far end. Looking out reveals a partially collapsed roof section below the window. Then a 20-foot drop to the ground. Not ideal, but approaching footsteps on the stairs eliminate alternatives. I ease through the broken window onto the unstable roof section, which immediately protests under my weight. Below, discarded pallets and construction debris offer a marginally better landing than bare concrete. A flashlight beam sweeps across the storage area behind me as the roof section begins collapsing. I push off, directing my descent toward the debris pile. The impact drives air from my lungs and sends fresh pain through my ankle, but miraculously leaves me conscious and mobile. Splintered wood tears my palms as I stagger upright. I hear the roof section crash completely as I push away from the wall, forcing my damaged body into a stumbling run. The industrial complex forms a maze of derelict buildings, all potential hiding places, all potential traps. I have no plan beyond creating distance, hoping that my pursuer's determination has limits. A distant engine sounds, a vehicle approaching. Relief floods me momentarily. Civilization, witnesses, safety. But the engine cuts abruptly, followed by car doors closing with muffled precision. Not random passers-by, reinforcements. A metallic click stops me, the unmistakable sound of a round being chambered. A silhouette detaches from the shadow of a dumpster ahead. My stomach drops through ice. How had they gotten before me? I pivot only to see a second figure emerging between buildings to my left. They've herded me, using my panic against me, driving me along a predictable path while closing their net. My remaining option is a narrow alley between two warehouses. I lunge toward it despite my screaming ankle. The alley is dark and obstacle-strewn, but navigable. Behind me, I hear my pursuers control pace, unhurried. They know the alley is a dead end. Halfway down the passage, my foot catches on something, a discarded pipe or bar. I stumble, catching myself against the rough brick wall. Skin tears from my palms, adding fresh pain to my inventory of injuries. I push onward, desperation mounting with each step. After 30 yards, a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire halts my escape. Too high to climb, especially injured. I turn, back against the fence, facing my approaching hunters. Their flashlights switch off, but ambient light from distant street lamps reveals their steady advance. The lead figure stops 10 feet away, close enough to see his face beneath the hood. Young, ordinary looking, except for eyes empty of empathy or emotion. Clinical eyes that observe suffering with scientific detachment. He raises something that reflects dully in the dim light. A smartphone. On its screen, my photograph, taken from social media I'd deleted months ago. Beside it, information I'd believed private. My Dunstable address, employment history, bank account activity showing my deepening financial crisis, the precise amount of my overdraft, the exact figure in my savings account before redundancy, the monthly utility cost for my flat. The gun was never real. It was bait, selected based on digital breadcrumbs revealing my desperation. Everything, from forum posts resonating with my fears to the vendor's high rating, was crafted to lead me here, to this alley, to this moment. Understanding freezes my blood more effectively than fear. I wasn't randomly selected. I was profiled, studied, and targeted with the precision of commercial algorithms that determine which advertisements we see online. Except this campaign's conversion goal wasn't purchase, but capture. The young man pockets the phone and withdraws a real gun from his jacket. Behind him, the second hunter raises what I now recognize as a camera, its recording light blinking steadily. The third blocks any slim hope of escape. The details of my financial life appear on a device screen. My monthly internet costs, my VPN subscription fee, the precise amounts withdrawn from cash machines across Dunstable over the past week. They've catalogued my desperation in sterile spreadsheet format, treating my gradual economic collapse as clinical data points. They hadn't just tracked my digital movements. They'd invaded every aspect of my digital life. The leader aims at my chest with mechanical precision. The camera adjusts position slightly, framing the scene with professional detachment. This isn't just execution, it's production. Another device appears displaying video footage. A man trapped exactly as I am now, backed against a fence. Comprehension dawning across his features. The timestamp shows last month's date. The footage ends with a muzzle flash. I straighten against the fence. In my final clarity, I understand my fatal error. I hadn't sought a weapon. I'd unknowingly auditioned for a role. Every digital breadcrumb I'd dropped had marked me not as consumer, but as commodity. Not customer, but content. My desperation wasn't vulnerability to be exploited. It was the precise quality they'd been hunting. A distant siren wails, police or ambulance, impossible to determine. For a fleeting moment, hope flickers, but the hunters don't even glance toward the sound. They know response times to this abandoned district. They've calculated their window precisely. The gun barrel aligns with my chest. I close my eyes, refusing to give them the satisfaction of capturing my fear. In the darkness behind my eyelids, I hear the soft exhalation of the leader's breath as his finger tightens on the trigger. The gunshot echoes through the Dunstable industrial wasteland, transforming from a single report into a cacophony that seems endless. The bullet tears through me, and as consciousness fades, my final thought is of my laptop, still glowing in my empty flat, the digital gravestone I carved with my own desperate keystrokes. The hunters pack their equipment with practiced efficiency. They've captured what they came for, another episode in their macabre series. The footage will be edited, enhanced, distributed to subscribers who pay premium rates for authentic content. My death will be categorized, tagged, and monetized. British male, 34, IT professional, financial distress, Dunstable location. In the digital marketplace where I thought I was the customer, I was always the product. My body grows cold in the alley, while somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, a vendor account updates its perfect rating statistics, maintaining immaculate credibility to lure the next desperate soul seeking security in an insecure world. My story becomes data, content, entertainment, another digital artifact in an endless archive of human vulnerability exploited for profit and pleasure. The cycle continues, invisible to those who haven't yet reached the level of desperation, where safeguards and skepticism crumble before basic survival needs. The hunters disappear into the night, leaving nothing but cooling blood and a cautionary tale that will never be told. By morning, my body will be gone, erased as thoroughly as my digital footprint will be sanitized. No connection between the unemployed IT specialist and the content newly available in exclusive subscription-only forums. The marketplace listing remains active. The Glock 19 still displays as available, its perfect reviews enticing the next desperate soul who believes they're purchasing security rather than auditioning for annihilation. The digital hunt continues, endless and invisible, harvesting those who have fallen through society's cracks into a shadow economy where they are no longer consumers, just consumables. 2 days later, an email arrives in my former manager's inbox. A job application for a position similar to mine from someone whose employment history, financial situation, and recent online behaviors fit a familiar profile. The cycle begins anew. Another target identified, another hunt initiated. In the darkest corners of the internet, where desperation meets opportunity, the predators continue to feed, invisible to all but their carefully selected prey. I still can't look at a vegetable garden without seeing her face, pale and perfect, surrounded by winter greens, planted like she belonged there. Emily was 24 years old when she disappeared. 24 years old when I photographed her body among the carrots and parsnips. 24 years old, and she'll never be 25. My name is Daniel. I'm a crime scene photographer for Thames Valley Police. And I'm about to tell you about the case that destroyed the peace in our quiet English village. About the man who buried a beautiful young woman in a community garden. About how someone who waved to you at the post office on Tuesday could be committing unimaginable acts on Wednesday, and how none of us saw it coming. It started on a bitter January morning in 2018. The kind of English winter day where the fog never quite lifts and everything feels damp right down to your bones. I remember scraping ice off my windscreen when the call came in. Something found at the Millfield Lane allotments. Suspicious circumstances. Attend with camera equipment. I'd been with Thames Valley Police for 15 years by then, documenting everything from domestic disputes gone wrong to drunk driving fatalities. I'd seen my share of death, learned to separate myself from it professionally. At least, that's what I told myself. My wife Emma says differently. Says I started going grey the year I joined the force, that I sometimes cry out in my sleep. She's probably right. You can't stare into the abyss without it staring back, as they say. The Millfield allotments have been part of Lower Barton since the war years. 78 little patches of earth where locals grow everything from prize roses to potatoes. My own granddad had a plot there until his arthritis got too bad. I'd spent countless childhood Saturdays helping him weed, mostly eating fresh peas straight from the pod when he wasn't looking. I knew every gravel path and garden shed by heart. But I'd never seen it like this, crawling with police, forensic tents gleaming white against the winter-dead landscape. Helena, our detective chief inspector, met me at the tape, her face grim. She'd grown up one village over, understood the impact this would have. Mid-40s, with short silver-streaked hair and the focused intensity of someone who'd clawed her way up through the ranks when female detectives were still a novelty in rural forces. Her expression told me everything I needed to know. This was bad. Emily lay in plot 23, as if she'd been tucked in for the night, not buried in frozen soil. 24 years old, doctoral student at Cambridge, environmental researcher with a promising future. Missing for 17 days after staying late at the university library. Her body had been arranged with unnerving care, like a gardener setting a delicate plant. Winter vegetables, carrots, parsnips, Brussels sprout stalks, circled her in perfect rings. Someone had washed her hair clean under her fingernails. Someone had treated her like a prize specimen. I knew Emily, not well, but enough to recognize her immediately. She'd grown up in Lower Barton, daughter of the local doctor. I'd photographed her graduating sixth form, covered the charity fun run she'd organized last summer for the village newsletter. She'd been back living with her parents while finishing her PhD thesis on soil microbiomes and sustainable agriculture. The irony of where she was found wouldn't escape anyone. The soil around her was meticulously tended, not a weed in sight, despite the winter dormancy. Each vegetable was spaced with mathematical precision, creating concentric circles around her body. The carrots formed the innermost ring, their feathery tops brushing against her shoulders. Parsnips came next, then Brussels sprouts on their tall, alien-looking stalks. In the weak January sunlight, with morning frost still glittering on the leaves, it almost looked beautiful. That was perhaps the most disturbing thing of all. I remember the clicks of my camera shutter sounding obscenely loud in the hush that had fallen over the scene. Click, evidence marker by her right hand. Click, the pattern of vegetables. Click, her face, peaceful in a way that death rarely allows. Each image burned into my memory as permanently as onto the memory card. The post-mortem revealed the worst part. Soil in her lungs meant she'd still been breathing, however weakly, when placed in the earth. I've photographed hundreds of crime scenes, but that detail still haunts my dreams. The sensation of soil filling your mouth as consciousness fades. The pathologist estimated she'd been dead approximately 2 weeks, putting her death shortly after her disappearance. No sexual assault, no defensive wounds. Toxicology showed nothing unusual. She'd simply vanished from a busy university library and reappeared, buried in the fertile soil of her hometown. Emily had last been seen on a Tuesday evening in early January, working late at the Cambridge University Library. CCTV footage showed her leaving around 10:30 p.m., walking toward the bus station with her backpack slung over one shoulder. The heavy winter coat she wore was the same one her parents identified later, dark blue, knee-length, with a fur-trimmed hood. In the footage, she'd pulled the hood up against the light rain. Her face was barely visible, just a flash of profile as she passed under a streetlight. The last confirmed sighting came from a night bus driver who remembered dropping her at the village crossroads around 11:45 p.m. She'd been a regular on his route, always polite, always with a book or laptop open on night journeys. That evening, she'd been one of only 3 passengers. He remembered her getting off, turning toward the footpath that would take her through the village green, a shortcut home that she'd walked hundreds of times. Her parents reported her missing the next morning when they realized she hadn't come home. Her bed was undisturbed. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Her laptop still sat in her university locker. A missing persons case was open, but there was little to go on. No enemies, no troubled relationships, no history of mental health issues or dangerous behaviors. Just a bright young woman who vanished on a rainy January night. The strangest thing, Plot 23 didn't belong to anyone. It had been vacant since old Arthur died 3 months earlier. The allotment committee had suspended new assignments due to some administrative issue with the council. Someone had been tending it anyway, hiding in plain sight among legitimate gardeners. Someone who knew the allotments well enough to avoid attention. Lower Barton is tiny, population under 9,000, the kind of place where the biggest news is usually someone's prize marrow at the village show. The kind of place where people leave doors unlocked and know the names of neighbors' dogs. That changed overnight. Suddenly, we were the village where Emily was found. The village where young women shouldn't walk alone. Emily's parents were destroyed. I didn't photograph their identification of the body. Another officer handled that. But I saw them leaving the morgue. 2 people physically bent by grief, holding each other up like damaged trees after a storm. The entire village felt their pain. Emily had been universally liked. Bright, kind, always quick with a smile or an offer to help. Memorial flowers appeared spontaneously by the allotment entrance. The primary school where she'd volunteered closed for a day of remembrance. I remember walking home from the scene that first day. The weight of my camera bag seemingly doubled. Neighbors who would normally greet me with casual waves were now gathering in doorways, expressions anxious, voices hushed as they exchanged theories and concerns. The street where Emily had grown up was lined with cars as friends and family arrived to support her parents. A media van was already parked discreetly at the end of the road, a reporter doing a piece to camera with the village green deliberately blurred behind her. Helena ran the investigation by the book. Door-to-door inquiries, allotment holder interviews, CCTV reviews from every shop and traffic camera within 10 miles. A dedicated tip line that rang constantly with locals reporting suspicious characters who usually turned out to be delivery drivers or visitors from neighboring villages. Officers combed through Emily's life looking for anyone who might have wished her harm. Her professors, her former boyfriends, the barista at her favorite coffee shop, but nothing suspicious emerged. Emily had been well liked, uncontroversial, without enemies. The press nicknamed the killer the gardener, and the case became national news. Emily's face, always the same photo of her laughing at her brother's wedding, appeared on every front page. I watched my hometown transform on live television, the drone footage making our familiar streets look sinister and exposed. News vans parked outside the Crown, our local pub. Journalists buying rounds for anyone willing to speak on camera about the quiet village rocked by tragedy, or the brilliant young scientist taken too soon. Some embraced the attention, most resented it. At home, Emma installed new locks on our doors and windows. She'd never bothered before, despite my job. Now she double-checked them before bed, started keeping her phone charged by her pillow. We have no children, couldn't have them, as it turned out. But I wonder how parents coped during those weeks, what lies they told to explain the sudden restrictions, the constant supervision. In the days following Emily's discovery, I was assigned to document every inch of the allotments, each of the 78 plots photographed in detail, each shed, compost bin, and water butt examined for evidence, each pathway walked with eyes trained on the ground for footprints, fibers, anything the killer might have left behind. I photographed hundreds of soil samples collected by forensic teams, each carefully labeled with location coordinates. The allotments revealed themselves to me in ways I'd never noticed before, despite growing up in their shadow. The careful organization of some plots versus the cheerful chaos of others. The handmade trellises and improvised coal frames. The different gardening philosophies expressed in layout choices and plant selections. And plot 23, unnervingly perfect in its precision. A demonstration garden rather than a working one. A stage set for a performance that only the killer understood. 3 weeks passed. Leads went nowhere. The initial shock began fading into uneasy routine. Officers from other districts were gradually reassigned. Helena looked increasingly haggard during our morning briefings, the pressure from above mounting as the case stalled. Emily's parents issued a heart-wrenching appeal for information. A £50,000 reward was offered by an anonymous local businessman. University friends organized a memorial scholarship in her name. Then came the first real break. A pensioner who walked his terrier around the perimeter of the allotments each morning reported seeing someone in plot 23 well before dawn several times in the weeks before Emily disappeared. Too dark to see clearly, just a figure working by torchlight. He hadn't thought anything of it. Many gardeners visited at odd hours, especially those with full-time jobs. But when questioned about specific dates, his calendar showed dog-walking notes that placed the nocturnal gardener in plot 23 3 days before Emily vanished, and again the day after. The forensic team returned to the plot with renewed focus. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed no other bodies were buried there. Microscopic examination of soil samples showed traces of chemical fertilizers not commonly used in home gardening, but found in professional landscaping. Fiber evidence included threads from high-end outdoor clothing brands, and most importantly, a partial boot print preserved in dried mud near the water tap. Size 9 Wellington boots with a distinctive tread pattern. Sold by only 3 retailers in Cambridgeshire. Cross-referenced with purchase records, residence proximity, and horticultural knowledge, one name floated to the top. Edward, 46, landscape gardener, Lower Barton resident for 4 years. I knew him, not well, but enough to nod hello at the shop. He'd redesigned the planting beds outside the community centre the previous spring. Quiet man, efficient, particular about his work. Always wore those dark green wellies, even when not gardening. Said they were the most comfortable footwear he'd found. He lived in a modest cottage on the village outskirts. Slate roof, wisteria climbing the south wall, impeccable front garden with precisely trimmed box hedges and gravel paths, without a stone out of place. The kind of home featured in weekend supplements about rural idylls. Quiet, polite, unremarkable. He volunteered at community events, nodded to neighbours but rarely conversed. The perfect background presence, forgettable by design. When investigators began digging into Edward's background, curious patterns emerged. He'd moved around frequently throughout his career, never staying in one place more than 5 years. His references were impeccable, but difficult to verify. Previous employers had retired, moved abroad, or businesses had closed. His landscape business operated primarily through word of mouth, with minimal paper trail. His financial records showed modest income, but surprising savings. A man who lived simply, but with attention to detail. Most disturbing was his connection to Emily. He'd redesigned the gardens at the medical practice where her father worked. He'd been contracted to advise on sustainable landscaping at Cambridge University's Environmental Science Building where Emily studied. He'd even worked briefly at the community gardens near the bus stop where she'd last been seen. Their paths had crossed multiple times, yet no one had connected them until now. The surveillance operation lasted 3 days. Edward followed a predictable routine, work during daylight hours, home by 6, rarely going out except to purchase groceries or visit his elderly mother in a care home in Cambridge. He attended church sporadically, volunteered for the occasional community event, kept himself to himself. So ordinary he became invisible. Yet there were anomalies. Late-night lights in his garden shed, frequent trips to remote nurseries for specialized plant specimens, an unusual number of gardening tools, far more than any professional would need. And most notably, no clients during the winter months, despite his financial records showing consistent income year-round. I wasn't part of the arrest team, but I saw the footage later. 6 officers approaching the cottage at dawn. Edward opening the door in pajamas and dressing gown, looking puzzled but not alarmed. No resistance, no dramatic scenes. Just a man calmly turning around to be handcuffed, asking with his eyes if he could put proper clothes on first. The search warrant revealed nothing immediately suspicious in his home. Gardening journals, plant photographs, certificates from horticultural courses. an organized Spartan existence. Then they found the cellar entrance behind a bookshelf in his kitchen, activated by removing a specific volume of the Complete Guide to Organic Gardening. The space below contained glass jars filled with soil samples, labeled by location and date, hundreds of jars, thousands, a meticulous catalogue of earth from across Cambridgeshire and beyond. Some dated back 20 years to places Edward had previously lived, each carefully labelled, organised by region, soil type, pH level. In the centre stood a workbench of polished oak. On it, a leather-bound journal filled with Edward's handwriting, neat, precise, almost architectural in its clarity. Pressed flowers marked certain entries. My hands shook as I photographed pages describing the transplanting of Emily, her preparation, the monitoring for signs of successful taking. The journal detailed his first noticing Emily at a university lecture on sustainable agriculture he'd attended as a continuing education requirement for his landscaping certification. He'd been struck by her questions about soil microbiomes, her understanding of mycorrhizal networks, her passion for the hidden life beneath the surface. He'd followed her research, read her published papers, attended more lectures where she spoke. In his distorted mind, she wasn't an object of desire, but a necessary component, the perfect human element to complete his experimental garden. Edward wrote of integrating humans into the growth cycle, of cellular transfer between people and plants. Emily wasn't simply murdered. She was, in his distorted mind, transformed into a hybrid plant-human entity that would enrich the soil. He described watching her for weeks, learning her routines, planning the optimal transplantation, with the care of a gardener preparing a delicate specimen for a new environment. The journal described their first direct interaction on the night she disappeared. He'd offered her a lift from the bus stop, recognizing her from lectures, presenting himself as a local landscaper interested in her research. The heavy rain had made his offer seem reasonable. She'd accepted, not recognizing him as the quiet man who occasionally tended her father's office gardens. His entry noted her intelligent conversation during the short drive and his regret at the necessary chemical intervention when he'd used chloroformed cloth as they approached his cottage instead of her home. One entry about Emily read that she showed promising signs of integration with surrounding specimens. Root structures appeared drawn to established position. He would monitor for evidence of nutrient exchange. Temperature remained suboptimal, but necessary given circumstances. No visible surface manifestation yet. He had been returning to the burial site regularly, checking for signs of some transformation that existed only in his mind. The vegetables planted around her body weren't symbolic. They were intended to be recipients of some imagined essence transferred from human to plant. In his twisted logic, he was creating a new form of hybrid existence. The most chilling discovery came in a small refrigerator hidden beneath the workbench. Inside, soil samples taken from directly beneath Emily, carefully dated and labelled Specimen E Day 1, Specimen E Day 7, and so on. Edward had been conducting regular biopsies of the soil surrounding Emily, searching for evidence of the transformation he believed was occurring. Microscopic analysis later showed these samples contained decomposition products. He had been scientifically documenting the natural processes of decay, interpreting them as signs of his imagined transformation. More disturbing still were the plans for future specimens found in a hidden compartment beneath the workbench. 5 more names, 5 more people who had unwittingly entered Edward's orbit, been catalogued for his grotesque garden, each with detailed notes about their routines, vulnerabilities, and optimal transplantation locations. based on soil composition and sunlight patterns, each with a specific vegetable pairing chosen to maximize nutrient transfer potential, each with a timeline for harvesting that would have begun the following spring. Edward offered no resistance during arrest, expressed no remorse during questioning, appeared genuinely bewildered that his research was considered criminal. During one interview, which I watched through one-way glass, he patiently explained to Helena that his work would revolutionize our understanding of the human-plant relationship and offered to provide detailed notes to help scientists continue his research. Psychiatric evaluation found him suffering from a rare delusional disorder, possibly exacerbated by long-term exposure to certain agricultural chemicals found in his workshop. Further investigation revealed a family history of schizophrenia that he'd concealed, and evidence of a head injury sustained in his 20s that had never been properly treated. He was deemed unfit for trial and committed to Ravenswood Secure Hospital, where he reportedly tends the therapeutic garden with the same meticulous care he showed Emily. The press had a field day. "The gardener unmasked," screamed the headlines. Photos of Edward, always the same one, taken at a community fete where he'd won prizes for his tomatoes, plastered every front page. Journalists descended again on Lower Barton, this time hunting for neighbours who'd known him, trying to extract every detail of his quiet existence. His cottage became a macabre attraction, forcing police to maintain a cordon until interest finally waned. Emily's family retreated from public view. Their grief, so publicly displayed during the search, became private again once answers were found. They sold their home 6 months later, moving to Scotland to be near relatives. I sometimes wonder if they found peace there, away from the soil that had claimed their daughter. I hope so. The aftermath was almost worse than the investigation. The questions nobody could answer satisfactorily. How had we not known? How had we not seen? How had someone so profoundly disturbed lived among us undetected? The self-recrimination, the suspicion that lingered even after Edward was gone. The uncomfortable knowledge that evil had walked our streets wearing the most ordinary face imaginable. Lower Barton's healing began slowly. The allotments reopened, though many plot holders surrendered their tenancies, unable to face the soil that had concealed Emily. Plot 23 was transformed into a memorial garden. Emily's favourite flowers instead of vegetables. A wooden bench was installed at the allotment entrance, bearing her name and the simple epitaph, "She grew in our hearts." Helena received an official commendation for solving the case, though the toll it took was visible in the new lines on her face, the streak of grey that hadn't been there 6 months earlier. She transferred to headquarters the following year, moved into administrative work. We still meet occasionally for coffee. Neither of us mentions the case directly, but it sits between us like a third presence. Emma and I considered moving away. Many did. But Lower Barton is home, has been for generations of my family. Running away wouldn't erase the memories. Instead, we adopted a dog, a rescue Springer Spaniel named Bella, who gets me out walking every day, even when I'd rather hide indoors. Her uncomplicated joy in simple things has been its own form of therapy. The village appears normal now, 5 years later. The shop still sells local honey and homemade cakes. The pub quiz happens every Thursday. Children still play in the park. But beneath the surface runs the knowledge that evil grew among us undetected, that it presented as ordinary as a man with soil-stained hands who nodded good morning at the shop, that it existed season after season until circumstance brought it to light. I still photograph gardens sometimes, though not professionally. The ordered rows and careful spacing remind me that precision isn't inherently malevolent, that the same attention to detail cultivates beauty and nourishment just as easily as horror. I grow tomatoes in our back garden. Emma says it's my way of reclaiming something Edward tainted. She's probably right. She usually is. What remains unclear is whether Edward was an anomaly or a warning, whether his delusion was unique or an extreme version of humanity's complicated relationship with nature, whether, in our quest to control and cultivate the natural world, we risk cultivating something darker within ourselves. The allotments continue their seasonal cycle. Winter vegetables give way to spring greens, give way to summer abundance, give way to autumn harvest. The soil accepts what is planted without judgment or memory. New gardeners tend plots where Emily once lay, unaware or unwilling to acknowledge what happened beneath their hands. Life continues, growth continues. But whenever I drive past the Millfield Lane allotments, I remember Emily's face among the winter vegetables. I remember the quiet gardener who believed humans were simply another crop to cultivate. And I check my door locks twice before sleeping. Because some harvests once reaped can never be undone. The rain lashed against the windscreen, a relentless drumming that mirrored the throb behind my eyes. 39 years old, a failed business, and now this, ferrying anonymous packages through the sodden, forgotten arteries of this provincial city. My worn hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white against the grey plastic. The van, a rental with a persistent rattle in its exhaust, was my office, my prison, my silent confessor. I once owned a small chain of artisan bakeries. Mark's Marvelous Muffins, I'd called it, a name that now tasted like ash in my mouth. The dream had crumbled faster than a stale scone, leaving behind a mountain of debt and a hollow ache where my pride used to be. Compliance, my old friend, had always been my default setting. Nod, agree, avoid the fuss. It was easier, I told myself, than fighting. Now, it was just easier. The private forum, Midnight Runners, had appeared like a mirage in the desert of my despair. A discreet ad, tucked away in a corner of the dark web I'd stumbled upon during a late-night search for anything that paid cash. Courier work, flexible hours, excellent rates, no questions asked. That last part was the hook, the siren song for a man drowning in his own silence. My first few runs were innocuous enough. Small, lightweight boxes, sealed with industrial-grade tape. Drop-offs in dimly lit car parks behind abandoned warehouses. Pickups from anonymous-looking industrial units. The instructions were always precise, a sequence of coordinates and times, delivered via an encrypted message. I was a ghost in the night, a silent cog in a clandestine machine. The money, transferred directly to a burner account, was surprisingly good. Enough to keep the wolves from the door, to make the monthly debt repayments, to buy another week of fleeting normalcy. Then came the wait. The first heavy package felt like a lead brick. It thudded onto the passenger seat, shifting the van's balance. I felt a prickle of unease, a whisper of something cold against my spine. My instructions remained the same. Collect, deliver, do not question. Compliance, Mark. Remember, just do what you're told. The rain had finally eased, leaving the air thick with the smell of damp concrete and exhaust fumes. The streetlights, sporadic and weak, cast long, distorted shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. Tonight's pickup was an old abattoir, long since defunct, its corrugated iron walls rusting like an ancient wound. The air here was heavy, not just with moisture, but with something else, a faint metallic tang that made my stomach churn. I pulled the van into the designated bay, the tires crunching on gravel. The back door of the abattoir stood ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness against the grey night. No one was visible, just the waiting silence and the rhythmic drip of water from a broken gutter. I clicked off the engine, plunging the cab into near-total blackness. My breath hitched in my throat. This was new. Usually, the package was already waiting, or a shadowy figure would emerge, wordlessly placing it in my van. A low scraping sound echoed from within the building. My heart hammered against my ribs. I swallowed, a dry, uncomfortable gulp. "Hello." My voice sounded thin, reedy, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No answer. The scraping continued, growing louder, accompanied by a soft, guttural grunt. I fumbled for my phone, the screen a sudden, blinding rectangle of light. No signal, of course. A figure emerged from the darkness of the abattoir, silhouetted against the faint ambient glow from the city beyond. Tall, broad-shouldered, its movement slow, deliberate. It carried a large, rectangular object wrapped in heavy-duty black plastic sheeting, secured with what looked like industrial strapping. The plastic gleamed wetly in the faint light. "Evening," the figure rumbled, its voice deep, gravelly, like stones tumbling in a well. No accent I could place. "Here for the pickup?" My throat was still tight. "Yeah, Mark." The figure didn't offer a name. It simply walked towards the van, its gait steady, unhurried. The package it carried was enormous, far larger than anything I'd transported before. It seemed to sway slightly as the figure moved, an unsettling, almost organic motion. "Open up," the figure commanded, nodding towards the rear doors of the van. I scrambled out, my movements clumsy, my hands trembling as I unlocked the back. The figure reached the van and with surprising strength heaved the package inside. It landed with a dull, heavy thud that vibrated through the metal floor. The air inside the van suddenly felt colder, denser. "That's it," the figure said. "Next drop is... you know the drill." I nodded, unable to speak. The figure turned and melted back into the shadows of the abattoir, leaving me alone with the oppressive silence and the hulking presence in the back of my van. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, a coppery scent that made my stomach clench. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The package, shrouded in black plastic, seemed to absorb what little light seeped into the van. It was too big, too heavy, too cold. The cold. That was the other thing. Some of the parcels, particularly the heavier ones, had started to feel unnervingly cold to the touch, even through the thick cardboard. And then there were the stains. Dark, irregular patches that sometimes seeped through the cardboard, a faint reddish brown. I told myself it was oil, perhaps some industrial lubricant. But the metallic smell. Tonight, the cold was palpable. A frigid aura emanated from the black plastic, chilling the air in the back of the van. My breath plumed in front of my face. My destination was a deserted car park on the far side of the city, nestled between a derelict factory and a stretch of overgrown wasteland. The usual spot. I drove, the van's rattling exhaust a frantic heartbeat against the oppressive silence of the night. Every bump in the road sent a shiver through me, a primal fear that the contents of the package would shift, would reveal themselves. Curiosity. It was a slow, insidious poison, seeping into the cracks of my carefully constructed compliance. Each heavy package, each cold touch, each reddish stain, chipped away at my resolve. Tonight, the dam broke. I pulled into the deserted car park. the only vehicle for miles. The rain had started again, a soft drizzle now, blurring the edges of the distant city lights. I cut the engine, the sudden silence deafening. My hands gripped the wheel, then slowly, deliberately, I released them. "No," I whispered, the word a desperate plea to myself. "Don't do it, Mark." But the word was meaningless. My body moved without my consent. I unbuckled my seatbelt, my movements stiff, robotic. I climbed out of the driver's seat, the cold air biting at my exposed skin. I walked to the back of the van. The rhythmic drip of rain from the roof racked the only sound. My fingers fumbled with the latch, the metal cold and slick. It gave way with a soft click. I swung open the doors. The black plastic package loomed in the darkness, a malevolent presence. The cold hit me then, a bone-deep chill that stole my breath. It was like standing in a freezer. I reached out, my hand hovering just above the plastic. I could feel the intense cold radiating from it. My fingers brushed against the surface, slick with condensation. It wasn't just cold, it was frozen. My gaze fell upon a corner of the package. The plastic, stretched taut, had a small tear, barely an inch long. And through that tear, a glimpse of something pale, something impossibly white. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. "Don't do it, Mark. Don't look." But I had to. The need to know, to understand the source of this creeping dread, was an irresistible force. I knelt, my knees protesting against the rough floor of the van. My trembling fingers, cold and clumsy, fumbled at the strapping. It was thick, tightly bound. I tugged, pulled, my nails scraping against the coarse material. Finally, a buckle gave way with a soft snick. I unfastened another, then another. The black plastic, no longer held rigid, sagged slightly. I reached inside the tear, my fingers brushing against something smooth, cold, and strangely yielding. I widened the tear, peeling back a corner of the plastic. The pale object came into full view. It was a foot, a human foot, pale, almost translucent. The toes curled slightly, the nails neatly trimmed, frozen solid. A choked gasp escaped my lips, a raw animal sound. My stomach lurched, a wave of nausea washing over me. I scrambled back, hitting my head on the low ceiling of the van. The coppery smell was overwhelming now, thick and cloying. My eyes darted to the rest of the package, my mind reeling. If that was a foot, then the rest of the package must contain. I didn't need to see more. The image of that pale, frozen foot was seared into my mind. Human remains. I was transporting human remains. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a cry. The horror of it, the sickening reality, crashed down on me. My phone. I needed to call someone. The police. My fingers fumbled in my pocket, pulling out the cheap burner phone I used for the midnight runners' jobs. No signal. Still no signal. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of shock. I had to get out of here. I had to report this. But who would believe me? A down-on-his-luck delivery driver, caught with a body in his van. The evidence was all against me. My eyes scanned the desolate car park. Nothing. Just the drizzle, the distant city hum, and the chilling presence in the back of my van. My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. What did I do? Where could I go? The forum. I had to check the forum. There had to be some explanation, some way out of this nightmare. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my limbs heavy, uncoordinated. I started the engine, the familiar rumble a jarring intrusion into the suffocating silence. I drove, not towards the drop-off, but aimlessly, desperately. The image of the foot, so impossibly white and still, flashed behind my eyelids. I found a small, isolated lay-by, tucked away behind a dense copse of trees. No street lights, just the inky blackness and the relentless drizzle. I pulled out my personal phone, the one I kept for real life. Miraculously, there was a weak signal. My fingers flew across the keyboard, navigating to the private forum. My heart pounded with a terrible premonition. I typed in my credentials, the screen flickering to life. My eyes scanned the recent posts, looking for anything, any clue, and then I saw it. A new thread, posted just minutes ago. The title, stark and chilling, stood out like a freshly dug grave. A driver available, reliable, discreet. Beneath it, a photograph. A grainy, low-resolution image of my van. My rental van. And then the details. My name, Mark, my phone number, my address. My world tilted. The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. They knew everything. They had been watching me. This wasn't some random job. It was a trap. I wasn't just a courier. I was a mark. The horror of the foot in the back of my van was instantly eclipsed by a new, more visceral terror. They knew where I lived. They knew who I was. And they were advertising me. Not as a driver, but as a commodity. A new piece of inventory. My own compliance, my lifelong habits of doing what I was told, had led me here. To this desolate lay-by, with a frozen body in my van, and my own face plastered across a forum for what? The rain hammered against the roof of the van, a frantic drumbeat accompanying the frantic hammering of my heart. I was trapped. There was no escape. They had me. My phone rang, a sudden jarring sound that made me jump. The number was unknown. My hand trembled as I answered. Mark, a deep voice rumbled, the same voice from the abattoir. No question, just a statement. You've been a good boy. My breath hitched. What do you want? A low chuckle, devoid of humor. We want you to continue being a good boy, Mark. That package in your van, it needs to be delivered to the usual spot. And then you come home. Home? I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. You know where I live. We know everything, Mark, the voice purred. And we know you're a man who understands consequences. You've seen what happens when people don't comply, haven't you? The image of the frozen foot flashed before my eyes. My stomach churned, a bitter bile rising in my throat. Yes, I managed, the word tasting like ash. I understand. Good, the voice said, a note of satisfaction in its tone. Now, deliver the package, and then we'll talk about your next assignment. The line went dead. I stared at my phone, the screen dark, reflecting my own terrified face. My reflection, pale and drawn, stared back at me, a stranger in a nightmare. I was no longer just a delivery driver. I was an accomplice, a silent partner in a gruesome enterprise. And my compliance, my fatal flaw, had finally devoured me whole. I restarted the van, my hands clammy on the wheel. The cold from the back of the van seeped into the cab, a constant chilling reminder of my new reality. The rain continued to fall, washing over the city, washing over me, but it couldn't wash away the stain of knowing, the stain of complicity. I drove towards the drop-off point, the deserted car park. The silence in the van was no longer empty. It was filled with the unspoken horror of what I carried and the chilling certainty of what awaited me. My life, once a mundane struggle against debt, had twisted into a grotesque dance with death, orchestrated by unseen hands. And I, compliant Mark, was now one of their puppets. My strings, once invisible, were now pulled taut. binding me to their macabre game. The night stretched before me, endless and terrifying, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I would never be able to unsee what I had seen, or undo what I had done. The weight of it all, heavier than any package I had ever carried, settled deep within my soul, and I drove on, into the inescapable maw of my own making. The familiar coordinates glowed on the GPS, a cold, digital beacon in the gloom. The car park, a desolate expanse of cracked tarmac, stretched out before me, illuminated by the intermittent flicker of a broken streetlight. It was eerily quiet, the only sound the gentle hum of the van's engine and the distant wail of a siren, a mournful cry swallowed by the vastness of the night. I pulled up to the designated spot, a faded painted bay near a chain-link fence. My hands, still trembling, cut the engine. The silence that followed was thick, suffocating. I stared at the dashboard, unable to move, unable to breathe. The cold from the back of the van was a physical presence, wrapping around me, seeping into my bones. My eyes drifted to the rearview mirror. The black plastic package, still menacingly large, seemed to pulse in the faint light. The torn corner, a gaping wound, showed just enough of that ghastly white foot to keep the image fresh, vivid, horrifying. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows near the derelict factory. It moved with a fluid, almost predatory grace. My breath hitched. This wasn't the usual anonymous drop-off. This was different. The figure approached the van, tall and lean, its face obscured by the deep hood of a dark jacket. No, not a jacket. A heavy coat, long and flowing. The figure stopped a few feet from the rear of the van, its stance relaxed, almost casual. "Evening, Mark." A voice, smooth and cultured, floated through the damp air. It was different from the gravelly voice on the phone, yet equally chilling. Right on time. I swallowed, my throat dry. "The package." "Yes, the package," the figure mused, stepping closer. I could feel its gaze, sharp and assessing, even though I couldn't see its eyes. "A rather substantial delivery tonight, wouldn't you say?" My silence was my answer. "Open up, Mark," the figure instructed, a subtle gesture of its gloved hand towards the back of the van. My fingers, numb with cold and fear, fumbled with the latch. It clicked open, a sound like a pistol shot in the stillness. I swung the doors wide. The black plastic, with its horrifying contents, was fully revealed. The figure stepped forward, pausing at the threshold of the van, its head tilted slightly. A long, slender hand, encased in a black leather glove, reached out. It brushed the torn plastic just above the frozen foot. "Ah, yes," the figure murmured, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on its lips. "You found our little surprise, didn't you?" My blood ran cold. You knew." "Of course we knew," the figure replied, its voice laced with a predatory amusement. "We wanted to see if you were truly compliant, Mark. If you truly understood the nature of our work." It glanced at me, and even though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt their piercing intensity. "And you did. You delivered it." A wave of shame, hot and sickening, washed over me. I had complied. I had delivered a body. I had become one of them. What now?" I asked, the words barely a whisper. The figure stepped into the van, moving with an unnatural ease around the massive package. It produced a small silver device from its coat pocket, a scanner. It ran the device over the package. A soft beep confirmed the delivery. "Now, Mark," the figure said, turning back to me, "you go home." and you wait for your next instructions. My next instructions, I stammered. But the forum. My details. You posted them. For what? The figure chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. Oh, that. A little insurance policy. Just in case you decided to deviate from the plan. To ensure your continued discretion. It paused, its gaze unwavering. You're a valuable asset, Mark. Reliable, discreet, just like the post says. My mind reeled. They weren't going to kill me. Not yet. They were keeping me as a driver, a silent participant in their monstrous trade. The post wasn't a warning. It was an advertisement. For me. But the body, I whispered, my voice thick with horror. What do you do with them? The figure tilted its head again. That, Mark, is not your concern. Your concern is to drive, to deliver, to remain discreet. It took another step closer, its presence overwhelming. Do you understand? I nodded, unable to do anything else. My compliance, once a shield, was now a chain. Good, the figure said, its voice softening, yet somehow becoming even more menacing. Now, leave the package and go home. It stepped out of the van, melting back into the shadows. I heard a faint click, then the distinct sound of a heavy door closing. I peered into the darkness. The figure was gone. The package remained, a silent, chilling testament to my new reality. I closed the van doors, the metal clanging shut with a finality that echoed in my soul. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking, my mind a maelstrom of fear and despair. I drove home, the journey a blur of rain-slicked roads and flashing streetlights. The van, now empty of its gruesome cargo, felt even colder, filled with the lingering chill of death. My small terraced house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. I parked the van, switched off the engine, and sat there in the darkness, listening to the rain. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I stumbled inside, the familiar surroundings offering no comfort. The scent of stale coffee and old papers filled the air, a stark contrast to the metallic tang that still clung to my clothes, to my skin, to my very being. I stripped off my clothes, throwing them into a corner as if they were contaminated. I stood under the shower, letting the hot water sluice over me, scrubbing my skin raw, trying to wash away the stench of the abattoir, the cold of the freezer, the indelible stain of the frozen foot. But it wouldn't wash off. It was inside me now. I crawled into bed, the sheets cool against my burning skin. Sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pale, frozen foot, the pristine white nails, the curled toes, and then my own face, superimposed over the image, a grim, silent accomplice. The next morning, the sun, a weak, watery disk, struggled to penetrate the grey clouds. My phone buzzed. A new encrypted message. My heart leaped into my throat. New assignment. Pickup point. Old textile mill, East End. Time, 2200. Package, standard. Payment, increased, standard. That meant smaller. But the payment increase, it was a bribe. A subtle reinforcement of the chain. I stared at the message, my finger hovering over the delete button. I could run, disappear, but where would I go? They knew everything. My name, my address, my face. They had advertised me. They owned me. My compliance, once a quiet habit, had become a monstrous, all-consuming force. It had led me down a path from which there was no return. I was no longer Mark, the failed baker, the struggling delivery driver. I was Mark, the reliable, discreet courier, the one who asked no questions, the one who delivered. The thought of the money, the increased payment, gnawed at me. It would clear a bigger chunk of debt. Buy me more time, more normalcy, a fleeting illusion of control. I pushed myself out of bed, my limbs heavy, my mind numb. The metallic tang was still there, a phantom scent. I walked to the kitchen, the floorboards creaking under my weight. I made a cup of tea, the familiar ritual, a small anchor in the storm of my despair. As I stirred the sugar, my eyes caught my reflection in the dark surface of the tea. A man, hollow-eyed and gaunt, stared back, a stranger. The old Mark, the one who tried to maintain a facade of control, was gone, replaced by this new Mark, a puppet dancing to a macabre tune. I lifted the cup to my lips, the warm liquid a bitter comfort. The night awaited, and I, the compliant Mark, would be there, driving, delivering, lost in the labyrinth of my own making, forever stained by the cold touch of what I carried. The rain had stopped, but the chill remained, and the hum of the van waiting outside was a constant haunting reminder of my inescapable fate. I was a ghost in the night, a silent cog in a clandestine machine. Only now I knew what the machine processed, and I was part of it. The police came to my door 3 times before I finally let them in. Not because I was being difficult, but because I genuinely didn't know what to tell them that wouldn't sound completely insane. How do you explain to 2 officers from West Midlands Police that you've witnessed a murder, that you know exactly who did it and roughly where it happened, but you can't tell them how you know, because the explanation involves admitting you were somewhere online you absolutely shouldn't have been? I'm sitting in what they call protective custody now, a safe house in Wolverhampton that smells of cigarettes and cheap air freshener. And I still don't know if I did the right thing by coming forward. My name's Helen. I'm 53 years old, and until 6 weeks ago, I was living a completely ordinary life in Birmingham, working as a medical secretary. Then I saw something I wasn't supposed to see, and now everything's different. It started with insomnia, which probably sounds like a boring way to begin a story about witnessing a murder, but that's genuinely how it happened. I'd been having trouble sleeping for months after my divorce was finalized. Nothing dramatic. David and I had just grown apart after 26 years of marriage. No affairs, no big arguments, just a slow realization that we'd become strangers who happened to share a house. The divorce itself was remarkably civil, but afterwards I found myself lying awake at 2 and 3 in the morning, my mind racing through decades of memories and wondering where it had all gone wrong. I'd scrolled through my phone for hours, news articles, social media, online shopping I never actually completed. Anything to distract myself from the silence of the empty house. That's when I started noticing the adverts for insomnia remedies and sleep aids that seemed to follow me around every website. The algorithms had clearly identified me as someone struggling with sleep, and they were determined to sell me solutions. One advert caught my attention because it wasn't selling anything. It was just a link to an article about alternative approaches to insomnia, things beyond the usual advice about sleep hygiene and avoiding screens before bed. The article itself was fairly standard: meditation techniques, dietary changes, that sort of thing. But at the bottom was a link to what it described as a community for people with severe sleep problems, a support group that operated through private channels to protect members' privacy. I'd scroll through my phone for hours, news articles, social media, online shopping I never actually completed. anything to distract myself from the silence of the empty house. That's when I started noticing the adverts for insomnia remedies and sleep aids that seemed to follow me around every website. The algorithms had clearly identified me as someone struggling with sleep, and they were determined to sell me solutions. One advert caught my attention because it wasn't selling anything. It was just a link to an article about alternative approaches to insomnia, things beyond the usual advice about sleep hygiene and avoiding screens before bed. The article itself was fairly standard: meditation techniques, dietary changes, that sort of thing. But at the bottom was a link to what it described as a community for people with severe sleep problems, a support group that operated through private channels to protect members' privacy. I should have been immediately suspicious of anything that emphasized privacy and private channels that much. But I was desperate and lonely, and 2 o'clock in the morning makes terrible decisions seem reasonable. I clicked the link and found myself on a website that looked like it had been designed in about 1998. Basic text, minimal formatting, just a simple registration form for joining their community. The registration process was more complex than I'd expected. It required downloading specific software that would let me access their private discussion spaces. Something about protecting members' anonymity and ensuring a safe space for people to discuss their struggles without judgment. The software took nearly an hour to set up properly, and I almost gave up several times when it seemed too complicated for what should have been a simple support group. But eventually I got it working, and found myself looking at what appeared to be a fairly standard online community. Discussion boards about different types of sleep problems, threads where people shared what had worked for them, even a section for just general chat among insomniacs who were awake at odd hours. I spent a few nights just reading through discussions, occasionally posting my own experiences and getting sympathetic responses from other members. It was comforting in a way, realizing I wasn't alone in lying awake at 3 in the morning, feeling like the only person in the world who couldn't sleep. But I started noticing that some sections of the community were restricted, requiring additional permissions to access. When I asked about this in one of the public discussion areas, someone explained that the restricted sections were for members who'd been active in the community for a while and had established trust with other participants. It was apparently meant to create more intimate discussion spaces for people dealing with particularly difficult situations. That explanation seemed reasonable enough. Online communities often have different tiers of access based on participation and trust. I continued posting in the public areas, and after about 2 weeks received a notification that I'd been granted access to some of the restricted sections. The restricted discussions were more personal and raw than what I'd seen in the public areas. People talking about the real reasons they couldn't sleep, trauma, grief, guilt about things they'd done or failed to do. It felt like being trusted with genuine human vulnerability, and I found myself sharing more honestly about the sadness and loss I was feeling after my divorce. But there was another category of restricted sections that I still couldn't access. Discussions that required what the system called verified membership. I didn't think much about it initially. Presumably, those were for people who'd been active in the community even longer than I had. It was about 3 weeks into my participation when someone sent me a private message offering to sponsor me for verified membership. They explained that verified sections dealt with particularly sensitive topics that required absolute discretion, and that sponsorship from an existing verified member was how they controlled access to ensure the community remained safe. The person seemed genuine in their messages, and they'd been helpful to me in several public discussions about managing anxiety-related insomnia. They explained that verified sections included discussions about topics that mainstream platforms wouldn't allow: controversial treatment approaches, substances that helped with sleep but weren't technically legal, that sort of thing. I was uncomfortable with the implications, but also curious about what kind of discussions required such elaborate security. The message emphasized that verification was completely optional, that I was welcome to continue participating in the non-verified sections, but that some members found the verified discussions particularly helpful for their most difficult struggles. I accepted the sponsorship partly out of curiosity, and partly because by that point I'd been awake since midnight, and my judgment was impaired by exhaustion. The verification process required confirming my identity through several steps that seemed excessive for an insomnia support group, but I completed them anyway. When I finally gained access to the verified sections, I immediately realized this wasn't about insomnia treatment at all. The discussions were about accessing illegal content, trading various prohibited materials, even coordinating activities that were obviously criminal in nature. I'd somehow ended up in what I later learned was a dark web community that used the insomnia support group as a front for recruiting people into their actual operations. I should have immediately closed the software and deleted everything, should have reported what I'd found to authorities and moved on with my life. But I was frozen by a combination of shock and morbid fascination. I'd stumbled into a part of the internet I'd only heard about in news reports, and some awful part of me wanted to understand what I was actually looking at. The discussions were coded and cryptic, using language that clearly meant something other than what the words literally said. People weren't directly stating criminal intentions. Everything was framed in theoretical or hypothetical terms, but the context made it obvious what they were actually discussing. I found myself scrolling through these discussions over several nights, trying to understand the scope of what I'd accidentally accessed. There were sections for different types of illegal activities, all disguised behind innocuous-sounding category names that wouldn't mean anything to casual observers. That's when I found the section that changed everything. It was labeled something bland like social meetups, but when I clicked through, I found discussions about coordinating what were clearly violent crimes against specific individuals. People were sharing detailed information about targets, their routines, their vulnerabilities, even photographs and addresses. One thread in particular made me feel physically sick. It was discussing someone named Sarah Chen, a woman in her early 30s who apparently lived somewhere in the West Midlands. The thread included dozens of photographs of her going about her daily life, shopping, walking to work, sitting in cafes. Someone had been systematically documenting her movements over what looked like several weeks. The discussion around these photographs was careful and coded, but the intent was clear enough that I couldn't pretend I didn't understand what I was reading. People were planning to harm this woman, discussing the best approaches and timing, even coordinating who would do what. What made it worse was seeing the casual tone of these discussions. People were planning violence with the same matter-of-fact language you'd use to organize a dinner party. There were even jokes and casual banter between the participants, as if coordinating serious harm against a stranger was just another form of social interaction. I spent the rest of that night trying to work out what to do with what I'd discovered. I couldn't report it to the police without admitting I'd accessed these illegal websites, which would presumably make me complicit in whatever was being planned. But I couldn't just ignore it knowing that a real person was being systematically stalked and threatened. I tried researching Sarah Chen through normal internet searches, hoping to find her social media or some other way to warn her. But the name was common enough that I couldn't identify which of the various Sarah Chens in the West Midlands was the one being targeted. And even if I could find her, what would I say? That I'd been browsing illegal websites and saw her being discussed. I stopped accessing the community entirely after that night, deleted the software from my computer, and tried to convince myself that maybe I'd misunderstood what I was reading. Maybe the discussions were just disturbing fantasies that would never translate into actual harm. Maybe I was being paranoid and overreacting to something that was just tasteless internet conversation. But I couldn't stop thinking about those photographs of Sarah Chen going about her ordinary life, completely unaware that strangers were documenting her movements and discussing how to harm her. Every time I tried to sleep, I'd see those images. Imagine her not knowing she was being watched and targeted. It was about 2 weeks later when I saw the news report. A woman's body had been found in a wooded area near Sutton Coldfield. She'd been missing for several days before hikers discovered her. The news initially didn't release her name pending family notification, but something about the location and timing made my stomach drop. When they finally identified her as Sarah Chen, 32, from Birmingham, I knew immediately that I'd watched people planning her murder and done nothing to stop it. I'd seen the discussions, seen the photographs, understood enough of what was being coordinated to know she was in danger. And I'd convinced myself it wasn't my responsibility to get involved. I spent 3 days in a kind of paralyzed horror, unable to eat or sleep properly, replaying everything I'd read and wondering if reporting it earlier could have saved her life. The police were appealing for information, asking anyone who'd seen anything suspicious to come forward. But how could I explain what I knew without admitting I'd accessed those websites? That's when the police came to my door the first time. They were conducting house-to-house inquiries in the area where Sarah Chen had worked, which was near the medical practice where I was employed. They asked standard questions about whether I'd seen anything unusual, whether I knew the victim, that sort of thing. I told them no, I didn't know her and hadn't seen anything relevant. They thanked me for my time and left, and I felt like the worst kind of coward for not telling them what I actually knew. They came back the second time because they were expanding their inquiries and wanted to know if I'd remembered anything additional. Again, I said no, and again, they left. This time, one of the officers gave me his card and said to call if anything came to mind, no matter how insignificant it might seem. I spent that night staring at his card, trying to work up the courage to call and explain what I'd seen online. But every time I reached for my phone, I'd think about having to admit I'd accessed those illegal websites, about potentially being prosecuted for involvement in something I'd stumbled into by accident. The third time they came to my door, they weren't there for routine inquiries. They'd apparently received information that connected me to the online community somehow. I never learned exactly how they'd traced me, but presumably the people running those websites kept records that law enforcement had eventually accessed. The officers explained that they knew I'd accessed certain websites and communities, and they wanted to know what I'd seen there. They weren't arresting me or accusing me of involvement in Sarah Chen's murder, but they needed any information I had about the discussions and coordination that had happened online. That's when I finally told them everything. About the insomnia support group, that wasn't what it seemed. About stumbling into sections discussing illegal activities. About the specific thread discussing Sarah Chen and the photographs documenting her movements. About reading those discussions and understanding enough to know she was in danger, but convincing myself it wasn't my responsibility to report it. The officers were professional, but I could see the frustration in their expressions. If I'd reported what I'd seen immediately, they might have been able to intervene before Sarah Chen was killed. My delay had potentially cost her life, even if I wasn't directly involved in planning or executing the murder. They took detailed statements about everything I'd seen in those discussions. Usernames I remembered, specific details about what had been posted. even technical information about how I'd accessed the community in the first place. Then they explained that I'd need to be placed in protective custody while they investigated the extent of my involvement and determined whether the people running those communities knew I'd spoken to police. That's how I ended up in this safe house in Wolverhampton, waiting to find out if I'll be prosecuted for accessing those websites or if my cooperation has earned me some form of immunity. The officers who check on me daily have explained that the investigation is expanding beyond just Sarah Chen's murder. They've discovered extensive criminal coordination happening through that community, including planning for additional violent crimes that haven't been carried out yet. They've asked me to testify about what I saw, to help them understand how the community was organized and how people coordinated their activities. I've agreed, partly because I want to help prevent what happened to Sarah Chen from happening to anyone else, and partly because I'm hoping cooperation will reduce whatever legal consequences I'm facing for accessing those websites. But mostly I've agreed because I'm living with the knowledge that I could have prevented a murder and chose not to because I was too frightened of the personal consequences of coming forward. I saw someone being targeted for violence, understood enough to know she was in real danger, and convinced myself it wasn't my responsibility to get involved. The protection officer who stays here overnight tells me not to blame myself too much, that people make difficult decisions when they're frightened and uncertain about consequences. But I can't stop thinking about Sarah Chen, going about her ordinary life in those photographs, completely unaware that her movements were being documented and discussed by people planning to kill her. And I can't stop wondering about all the other discussions I saw in those verified sections, all the other targets who might be in danger while people coordinate harm against them through those same coded conversations. The investigation is ongoing and police are apparently making arrests, but they've told me the community was large and distributed across multiple platforms, making it difficult to identify everyone involved. I spend most of my time in this safe house thinking about how easily I stumbled into that community, how a simple search for insomnia help led me to discover systematic coordination of serious crimes. How many other people have accidentally accessed those spaces and then kept quiet because they were frightened of consequences? The protection officer also mentioned that I might be in danger from people who ran that community if they've identified me as someone who spoke to police. Apparently, there have been incidents of witnesses being targeted by criminal networks operating through these hidden online spaces, though she was vague about details. So now I sit here waiting to learn both whether I'll be prosecuted for accessing those websites and whether I'm in danger from the people who ran them, waiting to testify about what I saw, about the discussions coordinating Sarah Chen's murder that I read and understood and did nothing about until it was too late. The insomnia that started this whole situation has gotten worse, not better. I lie awake now thinking about those photographs of Sarah Chen, wondering if she ever felt like she was being watched, if she ever had that uncomfortable sense that something wasn't right, wondering if my reporting the discussions earlier would have made any difference, or if the coordination was already too far along to stop. The police have told me they found evidence in the arrested suspect's possessions that matched details from the discussions I described, proof that those online conversations weren't just disturbing fantasies, but actual coordination of real crimes. Multiple people working together to stalk, target, and ultimately kill someone they'd probably never met before, deciding she'd be their victim. They won't tell me why Sarah Chen was targeted or how she'd been selected, just that she appears to have been chosen somewhat randomly by people who treated violence as a form of entertainment or social bonding. The thought that someone could be murdered, not for any specific reason, but just because strangers online decided to coordinate killing someone, is almost more disturbing than any other explanation. I keep thinking about how I accessed that community looking for help with insomnia, seeking connection with other people struggling with the same ordinary problem. How that simple, harmless desire for community and understanding led me to discover the coordination of a murder. How easily I could have never seen those discussions, never learned what was being planned, never carried this knowledge that I could have prevented someone's death. The protection officer tells me the investigation has led to multiple arrests and prevented at least one other planned attack that was being coordinated through the same community. She says my information was valuable and helped police understand how these groups operate and coordinate their activities. But that doesn't change the fact that Sarah Chen is dead and I saw it being planned and stayed silent. I don't know what happens next, whether I'll be able to return to my normal life or whether I'll always be looking over my shoulder wondering if the people from that community are looking for me, whether I'll face prosecution for accessing those websites, or whether my cooperation will be considered sufficient mitigation. What I do know is that I'll never again think of the internet as a space where criminal activity is somehow distant or unreal. I've seen real violence being planned through casual online discussions, seen how easily people can coordinate serious harm through these hidden communities that most people don't even know exist. And I'll never forget Sarah Chen's face in those photographs, going about her ordinary life completely unaware that strangers were watching and planning and coordinating the violence that would eventually kill her. Never forget that I could have prevented it and chose not to, because I was frightened of consequences that now seem trivial compared to the cost of my silence. There's something about being a creature of habit that feels comforting, isn't there? Knowing what you'll be doing on any given day, following the same routes, stopping at the same places, the predictability of it all. I used to think that made life easier, more manageable. I'd wake up at the same time each morning, take the same walk before breakfast, go through the same routines that had developed naturally over years of living alone. It felt safe, I suppose, structured. The kind of life where you don't have to think too hard about what comes next, because you've done it all 100 times before. I'm an occupational therapist, working with elderly clients at their homes across Hull and the surrounding areas. It's rewarding work, helping people maintain independence in their daily lives, adapting their environments to make things easier as mobility or cognitive function declines. I've been doing it for around 14 years now, long enough that I've developed quite set patterns in how I structure my days. I visit the same clients on the same days each week, take the same routes between appointments, stop at the same cafe for lunch most days because I know what I'll get, and it's convenient. I live in a terraced house near the city centre, bought it about 8 years ago when property prices were still reasonable. It's a nice enough area, quiet street, neighbours I recognise, but don't really know beyond polite nods when we're putting bins out. I've lived alone since I bought the place, prefer it that way honestly. After spending days helping people navigate challenging situations, there's something restorative about coming home to space that's entirely your own, where you can be completely yourself without having to maintain any professional demeanour. My routines at home are as predictable as my work schedule. Morning walk at 6:30, same route around the nearby park regardless of weather. Coffee from the same shop on the corner before I start seeing clients. Home by 6 most evenings, dinner around 7, usually something simple because I'm tired from the day. Television for an hour or so, then bed by 10 because I need proper sleep to function effectively in my job. Weekends follow their own patterns. Saturday morning shopping at the same supermarket, Sunday afternoon walk along the marina, that sort of thing. I never thought about how visible these routines were to anyone paying attention. Never occurred to me that predictability could be a vulnerability rather than just a comfort. Why would it? I'm not particularly wealthy, don't own anything especially valuable, live a quiet, unremarkable life helping elderly people maintain theirs. There's nothing about me that would make anyone think I'm worth paying attention to. Nothing that would suggest I'm a target for anything more serious than maybe an opportunistic burglary. But apparently, that's not how these things work. Apparently, the very ordinariness of my life, the predictability of my routines, the fact that I live alone and follow the same patterns week after week, all of that made me exactly the sort of person someone was looking for. Not for anything I owned or any particular reason related to who I am, but simply because my life was documented and consistent enough to be useful to people I'd never meet, who had purposes I couldn't have imagined. It started, as far as I can tell, about 18 months ago, though I didn't know anything was happening at the time. I was just living my normal life, following my comfortable routines, completely unaware that someone was systematically documenting every aspect of my daily patterns. Where I went, when I went there, how long I stayed, what routes I took between locations. All of it recorded with precision that seems excessive until you understand what it was being used for. I first became aware something might be wrong when a colleague mentioned she'd seen me in a part of town I don't usually visit. She said she'd waved, but I hadn't seemed to notice, which was odd, because I'm generally quite observant about my surroundings. The problem was, I hadn't been in that area on the day she mentioned. I'd been visiting clients on the opposite side of the city, following my usual Thursday schedule. When I explained this, she seemed confused, but we both shrugged it off as a case of mistaken identity. Then it happened again, a few weeks later. A former client's daughter mentioned seeing me at the marina on a Sunday morning, said she'd been surprised because she knew I usually went there in the afternoons. Again, I hadn't been there that morning. I'd been at home doing housework, my typical Sunday morning routine. This time, the coincidence felt less comfortable, but I still assumed it was just someone who looked similar to me, being spotted in places I was known to frequent. The third incident was more unsettling. My neighbor, an older woman who lives 2 doors down and who I occasionally chat with when we're both outside, mentioned that she'd seen someone in my back garden late one evening. She'd been letting her cat out and noticed a figure standing near my back door, looking at the windows. She'd assumed it was me initially, but then realized the person was wearing different clothes than she'd seen me in earlier that day. By the time she thought to say something, the figure had left. That conversation made me properly uneasy. Someone in my garden, specifically, examining my windows. That wasn't a case of mistaken identity or coincidental resemblance. That was someone deliberately on my property, potentially trying to work out how to access my house. I checked all my locks that evening, made sure windows were secure, but I couldn't see any evidence of attempted entry or damage. I reported it to the police, more to have it documented than because I expected them to do much about it. They were sympathetic but honest about the limitations. Someone standing in a garden isn't itself a crime unless they're attempting to enter the property or causing damage. And by the time my neighbor mentioned it, whoever it was had long since left. They said they'd increase patrols in the area and advised me to contact them immediately if I noticed any further suspicious activity. Nothing obvious happened for a few weeks after that, and I started to relax slightly. Perhaps it had been someone genuinely confused about which house they were trying to visit, or a would-be burglar who'd moved on to easier targets after seeing my neighbor watching. I convinced myself it was an isolated incident that wouldn't be repeated. Then I started noticing small changes around my house. Nothing dramatic, just minor details that seemed slightly off. A plant pot on my back step moved a few inches from where I'd left it. The gate to my garden unlatched when I was certain I'd secured it. A bin moved from its usual position against the side wall. Each incident was small enough to dismiss as wind or cats or my own faulty memory, but together they created a pattern that felt deliberate. I became more vigilant, paying attention to exactly how I left things so I could be certain if they'd been disturbed. The disturbances continued, not frequently, maybe once a week or so, but consistent enough that I couldn't dismiss them as coincidence or imagination. Someone was accessing my garden regularly, moving small things, making their presence known in subtle ways. I installed a camera covering the back garden, one of those basic motion-activated security cameras that uploads footage to your phone. For the first few days, it showed nothing unusual. Just cats passing through, birds landing on the fence, the occasional fox at night. Then on the fourth night, around 2 a.m, it captured someone entering my garden through the back gate. The figure was dressed in dark clothes and moved carefully, checking the camera's position before doing anything else. They spent several minutes examining my back door and windows, trying handles, apparently checking if anything was unlocked. When everything proved secure, they took photographs of the locks and windows with their phone, taking their time to capture multiple angles. Then they left as quietly as they'd arrived, closing the gate carefully behind them. I took the footage to the police immediately. This time they treated it more seriously. Clear evidence of someone attempting to access my property, photographing security measures, behavior that suggested planning for future criminal activity. They assigned someone to investigate and asked if anything else unusual had happened recently. I mentioned the sightings of someone who looked like me in various locations, which I'd previously dismissed as a mistaken identity. The detective's expression changed when I mentioned that. She asked for specific details about when and where these sightings had occurred, who had seen me, what I'd been wearing according to witnesses. She seemed particularly interested in the timing and locations, making notes about my usual routines and when the supposed sightings had happened. A few days later, she contacted me again, asking if I'd be willing to let them check my house for surveillance equipment. That suggestion was disturbing in a way the garden intrusions hadn't been. The possibility that I'd been watched inside my own home without knowing it, that my private life had been observed and recorded. I agreed immediately, needing to know if my home had been compromised beyond just the external security concerns. The search took several hours. Specialists went through every room with detection equipment, checking for hidden cameras or recording devices. They found 3, one in my living room smoke detector, one hidden in the kitchen extractor fan, and one in my bedroom ceiling light. All of them had been in place for at least several months, recording and transmitting footage continuously. The detective explained what they believed was happening, though even now I struggle to fully comprehend it. My routines had been documented and sold on the dark web as part of what they called a comprehensive identity package. The surveillance footage, the photographs of me in various locations, detailed notes about my schedule and habits. All of it compiled into a profile that could be purchased by people interested in assuming someone else's identity, at least temporarily. The person who looked like me, who'd been spotted in various locations around Hull, had apparently purchased my identity profile. They'd studied my routines, my appearance, my typical clothing and behavior, until they could convincingly impersonate me in casual situations where detailed scrutiny wasn't likely. The sightings that had been reported to me were probably test runs, checking if they could pass as me in familiar locations without being challenged. The detective showed me the dark web marketplace where my profile was listed. It was organized like a professional service database with categories for different types of identity profiles. People with established routines, predictable schedules, lives that could be temporarily borrowed for various purposes. My listing was categorized under solitary professionals with consistent patterns and minimal social oversight. The profile included everything someone would need to impersonate me convincingly in non-intimate situations. Photographs showing my appearance from multiple angles, including shots taken from the surveillance footage in my home. Detailed documentation of my daily routines, what I wore on different occasions, where I went and when. Notes about my mannerisms and behavior patterns based on analysis of the surveillance footage. Even information about my clients and work schedule, apparently gathered from observing my comings and goings over several months. The listing emphasized the stability and predictability of my routines, marketing that as valuable for buyers who needed to assume someone's identity for extended periods. It mentioned that I lived alone with minimal family contact, making me less likely to be immediately missed if someone was using my identity elsewhere. It noted that my work involved visiting clients independently, providing legitimate reasons for my presence in various locations at different times. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 4 different accounts. The detective explained that these profiles were valuable for various criminal purposes, creating alibis, accessing locations under false pretenses, evading law enforcement by using another person's identity and routine. Someone who looked reasonably similar to me could use my identity profile to be seen in places whilst crimes were being committed elsewhere, or to access locations they'd otherwise have no legitimate reason to visit. She walked me through what they'd learned about the impersonations that had occurred. The person my colleague had seen wasn't me, but someone using my profile who'd been establishing that they could pass as me in public. The sighting at the marina had been another test, checking if they could match my routine closely enough that people who knew me casually would mistake them for me. These weren't random acts. They were systematic preparation for using my identity for purposes I still don't fully understand. The investigation revealed a substantial operation. Hundreds of people had their routines documented and identity profiles created without their knowledge. Surveillance equipment installed during legitimate service visits or through other forms of access. Detailed observation of daily patterns over months or years. All of it compiled into profiles sold to people who needed to borrow someone else's identity temporarily for criminal purposes. The person caught in my garden on camera had been updating my profile with current information about my security measures. The marketplace offered profile refreshes as an additional service. Buyers could pay for updated intelligence if they needed current information, rather than potentially outdated details from when the profile was first created. The cameras in my house had been providing ongoing footage that kept my profile current and valuable. Several arrests were made, including the person who'd been caught on camera in my garden. But the identity profiles themselves had been widely distributed before law enforcement discovered the operation. My profile, along with hundreds of others, existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. The detective couldn't tell me who the 4 buyers were or what they'd use my identity for, only that investigations were ongoing. I had all the surveillance equipment removed and upgraded every security measure I could afford. Changed my locks, installed proper cameras covering all approaches to my house, started varying my routines deliberately to avoid being as predictable as I'd been. But the psychological damage was deeper than any physical security measure could address. Someone had been living as me, at least partially, walking through places I usually went, being seen by people who knew me, using my identity and routine for purposes I'd never know. My life had been borrowed without permission, my predictable patterns weaponized against me, my comfortable routines turned into vulnerabilities that strangers exploited for their own purposes. I moved house 6 months after discovering the identity profile, not just because of what had happened, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that someone still knew too much about my life there. My routines, my habits, my patterns, all of it documented in profiles that existed somewhere beyond my ability to control or delete. Even in a new location with deliberately varied patterns, I can't escape the knowledge that for months, someone studied me closely enough to impersonate me, that strangers borrowed my identity for purposes I'll never fully understand. The detective mentioned that this type of identity theft was increasingly common. Not financial identity theft, where someone uses your personal details to access accounts, but physical identity theft where someone becomes you in the real world for short periods. The dark web marketplaces facilitated this by providing detailed profiles of people with predictable, documented lives that could be temporarily borrowed. She explained that buyers often purchase multiple profiles, testing different identities in low-risk situations before using them for more serious purposes. My profile had been bought by 4 different accounts, meaning 4 separate people or groups had paid for detailed information about how to convincingly be me for limited periods, what they'd used it for, whether crimes had been committed under my identity, whether anyone had been harmed by someone pretending to be me. Those questions remained unanswered. I think about those 4 unknown buyers constantly. Who were they? Why did they need to borrow my identity specifically? What situations required them to appear to be a solitary occupational therapist with predictable routines living in Hull? Were they local, people I might have encountered without knowing they'd studied footage of me sleeping and going about my private life? Or were they from elsewhere, using my profile for purposes that required temporary presence in this area? The uncertainty is corrosive. Not knowing what my identity was used for, whether crimes were committed while someone appeared to be me, whether people I interact with now might have previously encountered someone impersonating me. My comfortable routines, which had felt safe and manageable, had actually made me vulnerable to exploitation I'd never imagined possible. I still work as an occupational therapist, still help elderly clients maintain their independence. But I've learned that the independence I valued in my own life, the solitary routines, the predictable patterns, the life structured around familiar habits, created vulnerabilities that sophisticated criminals could exploit systematically. My identity was documented, packaged, and sold to people who needed to be someone else temporarily. And I discovered this only because one of them made mistakes that led investigators to me. The profile exists somewhere still. Months of surveillance footage showing my most private moments, detailed documentation of my routines and habits, photographs and analysis that allow someone who looks vaguely similar to me to convincingly impersonate me in casual situations. That information is outdated now that I've moved and changed my patterns, but it still exists in collections I'll never access, potentially being shared through networks I can't monitor. That's what I think about now when I see people following predictable routines, living solitary lives structured around familiar habits. Not that they're living comfortably within patterns that suit them, but that they might be creating comprehensive profiles of themselves without knowing it. That their predictability might be observed and documented by people who see routine as valuable intelligence, who understand that the most comfortable lives are often the most vulnerable to this particular type of exploitation. I was a creature of habit, and that made me a perfect target for identity theft, I didn't know existed. My routines were borrowed. My life was temporarily lived by strangers. My identity became a product sold to people whose purposes I'll never fully understand. And somewhere out there, detailed documentation of who I was and how I lived still exists. A permanent record of vulnerabilities I can never completely eliminate. No matter how much I change or how carefully I vary my patterns now,